dawn, a golden-haired girl approached the wooden hut at the edge of the forest. She knocked hesitantly. Inside, a disgruntled man groaned sleepily. Who has come at such an early hour? He stepped barefoot onto the floor while the stranger patiently waited outside. Barely opening the door, the host sleepily began to express his indignation. But the words got stuck in his throat as soon as he saw her tear-streaked face and the blush on her cheeks. Roj's eyes widened in surprise when the girl called him teacher in a trembling voice. An awkward silence hung in the air. Seconds dragged on. The silence was broken only by the quiet bubbling of the water. While the kettle was boiling on the stove, Roj was secretly observing the guest who had modestly settled on the chair. He caught himself thinking that such a dazzling beauty had no place in his shabby hut. However, the corners of his lips quivered in a sly smile. He smiled warmly and noted that the girl had grown a lot since then. The woman fondly remembered her favorite student, Liliana. Their story began 20 years ago during the attack of a giant fire-breathing dragon. The young mage calmly assessed the enraged Bahamut, calling him the perfect training partner. The monster roared fiercely, preparing to incinerate the insolent one. The jet of flame struck not at him but downwards towards the foot of the cliffs. Suddenly the young man froze. Right in the line of fire, a little girl was crying. He instantly waved his stick, raising a magical shield in front of the little ones. While the girl blinked in shock, the wizard was already shouting the spell, summoning glowing blocks from the sky. A meteor shower with a roar struck the lizard. A powerful explosion tore the ground apart. When the smoke cleared, the frightened child was still huddled in the crater. The young man landed easily nearby, checking if she was okay, while the girl whispered in shock about the power she had seen. The boy just smiled carelessly, brushing it off as a regular meteorite shot. Hearing that with proper training she could also master this rank A magic, the girl beamed with excitement. The young man hesitated in confusion, feeling completely alone. Little Lily cried bitterly she could not go to school. Child's fingers desperately clutched the dirty fabric. The boy's gaze instantly became serious. He quietly admitted that he also grew up an orphan. The girl blinked with tearful eyes, listening to how diligent studying had helped him survive. With a warm smile, he extended his hand to her and promised to teach her everything he knew. He promised to teach her to manage on her own, and since then they traveled together for 10 years. The wind lifted the pink petals. Years had passed. Now before him stood an adult, confident Lily. She promised to help people in order to repay for his care and kindness. The student joyfully ran ahead, eager to show the whole world the greatness of his magic, while the hero set off on new adventures and later earned the title of sage. Later he heard that his student had become a court sorceress, and only then did he peacefully go to rest. Someone's hand extended a cup of hot tea to him, politely interrupting his memories. The boy refused to believe what he heard, as the court magician was responsible for the magical defense of the entire country. Lily bitterly recalled the harsh order from the second prince of trash to just get out. Such a bold statement made him cringe. The girl was talking about her unfair dismissal, while the boy wondered to himself how they could have thrown out a magician with such crazy talent. He tried to find some logic in this, but Lily admitted that she wasn't explained anything properly. She hesitantly covered her mouth with her hand. The boy calmly drank tea while the girl revealed her main guess. She accidentally caught the prince cheating. According to the rules, Trash was officially engaged to the daughter of an influential duke. However, when Lily witnessed his extramarital affair, the prince immediately got rid of the unwanted eyes and threw her out of the palace. He immediately gave the freed place to his fiancée, cleverly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The boy's face was frozen in outright shock from such cynical lawlessness. The girl was completely dejected, not understanding how someone else's dirty secrets could so easily destroy her career. He looked at her with sincere sympathy. Lily covered her face with her hands and cried bitterly, while the boy gloomily thought about how unnoticed the top of their country had rotted. Raj was outraged by such a senseless dismissal and wondered how he could help his student in distress. Liliana hopefully asked if they should embark on an adventure again, like in the good old days. Raj smiled warmly, recalling their 10 years of shared travels. At his words about how much they laughed back then, the girl was touched and froze. A flash of bright nostalgia. They sat peacefully over tea, simply enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, Roger broke out in a cold sweat. He nervously laughed, trying to turn his words into a joke, but Liliana suddenly flared up and passionately embraced the idea. With tears of happiness, she confessed that all these years she had dreamed of returning to the bright days of traveling with her teacher. Raj was taken aback and skeptically poked himself with a finger, Could she really want to deal with such a boring old man? But the girl confidently denied it. For her, he had always been incredibly cool. This compliment hit right in the heart. Raj emotionally clasped his hands, almost crying from happiness. He shed a tear and loudly thanked for the pleasant compliments while Liliana confusedly proved her sincerity. With a warm smile, she candidly said, "Even after parting, the teacher forever remained the most important person in her life." A green book slipped out unnoticed from the open bag. The teacher blinked upon seeing the item that accidentally fell out of Lily's bag. The girl stared in horror at her loss and screamed frantically. He curiously unfolded the cover despite her desperate, tearful pleas to stop. In a state of absolute rage, Lily struck him on the head with her staff. The man collapsed on the floor with a smoking bullet, while the student rushed to apologize for defending her secret diary. Rubbing the bruise, he just laughed. It was his first physical reprimand for excessive curiosity. In his mind, he sighed with relief, as he had miraculously avoided reading her sweet romantic fantasies about him. Lily was burning with shame, tightly clutching her imaginary novel to her chest. Quickly hiding a whole stack of such notebooks, she categorically forbade reading them secretly, although the teacher was only surprised by her writing productivity. To lighten the mood, he rubbed his chin and changed the subject to the upcoming adventure. With one motion, he unfolded an old map in front of the girl. His finger slid to the kingdom of Dalga, a place where he had hidden for years in forest isolation to study ancient magic. Lily suddenly perked up and joyfully pointed to another spot on the parchment. She reminded him of the Goslash volcano, instantly awakening old memories. The volcanic landscapes of Goslash were submerged in rivers of lava. It was here that Raj first met Lily. The girl suggested to repeat their shared journey from the very beginning. The man happily agreed. This idea seemed to him much more fun than ordinary trips, which made Lily simply shine. She started to clean the tea set, while Raj's gaze lingered on the wall. He carefully took off his old magic staff and gently shook the dust off it. They stepped out to meet the bright sun. Raj was cheerfully rushing forward, but Lily suddenly stopped him. Lily awkwardly waved her hands, assuring that she was fine, and almost begged to put away the staff. Realizing that he had almost triggered the grim tone of the Demon King, the man awkwardly waved his hands and apologized. His face was flushed with a deep blush. Lily smiled gently, warmly thanking him for his sincere feelings. Thoroughly confused, Roger hurriedly turned away and quickly commanded to move out. He raised his staff high and a blinding whirlwind of magic swept them up, opening a path back to the volcano. Lily gazed spellbound at the blue glow. Usually, such a large-scale teleportation required the preparation of a huge magical circle. But Sensei broke the rules. He developed his own formula and could now activate the movement with just one word. The glow burst stronger than the team teleportation. The tall pillar of magic engulfed them. The sensei hoped that this leisurely journey would somewhat comfort Lily, as she had been looking downcast and unwell lately. He gently supported her during the soft spatial jump. The destination turned out to be the scorching volcano Goslash in the north of the kingdom of Dalga. Lily was almost melting from the hellish heat, while Sensei was enjoying a pleasant nostalgia from it. The staff briefly glimmered, and the spell of the air breeze instantly enveloped the girl in a saving coolness. The Sensei was just joking that due to daily training he had lived to 40 years without a girlfriend, when suddenly Lily joyfully pointed at a black boulder. She spun on her heels and easily jumped off the ledge. Her sudden maneuver made Sensei blink in surprise. Lily ran up to the stone and with a smile reminded how she once desperately huddled in its shade until he saved her. The sensei gently glided down the slope after her, examining the old craters from his meteor shower, which still scarred the earth. He looked at her back and quietly reminded her that at that time the girl was only 5 years old. The man fondly recalled the past, while the student joyfully remembered his old magical barrier. He blinked in surprise. He didn't expect her to remember such details. Meanwhile, a giant green dragon silently grew behind their backs. Completely ignoring the monster, the teacher calmly praised the girl's memory. A pause hung in the air, during which the beast's predatory eyes filled with rage. The heroes became too engrossed in their memories, and the dragon unleashed a blinding beam right at them. The man barely recoiled with an awkward apology. He tried to calmly explain to the monster that they were just passing through, while the girl frantically begged him to run away. Too late, a burst of energy struck him point-blank, forcing him to grit his teeth. A powerful explosion shook everything around. The green dragon breathed a solid stream of fire, but the flames shattered against the blue magical barrier. Lily noticed with surprise that the defense was weaker than usual, to which the teacher calmly replied that he was just conserving energy due to a poor night's sleep. Holding the shining staff, he admitted that at 20 he would have acted differently, but now he frankly prefers to be lazy. He was thinking about how to finish the fight quickly when suddenly a student joyfully exclaimed from behind the rocks. The girl was glowing with excitement and begged him not to hold back to see more magic. He hung silently, deciding to use the fight as a warm-up. The mage promised to show a spell that Lily did not yet know. Blinding flash. The air was torn apart by powerful purple beams. It struck with full force. The ground shook from the explosion, and the girl barely stood on her feet under the onslaught of dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, the dragon pressed to the ground no longer resisted, and the mage advised him to acknowledge the difference in strength and added that he did not intend to kill him. He smiled amicably. The subdued beast obediently flew away, and the teacher sighed with relief, admitting that the sudden appearance of Bahamut had frightened him quite a bit. He anxiously wondered if the parents of this little boy would arrive now, when suddenly Lily with burning eyes abruptly pressed her face right into his. The realization struck like lightning. She suddenly understood the nature of that meteorite spell. The girl almost pressed against Raj, shouting whether he had truly mastered ancient magic. He just awkwardly scratched his head and admitted that he simply forgot to mention it. The student exploded with indignation, as deciphering ancient grimoires first in modern history and remaining silent is simply unheard of. When Roger calmly realized that he had done this 5 years ago, she turned pale with shock. It was at that time the girl was working hard at court. Not knowing what she was doing, she began to beg to be taught as well. With tears in her eyes, the girl clutched his sleeve with a dead grip, lamenting that she had once again hopelessly fallen behind the teacher. Roger panicked and tried to fly away, agreeing to all the lessons just to get her to let him go. While the student jumped for joy, the man sweated and clutched his chest. Such an emotional strain nearly overwhelmed his old heart. They walked through the forest, and the girl continued to hang on his arm, making Raj seriously consider how to wean her off this childish habit. Otherwise, passersby might mistake him for her sugar daddy. Soon before them lay the familiar city at the foot of the volcano, and Raj fondly remembered the locals. The student joyfully supported the memories, although the teacher awkwardly realized that he had just added fuel to the fire of her enthusiasm with his words. Lillian asked the guard awkwardly if she could leave without work now, to which he just nodded happily. Her companion reasonably noted that the past merits of the royal sorceress speak for themselves. When the security asked to explain their relationship, the girl placed her hand on her chest and confidently claimed they were a master and a student. The guards instantly melted away, believing in the fairy tale of a joint journey for the sake of improving magic. The gates opened and Liliana burst into thanks. The man followed, barely hiding his shock. He had actually been preparing for a forceful teleportation. The guards by the gate straightened up and silently followed the couple with their eyes. The couple calmly left the city through the gate. The man asked anxiously if he looked too suspicious and even considered shaving his beard, but Liliana passionately convinced him that he did not. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Empire of Kaiserland, the second prince was resting in his private chambers. Trash lazily embraced his lover Isabel on the couch, pleased that he had finally gotten rid of that woman. The girl purred with happiness, praising the prince for easily getting rid of the competitor. He gently embraced her, assuring her of his love, but his gaze suddenly turned cold. The status of the daughter of an influential nobleman was simply advantageous to him. In his thoughts, Trash cynically rejoiced. The vile expulsion of Liliana not only saved him from scandal due to betrayal but also became a sweet revenge for her constant aloofness. The woman cunningly snuggled up to her lover, triumphant. Now that the rival had been eliminated, the coveted position of chief court magician would surely be hers. He gently brushed aside her strand of hair and assured her that he would definitely sort everything out. They reached out to each other, dancing in mutual confessions before the kiss. The idyll was abruptly interrupted by the news of Minister Pelvis's sudden visit from the kingdom of Dalga, and the irritated man was forced to step aside. Trash and his companion walked down the long corridor. The girl insisted on meeting with the influential Minister Pelvis. They arrived for an inspection of magical artifacts, and she was burning with the desire to assert herself as the new leader. Trash reluctantly agreed, calmly listening to her haughty laughter. Mother is dead, father is ill, and brother is always away. Now only he ruled the country. He swung the door open and greeted the gray-haired minister warmly. The pelvis greeted the guests and glanced at the stranger with undisguised interest. The girl coyly stepped forward and introduced herself as Isabella Clement. Trash introduced her as the bride and the chief magician of the court, causing the old man to adjust his monocle in surprise. Isabella's eyes narrowed in displeasure. Pelvis noted that he had heard earlier about another mage named Liliana, but Trash laughed and cut in. She had to be written off due to poor health. Isabella confidently promised to demonstrate a strength truly worthy of her new title. Having settled the inconvenience, the trio silently descended into the deep dungeon. In the darkness before them loomed even rows of steel giants, the famous army of golems of the Empire. Trash squinted. Each of these 2-meter machines possessed elemental magic and was capable of unleashing devastating fire. The second Prince Trash proudly led the elderly ambassador through the hangar, boasting about the gigantic golems of ground defense. He condescendingly advised the guest to rejoice in such an honor and promised to show even greater border models. The old man in the monocle was taken aback by the scale of the 55-meter giants, while the prince ordered the sorceress Isabel to bring one of the machines. The girl smiled easily and sent a magical impulse straight into the iron armor. The ambassador looked around in awe, praising the unprecedented strength of the army and the local wizards. But the guest blurted out too much. He naively assumed that all this military power was the work of the king and the elder brother. The young man's face instantly turned to stone. The Trash cut in an icy tone that the father is bedridden, the brother is abroad, and now only he alone governs the country. The old man nervously blinked and hurried to apologize for his tactlessness. He mentally wiped away the cold sweat, realizing how complex and powerful a prince he was dealing with. Isabel broke the tense pause by calmly stating that the golem was ready. With a heavy rumble, the metal monster lit up its red eye and smoothly raised its right arm. And in a moment, yielding to the girl, he raised his left one as well. The ambassador curiously began to inquire about the magical control circle, but Isabel suddenly stuttered, and Trash immediately suspected something was wrong. The old nobleman nodded with satisfaction, praising the unexpected abilities of the armored golem. The guards had just offered the guest tea when suddenly they froze in horror. The car suddenly jerked forward, and the guard panickedly begged the old man to run away. While Trash was confusedly turning around, the steel hand was already raised above the defenseless victim. A deafening roar echoed. "How many more times do I have to apologize?" echoed the empty corridor with a hysterical girl's scream. Isabel tried to dismiss the golem's attack as a coincidence, but Trash growled that this mistake nearly sparked a war. She pitifully whined about the wrong dose of magic, but the young man roughly ordered her to be quiet. He leaned over her and spat out his guess. She, an elite sorceress, had never created combat artifacts in her life. Trash realized that all the real work was done by another woman and made the frightened liar tremble with shame. Isabel screamed hysterically after him, breaking into curses in front of the servants, but he didn't even turn around. However, around the corner, Trash turned pale with horror. If the mighty brother finds out that he is covering for a loser, it's the end for him. Meanwhile, in the bustling square of another kingdom, the blonde Lily joyfully tugged at her mentor. The girl with burning eyes rushed to buy a local curiosity, while the gloomy wizard merely sighed resignedly. He watched her joyful jumps and thought that due to constant hard work, the girl had completely fallen out of modern trends. Walking through the bustling streets, he noted that the city had become much louder thanks to trade. A familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts. The girl sighed in disappointment over her glass of tapioca, complaining about the strange taste, so he took the drink for himself and sent her for ice cream. While she happily ran to the tray, he calmly drew the sweet liquid through her straw. And here he broke out in a cold sweat. He had just given an indirect kiss that should have definitely outraged her. Meanwhile, the girl happily returned with 2 ice cream cones. But in a moment, panic overwhelmed her. She blushed deeply, realizing that from the side all of this looked like a real date. Both petrified with shame, twisting themselves with bizarre thoughts while a stranger watched them closely. A sharp shout from the woman behind them made both of them jump in place. Under the familiar guild sign, a voice rang out. They did not expect such a quick meeting. Inside, they were greeted by an old acquaintance, Sarah, with a ringing laugh. Once this woman was the favorite of all young adventurers and often looked after little Lily. It turned out that now Sarah is managing the guild on her own, as the old master has long since retired. The man was surprised that the former guild master had aged, while Sarah wondered how long they would stay in the city. Lily was inspired by the idea of taking a quest from the guild, like in the old days instead of the usual inspections. Another young newcomer squeezed past the hero, making the man suddenly feel out of place here. The girls were instantly outraged and assured that the sage was always welcome in these walls. The gaze slipped further. The old task board has not changed at all over time, evoking warm nostalgia. Lily suddenly pointed excitedly at one of the parchments. Sarah leaned in closely with curiosity to examine the piece of paper. Rank E task, killing goblins near the Zoda cave. It was an openly primitive quest for beginners, but Lily agreed to it with a smile. The woman smiled gently. This situation reminded her of their first joint task with the sensei. The man asked in surprise what she meant, and she just squinted mysteriously. She sharply placed the sheet on the table and asked for a favor. The sensei and his light-haired companion read the text. It was an A-rank request to eliminate a cave dragon. This crystalline monster devoured precious ore and attacked people. The woman wearily leaned on the counter and complained that the monster had settled too deeply and was causing trouble for everyone. The man easily promised to take down both the dragon, and while Sarah asked in shock, the student assured that it was a trifle for the sensei. She agreed to put the stamp on the permit while behind their backs, the adventurers whispered in horror that the old man was heading for certain death. The man happily clapped his hands on the quest, getting ready to leave, when suddenly a rumble sounded. The whole trio turned in shock to the ajar door. An angry, red-haired young man burst into the hall and immediately shouted at the old man, demanding an explanation of what he was doing there. He rudely ordered him to get out and not to ruin the guild's reputation. The man just chuckled awkwardly and asked to be left alone, as they were in a hurry to complete a task. Suddenly, the gaze of the redhead caught sight of a blonde girl, and he froze in astonishment. The ruddy stranger suddenly grabbed Lily from behind, grinning and calling himself Loudboy. He suggested that she leave her old man and go with him, boasting about his wealth. Lily sharply pushed his hands away. Her gaze darkened. She hoarsely commanded him not to touch her again, and a dead silence hung over the group. In just a second, the girl turned to her companion with a radiant smile, gently urging him to continue. The loud boy skipped from such neglect and aggressively lunged at the man. When asked to explain their relationship, he awkwardly admitted that they were master and student, and he was already 40 years old. Ruddy burst into hysterical laughter and openly called him daddy. Lily's patience ran out. She firmly stood between them with her staff, sternly reprimanding the rude one for their insolence. She passionately defended the teacher, calling him a good person whom she deeply respects and values. And then she turned on her companion with accusations. Tears of resentment boiled in her eyes. It infuriated the girl to the core that he allowed his age to be mocked so easily. The man sighed guiltily and admitted that he was just afraid of embarrassing her with his age. Lily blushed, quietly apologized for her impulsiveness, and promised to carry the title of his master with pride from now on. The blonde had just apologized to the teacher for the quarrel when their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Loud's angry snarl. The young man was outraged by their favoritism and forced the bewildered administrator to issue the quest route. Hearing about the Zoda cave, he merely snorted confidently. The sensei took the news about the cave dragons completely calmly. Then Loud suddenly loomed over him and challenged, "Whoever defeats the monster first wins." Some adventurer timidly reminded that these are the most problematic A-rank creatures. Ignoring the warning, the boy cast a superior glance at his sister. He promised to smear her precious mentor and prove that she was just wasting time. "If I win, you are mine," he threw out and left with a bang, leaving the couple in awkward silence. The blonde Sarah burst into a scream, passionately defending the honor of her master. Meanwhile, the red-haired Loudboy was walking through the forest, contemptuously mocking the ideals of others. He laughed boldly until his accomplice suddenly called out to him. Ahead loomed the cave of Zodi. The entrance was literally teeming with goblins. Loudboy grinned and ignited green magic in his palms, ready to turn the monsters to dust. And in the guild, the secretary wearily rubbed her temples, the cheeky boy turned out to be the son of the sponsoring count. The master awkwardly apologized for the scandal, ignoring Sarah's indignant protests. The secretary asked them to keep an eye on this company so that the little fools wouldn't just walk into the mouth of the cave dragon. Following closely, the master thought, if Loudboy is really that strong, then there will be no need to intervene. Sarah continued to be outraged by the situation. Suddenly, the driver abruptly braked. They were hiding in the bushes. There was indeed a whole army of goblins here, but the battle was already over. The monsters were peacefully snoring on the ground, and a bewildered Sarah cautiously poked one with a stick. The master was stunned to catch the remnants of the powerful magic of sleep, although Sarah still naively claimed that no one could surpass her master. A blinding flash, suddenly a bright light struck from the depths of the cave. Lily gently waved her staff, conjuring light magic, and the dark cave was illuminated with a warm glow. The teacher sincerely praised her for her perfect control and gently ruffled her hair, causing the girl to blush with joy. They moved deeper, suspecting that a whole goblin nest might have survived somewhere ahead. The suspicions were immediately confirmed. A huge horde of green monsters blocked the passage which previous hunters had simply avoided. Lily confidently stepped forward, pointing her staff at the enemies. The crowd charged into the attack, but the girl instantly released a fire arrow. A powerful explosion scattered the monsters against the walls, while the mentor could only blink in astonishment at the devastating accuracy of such a simple spell. The student effortlessly maintained 2 spells at once, but suddenly turned to the teacher. She innocently asked why he didn't immediately use the advanced search to scan the entire cave for enemies. The wise man turned pale from the realization of his own foolishness and began to lament the loss of his grip, while the frightened Lily tried to console him. Burning with shame over this failure, he decided to immediately prove his skill and struck the floor with magic. Bright energy discharges from lightning pierced through the stone walls. The scan reached the very bottom of the dungeon, capturing a group of adventurers who were screaming as they fought off a giant blue lizard. 2 men fled in horror while the red-haired swordsman barely parried the enemy's attack, cursing through clenched teeth. A bright green flash of a sleep spell burst from his hand, and right then he was hit by a cold sweat. All the mana had senselessly gone to the small goblins, leaving him completely empty. The fragments of stone splintered in all directions. From the darkness, a massive blue dragon burst forth with a deafening roar. Ruddy turned sharply. His bloodied comrade collapsed helplessly to the ground. A level above, the dark-haired young man and the blonde girl flinched from a strong, underground tremor. The boy looked down and froze. The dragon relentlessly advanced on the surviving adventurer, who desperately shielded his wounded brother. "I will save you," shouted the swordsman, drowning out the roar of the monster. Squeezing the remnants of strength from himself and overcoming the pain, he made his fist shine with magic once again. With a desperate lunge, he unleashed all his energy in one powerful healing incantation right in front of the beast's snout. The dazzling aura instantly engulfed the surrounding space. The observers above screamed in panic. The radius was so vast that the magic inevitably healed even the cave dragon itself. Completely exhausted, the redhead barely stood on his feet, struggling to breathe and still unaware of his fatal mistake. The dark-haired mage suddenly turned pale. The nourishing light was healing not only them but also the gigantic blue dragon. Beaten and bloodied, Loud hoarsely ordered his men to flee immediately. Leaning against the rock, he tightly gripped his sword, ready to buy them time at the cost of his own life. He was shaken by hatred for his own weakness. The memory struck painfully at his nerves. He had blindly believed in his own exceptionalism and strength all his life. And here is the result. Now he was helplessly swallowing tears while the monster behind him was already preparing a deadly salvo. "Wait," the mysterious oddball said calmly, casually walking past the shocked young man. On the magician's face, instead of horror, there shone a genuine childlike delight at the sight of the S-rank spell. Laud stared in astonishment. How could this man be an expert in high magic but know absolutely nothing about the local dragons? Meanwhile, the wizard raised his staff and waved amicably at the figure on the edge of the chasm, joyfully calling it Master Roger. Hearing that name, the swordsman was simply stunned. The air suddenly cracked from the colossal release of magical energy. A blinding ray struck the ground, instantly lifting massive ice blocks around. The dragon howled wildly, firmly bound by ice, while the mage simply sighed relaxedly, deciding to quickly end this confrontation. Rog jumped sharply into the air, ordering everyone to jump while a gigantic magical circle unfolded beneath him on the ground. The blue dragon raised its head towards the blinding purple seal from which the mage had released an ancient spell. A solid beam of laser struck from the heavens, causing the red-haired young man to freeze in terror. The monster was firmly embedded in the ground. The wizard calmly landed in a cloud of dust, while the others froze in shock, and the redhead barely managed to squeeze out a request to wait. The dragon was dead, destroyed by a single blow. The student joyfully ran up to Master Roger. Even S-rank adventurers could not defeat such a beast, but the mage simply waved it off modestly, saying he just hit a weak spot. Ruddy suddenly called out to him. He pointed at the rescuer and asked if he was by any chance the same wise Roger. The wizard nodded uncertainly, and the young man recalled how 5 years ago this man had almost single-handedly repelled the demon invasion. The blonde stared at her mentor in shock, and he awkwardly justified himself by saying he just didn't want to come across as a braggart. He added with a guilty smile that it was that battle that inspired him to study ancient magic. While the girl was almost in tears, she had worked so hard that she hadn't read the news at all. Suddenly, the redhead took a deep breath. He loudly proclaimed himself Loudboy Gumberston, the eldest son of the Count, which completely bewildered both Roger and his companion. Rog suddenly froze, replaying a familiar surname in his mind. Inspiration, he suddenly pointed his finger at the redhead, recognizing in him the boy he had saved 20 years ago. In his memories, a boy who was dying from illness and whom he had saved then resurfaced. Since then, the little one admired him and dreamed of becoming just like him. He fervently admitted that after their meeting, he became obsessed with magic. But combat spells did not come easily, only healing worked, which put a damper on the dream of equaling the idol. Laud broke down. Through bitter tears, he shot out that it was precisely because of his own helplessness that he began to pretend to be a superior freak. He bowed deeply while Raj awkwardly tried to find the right words. The redhead's companions interrupted the conversation. They assured that Laud has a good heart and has saved them more than once. He's just an insufferable idiot. The team interrupted the bewildered Roger with a shout that their leader had dreamed all his life of becoming his student. The whole trio bowed simultaneously, begging for forgiveness, and the master had to hurriedly calm them down. Rog explained gently that everyone has their own path, and noted Lauda's rare talent for healing. With a warm smile, he advised the boy to become a doctor and learn to control mana through a staff. At such words, Loud roared at the top of his voice and vowed to follow the master until the end of his days. This instantly infuriated Lily. She rushed to defend her status as the top student, to which Laud respectfully referred to her as sister, completely bewildering everyone. He strictly ordered to first work on manners, to which a loud and submissive "yes" responded, and against the backdrop of the crimson sky over the cliffs, the man noted to himself that he had more students. The evening street buzzed with news. The forbidden dragon had finally been defeated. In the tavern, mugs clinked. Adventurers loudly celebrated their victory and praised Rouge. Just yesterday, he was mocked as an old loser, but now they were acknowledging their mistake while the hero himself was just awkwardly sweating. Suddenly, someone's boot thudded loudly right onto the table. The red-haired youth fiercely attacked the drunkards, proudly declaring himself the second disciple of the sage Rouge. His pathos was immediately undermined by the blonde, sharply putting his brother in his place. He justified himself by saying that he simply cannot stand mockery towards the mentor, while the tavern owner Sarah noted with a smile the addition to Rouge's team. The blonde was still furious, even though the young man swore that he only wanted to open people's eyes to the true greatness of the master. He confidently claimed that he knows Raj better than anyone else. But instead of heroic deeds, he began to reveal shameful habits. A fear of dogs, a dislike for celery, and sleeping in a strange position which drove both his sister Liliana and his mentor into a panic. Sarah laughed heartily, having defeated Rouge with the fact that he was completely defenseless against women. Lillian sharply grabbed the bewildered master by the collar. Blushing to the tips of her ears, she began to desperately inquire whether she truly remained the most special to him. Ruddy Loud tried to calm his sister, but she had already clung to him with a death grip, shouting to defend her status as the top student. Raj was surprised to learn that Liliana had just downed 5 mugs in a row. The noise in the tavern did not subside when one of the girls suddenly decided to satisfy her curiosity. She squinted and asked what exactly connects him to the student. The direct question of whether they are a couple unexpectedly provoked a sudden cough and a fountain of drinks all over the table. He panickedly shouted that he had been raising Liliana since she was 5. But his friends insisted in unison that the girl looked at him quite differently. The interlocutor calmly finished him off with the argument. Liliana had always been there and her romantic feelings would not be something strange. Roger burst out yelling, demanding to stop this nonsense out of respect for the student herself. But the spark quickly faded. He gloomily stared at the table, convincing himself that he could not see the woman in the one to whom he had replaced her father and that a peer like Laud would suit her much better. In her imagination, a vivid picture instantly surfaced. Happy Liliana in a wedding dress warmly thanking her teacher for everything next to Laud. From this fantasy, Raj burst into tears right into the mug. It turned out that he was absolutely not ready to give her to another, even in the role of a caring father. A quiet moonlit night hung over the noisy tavern. Lily waved goodbye to the villagers, thanking them for everything, and they called for her to visit again. The man walked silently, racking his brain on how to respond to his student at all. The dark-haired man walked gloomily. In his thoughts, he scolded himself for not being at all suited for the role of a reliable guardian. He understood that this journey depended solely on Lily's status, when suddenly her voice pulled him out of his thoughts. The girl anxiously looked into his face, asking if he was feeling unwell. She suggested stopping for a break, but the master quickly declined. He felt ashamed for making her worry again. He awkwardly admitted that after all their adventures, he simply found it unusual to relax, to which Lily joyfully exclaimed that she was having fun. She shone with a warm, sincere smile. The man sighed with relief and smiled in response until their conversation was interrupted by the confused voice of the red-haired Loda. The young man admitted that it was quite awkward to watch such closeness, which plunged both of them into deep pain, and then passionately promised to learn from them. The dark-haired man nervously laughed while Laud eagerly wanted to start from the basics so as not to be a burden. The air was cut by a magical whirlwind. The spatial inventory instantly sucked in the kettle, cups, and luggage. Lily skillfully controlled this flow with a light wave of her wand. The boat and the master were stunned with their mouths agape while the girl calmly explained the mechanics of releasing power. Lily modestly waved off the praise, attributing her success to the master's guidance, and happily announced the lunch break. In an instant, she dramatically spread a luxurious picnic with flowers on the grass, shocking the guys with such a level of preparation. Shining with happiness, the girl took out a basket and boasted about a special bread of her own baking. From under the towel, buns shaped like the face of the master looked at them. The guys shuddered from this fanatical aura of love. They fell to their knees before the radiant Lily, paying tribute to her talents, even though common sense was screaming about danger. The master nervously laughed, praising the appearance of the pastry, while the redhead barely held back a wave of nausea from such a heavy, intrusive concern. The terrified swordsman hid behind the master while he awkwardly tried to ease the tension and asked for the food to be served faster. Lily blushed dreamily, promising herself that next time she would bake her beloved bread the size of a human. The master carefully bit off a piece, and his eyes lit up with the unexpectedly perfect taste. Ruddy closed his eyes and decisively bit into the dough. The taste of the moment dispelled his fear. He joyfully demanded a second helping, while the bruised master stared hopelessly at his bitten face, feeling like a cannibal. Clear cloudless sky. The lunch break smoothly came to an end. Later, the group moved further through the dense forest, heading towards the village of Vacono. Rod remembered that he used to visit this village often and wondered aloud how its residents were doing. Raj tried to shake off the anxiety about the locals, but a bad feeling was already tightening his throat. The red-haired young man and the blonde Liliana merely exchanged a bewildered glance. Without waiting for questions, Raj suddenly broke into a run and shouted to hurry up. On the go, he threw to his surprised companion that something very wrong was happening with the forest. Around, black, dead leaves had fallen and the trees were rotting right before his eyes, forcing Roger to realize the worst with horror. Ahead above the village gates, a thick ominous miasma swirled, painting the sky a bloody color. While Raj was feverishly contemplating the creation of a barrier, Liliana indignantly noticed that the local guard was about to abandon the peasants to their fate. The commander of the guard hurriedly ordered to prepare the magical circle for retreat. Raj strode forward resolutely, although the commander immediately shouted that the entrance to the village was mortally dangerous. Then the young man firmly declared that he was Sage Rog, the official wizard of King Zig. While the commander was processing the shock, Liliana proudly added that she was a former court mage of the Kaiserland Empire. Standing side by side, the trio declared their readiness to help and began to inquire about the details of the threat. The pale commander admitted that the cloud appeared suddenly, and its main symptom is the horrifying cellular decay of any organic matter. The symptoms turned out to be horrific. The bodies of the infected would tear apart with the slightest movement, and there was simply no countermagic against it. The dark-haired man firmly refused to accept this and passionately stated that they must immediately rush to help, but he was sharply interrupted by a stern man in a bandana. The village of Vacono will be completely isolated. He shouted that this was the palace's indisputable decision, causing the boys to freeze in shock and helplessness. The news of the palace's order to completely seal off the village of Vacono shocked the dark-haired mage and his companions. The healer with the scar casually warned that it would be impossible to exit after activating the barrier. The wizard did not believe that such an order could have been given by King Zig and asked to be given at least a little time. And then he suddenly grabbed the mage by the collar and growled that healers are not faithful dogs to blindly obey authority. The young man did not look away and firmly replied that he agreed to isolation solely for the protection of everyone present. The healer grinned and promised to kill the boy on the spot for his naive, idealistic talk without a real plan. The magician's friends fell silent with tension. The subordinate reported the readiness of the magical circle, and the senior healer gave consent to begin. The magician desperately seized his hand, refusing to back down. He passionately declared that he was ready to give his all as a mage, even at the cost of his own life. The boy burst into tears right in the healer's face, begging him not to stand aside and to do something. He desperately begged for at least 10 minutes to repay the villagers for their long-standing help. The light-haired girl rushed to the mentor, tearfully asking him to remember all the serious illnesses he had already successfully overcome. He fiercely cut off that miasmas are not a disease, and every second of delay only guarantees mass infection. Lily tentatively suggested that the master might use ancient magic to protect against miasmas. Her companion confirmed the usefulness of this spell in medicine, and the girl added that only the master can do such things now. The peasants desperately begged for salvation, and Bernard clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. The master was taken aback by the direct question. Bernard couldn't hold back and burst into tears, begging him to save the people. The crowd gazed at their leader with hope. He looked away and gloomily admitted that he didn't know how to act. Instead, the master firmly stated that he also did not intend to give up. Bernard exhaled heavily and promised to do everything in his power. He gave himself exactly 10 minutes to save himself. The boy struck the staff against the ground, and a golden magical circle instantly flared up around him. A blinding glow enveloped his body. Having checked the strength of the thin magical membrane, the master ordered to show the way immediately. Lily rushed after them, but received a stern order to stay in the rear and prepare a backup barrier. The blonde with the staff watched the two figures dissolve into the night fog. Her fingers clenched the hem of the dress painfully. The red-haired young man unexpectedly turned around and offered help. She thought for a moment and ordered to prepare the barrier, leaving the boy blinking. The streets were shrouded in thick purple haze. A poisonous haze gathered around the old church, where all the patients were now being taken. The brunette opened the massive doors of the temple and paused at the threshold. The entire floor was tightly covered with dozens of bodies. From their torn wounds, black blood oozed and the same aura, while the local healer resignedly exhaled that he could barely control the bleeding. The young man rushed to the nearest patient. He stared at the wound. The flesh was not just decaying, the cells were literally cracking from the inside. Suddenly, a terrifying suspicion illuminated him. He sharply activated the ancient scan, and the space erupted with dozens of blue system screens. Strange writings flared above the sick person's body, and the stunned healer asked if he had found something. The young man was intently reading the ancient text on the blue screen. The report showed that the patient's cells were being destroyed by uncontrolled nanomachines. The man in the bandana helplessly stared at the holograms, not understanding how to fight this strange threat. He frowned and quietly said that everything was fine. The young man realized, if the nanomachines are to blame, then there is countermagic against them. The young man smiled broadly and passionately declared that they would be able to save everyone. A blinding flash illuminated the space as Sensei activated the ancient absorption spell. The shining whirlwind enveloped the unconscious, forcefully extracting dark energy straight from his body. The man in the bandana blinked in shock while the sensei calmly explained, he was extracting not poison but artificial nanomachines. Once these ancient microorganisms cleansed the body of toxins, but over the millennia their program simply broke down under the influence of magic. The student silently observed the sensei from behind. Since their first meeting, he had been an unattainable ideal for her. The matter was not in the child's eyes. Everyone around adored the sensei whether he wanted it or not, and the little girl also smiled and thanked him. He brought joy to everyone around and most importantly, he returned happiness to her. The student recalled how, in her childhood, she was panic-stricken at the thought of becoming unnecessary again, so she desperately tried to become someone outstanding. And although the old fear had disappeared, a new one emerged. Sensei was developing so rapidly that she risked hopelessly falling behind him. Even the title of court magician no longer mattered, as at the most crucial moment she was simply ordered to stand aside. The girl painfully realized that in the eyes of her mentor, she still remained that same little-tail child. Tears of helplessness streamed from her eyes. She confessed to her brother Laud that she was terrified of separation and felt worthless. Laud listened and with a completely stone-faced expression advised to simply show up naked to Sensei instead of empty talk. The hysteria vanished as if by magic. The angry student sent her brother to hell while he sincerely wondered why everyone around called him stupid. Laud directly stated that Lily is in love with the teacher as a man, forcing the girl to desperately justify herself. Her eyes widened in shock. The boy was surprised. Could it be that she really didn't remember her own words? He recalled how in the guild, drunk Lily had tormented him for hours with stories about the perfection of her mentor. Laud achieved this by making him memorize these hymns of praise. The girl blushed to her ears and screamed wildly. Overwhelmed by unbearable shame, she sank to the ground in tears while Laud suggested solving the problem in the most foolish way, simply showing the teacher her breasts. This argument was interrupted by a sharp exclamation from someone in the squad. The gigantic whirlwind of poisonous miasma was rapidly sucked into the vortex and disappeared. Lily whispered the name of her mentor with admiration. A soft, calm smile blossomed on her face. At that moment, the unharmed teacher ran out to them. He smiled carefree and reported that he had completely eliminated the threat. The rest of the squad was stunned, watching the man who had just so easily saved an entire settlement. The squad erupted in victorious shouts. The teacher quickly extinguished this enthusiasm. The monster has been killed, but the wounded villagers will not heal themselves. The healer nodded without a word and headed to the church. To Lauda's surprise, the teacher sent him there too, as the supply of mana among the medics had run out. Realizing that his magic would save dozens of lives, the boy immediately rushed to help. Left alone with Lily, the teacher ordered her to follow him. The girl immediately guessed, they are going to search for the monster that spreads miasma. The dark forest greeted them with an eerie silence. Suddenly, Lily stopped and quietly confessed that she felt like a burden, one that would be better off staying safe. At his surprised glance, she awkwardly smiled, as she believed she constantly needed saving. The teacher objected and sincerely thanked her. Exhausted from the heavy spells, he would never risk going that far alone. The girl emotionally lowered her eyes, recalling all his endless care. A dry thank you was no longer enough for such feelings. Her cheeks flushed with color, and she quietly but confidently confessed her love to him. He stood silently, asking himself whether it was too selfish of him to desperately wish that she felt the same. In the dark forest, the crunch of branches was heard. The wolf suddenly turned towards the sound. From his wound, blood was dripping, but the blonde girl gave him no chance and struck with the highest pillar of flame. The fire consumed the beast, but the predator broke through the inferno. The thick purple miasma around it simply dispersed the magic. The girl instantly bound the wolf with steel threads, while her teacher rushed forward and pulled the infection out of the beast with his bare hands. The battle has ended. At sunset, the mage carefully examined the collected substance in the vial. It was there that the mysterious nanomachines were hidden. The find was taken by the local captain. He painfully acknowledged his helplessness in this battle and promised to thoroughly investigate the trace of ancient magic. Meanwhile, the ginger lord sprawled on the stairs without hind legs, as he was giving the teacher his mana to complete exhaustion. Only thanks to him were the peasants healed without a scratch, and the wizard noted with a smile that now the well-deserved dinner would taste much better for the boy. The doors opened, the guard called everyone to the table. The blonde joyfully lifted the exhausted lord with magic into the air and carried him inside. The teacher rushed after them. The captain recalled the urgent dispatch from the palace. As soon as the blockade of the village was completed, the king ordered to immediately search for the mage. At the threshold, the captain stopped and confessed. The king had counted on the wizard's help from the very beginning, for he would never abandon his people to their fate. The sensei gently smiled and began to apologize when suddenly someone's hands sharply grabbed him by the collar. It was Raj. Gritting his teeth, he confessed with despair in his voice that he had already mentally prepared for the worst. The sensei froze in surprise upon seeing tears rolling down the man's face like hail. "Thank you," Roger exclaimed loudly, and the teacher just smiled warmly with relief. Roger simply fell onto his chest in a tight embrace against the backdrop of the sunset, while a blonde quietly watched them from the threshold. She smiled softly. A sudden change of scene. In the noisy cafeteria, her red-haired brother suddenly announced that he was going to serve in the medical corps. The girl was stunned as the boy was still tied to the bed, but he was just eagerly stuffing his mouth with meat and planning to go negotiate with Sensei. Recalling her teacher's advice, the blonde girl clenched her fists resolutely, understanding that she should only do what she truly desires. She nodded approvingly at her brother, but their idol was instantly shattered by the grim voice of the sensei, who categorically refused. Together with Roger, they looked at the redhead as if he were crazy, outright stating that a stupid duck has no place in medicine. The boy was taken aback in shock, not understanding how the heir of a noble family could be so brazenly mixed with dirt. However, he was not going to retreat and shouted that he was willing to work even as a living drip for mana, just to stay in the building. The blonde enthusiastically declared that she dreams of joining the medical corps. Byrne clasped his hands in a pleading manner, but the master sharply cut in. With such weak determination, one cannot survive there. The master grumbled that they were heading straight into the mire and plague, risking their lives, so without combat skills, there was no point in poking around, and if someone wanted to, they should take the exam honestly. The mentor shouted so loudly that Byrne shrank back into his chair, fearfully clutching his mug. Nervously smiling, he tried to justify loud. The young man had the courage to face the cave dragon alone for the sake of his friends. The master grimaced fiercely, refusing to play the nanny while Loud himself shuffled around confusedly nearby. Byrne continued to plead, asking to allow the boy to at least do some rough work inside the building. Suddenly the blonde bowed low. Loud looked at his sister in shock as she sincerely asked the mentor to believe in his determination. The master sighed heavily and wearily rubbed his forehead. He gave in but promised to expel the student at the first sign of weakness. At these words, the boy blazed with wild excitement. The comrades burst out laughing at seeing the mentor's infamous weakness for fervent pleas once again, and he merely grumbled for them to be quiet. The blonde stealthily glanced to the side. Noticing Byrne's warm, grateful smile, she blushed deeply. The night silence, a hot spring. The master leaned back on the stones, sighing heavily. Instead of the expected rest, this trip had turned into a complete workout. He splashed water on his face, worried that Lily was only getting exhausted from such a pace, when suddenly the bathroom door opened. He blinked in confusion, meeting the shy gaze of the girl. Lily was fidgeting at the door, wrapped only in a short towel, and quietly apologized for the intrusion. She carefully lowered herself into the water behind him while the master sat with a bruised face, mentally crying out for help from such awkwardness. The girl remained silent, blushing deeply, and recalled Laud's persistent urging to follow the teacher. The memory of their argument is still fresh. The redhead was shouting that it was the perfect chance to scratch the master's back while she was outraged and stubbornly waving him off. But the words of the mentor hit the mark. If nothing is done, her place next to the mentor will simply be taken by someone else. The tense silence was broken by the master himself. he fearfully jumped out of the water and mumbled that he was leaving the bath. Lily gasped in panic, asked him to turn away, and blurted out that she had actually come just to talk. He asked in surprise why a shared bath was needed for conversations, to which the girl awkwardly reminded him that they hadn't been able to be alone together lately. Relaxing a little, Lily smiled and acknowledged Laud's correctness about the strict but kind Bernard. Although the master flinched at these words, he was openly afraid of this man. The girl sighed and confessed. Her own helplessness in the face of miasmas struck painfully at her pride, but Laud's determination made her grit her teeth and reach forward so as not to disgrace her status as the top student. The master smiled gently, suddenly realizing that despite their constant quarrels, these two had become each other's greatest motivation to become stronger. Recalling Lauda's advice not to hesitate, he listened carefully to the girl. Lily shyly squeezed the towel and timidly asked for permission to take a bath with him. She descended into the water, leaving the master stunned in shock, and with a trembling voice spoke of her gratitude. She admitted that as a student, and at the same time as a daughter, she was infinitely happy with his care. The distance between them quickly narrowed. The girl leaned closer, barely holding back her confession of true feelings. The door swung open with a bang. On the threshold appeared a red-haired student who joyfully shouted that he needed his back rubbed immediately. Ruddy was stunned to see his sister in the water and indignantly muttered that she could have at least warned him. Frightened, Lily jumped up and shot out of the bath like a bullet. She silently froze behind the door. A bitter regret froze on her face due to the senselessly ruined moment. A dead silence reigned in the locker room. Both were holding their heads and could not say a word. The next morning, the redhead shouted words of farewell and sincere gratitude at the top of his lungs. While the men were saying goodbye amicably, Lily asked discontentedly about the reason for such haste. The white-haired mage warned them of the danger, but the girl just smiled confidently. Their path irrevocably led to the city of mage haters, Zabelga. The blonde was genuinely happy for their new memories, while the mentor asked to keep an eye on Laud, even though he understood that it was a futile task. The girl loudly told the boy not to get into trouble, making him only awkwardly laugh and wipe the sweat from his forehead as a farewell. On the way, Laud confessed that he would feel lonely, to which his companion dryly retorted that, on the contrary, it would be easier for her, and she laughed as soon as she saw his shocked face. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her gaze softened. She gently acknowledged that she would indeed miss her first younger student a little. They continued along the green path, recalling Lily's care and their desire not to disturb the master. The image was suddenly engulfed by complete darkness, from which the name Treshan echoed twice. An ancient memory ignited. A small boy joyfully examined the magic in his hands while a voice commanded him to dedicate this gift to the protection of the country. Now the same boy has grown up and looked at the world with a stern gaze through a curtain of festive confetti with a cold red eye. Colorful scraps of paper slowly swirled in the void. The officer nervously asked how to report the incident during the minister's visit, but the dark-haired man by the window sharply ordered him to be silent, threatening execution despite a dozen witnesses. He promised to personally intercept all reports to the king. When suddenly there was a knock, Lord Treshan was summoned by the new emperor. Meanwhile, in the bright library, two assistants asked the pink-haired Lady Isabel to take care of the scheduled maintenance of the magical defense instruments. One of them began to remind that golems emit waves for remote activation. Isabel irritably set down her cup and ordered to pass this rough work, which Liliana had previously done, onto one of the junior staff. Hearing that only the chief mage had access to such complex seals, the indignant girl gritted her teeth and reluctantly went to work. Standing before the gigantic armored golem, she confidently decided that this was a trivial manipulation of magical knots that anyone could handle. She waved her staff, easily initiating the unfolding of magic. But just then, dozens of intricate circles flared up in the air, and Isabel froze in cold shock at their insane complexity. The assistants behind her silently watched her bewildered stupor. Far away in a sunlit greenhouse, Treshan approached a man with long silver hair. He coldly greeted the new emperor upon his arrival, to which the ruler calmly inquired if it was perhaps sarcasm. The emperor complained about the exhausting journey across the entire continent, admitting that without Liliana, finding a mage for mass teleportation had proven nearly impossible. Recalling Lillian's sudden resignation due to illness, he glanced at Treshan with a slight smile and asked if his new fiancée, Isabel, would be able to adequately replace her in that position. The younger brother turned his gaze to the window and replied dryly that everything was fine. The elder simply responded to him with heavy silence. Finally, he got to the point. Why does he refuse to visit his father on his deathbed? The young man bitterly resented that his father would not want to see him anyway. After the mother's death, the ruler only paid attention to the elder son, completely sidelining the younger one from affairs. The boy's face was twisted with anger. He shouted that the old man could just die since the heir was already on the throne. He sarcastically promised to be the faithful shadow of the new emperor, but his brother sharply ordered him to be quiet. The elder coldly advised to stop hiding behind sarcasm and finally broaden one's worldview. The younger one burst into tears. He realized that the family had deliberately shielded him from the filth of palace intrigues. His mother always praised his talent for magic, but the boy considered this gift completely useless for a ruler. But the older brother objected. Magic offered a choice that neither he nor their father had, the choice of a free life outside of politics. The young man called it nonsense, threw that he was completely satisfied with his life and left abruptly. The door closed behind him, and in the darkness, a warm memory of his mother's gentle hand on his crown surfaced. Her words about the great mage drowned in the furious blow of a fist on the table. Treshan cried out for everyone to just leave him alone. "Magician, don't make me laugh, Treshan!" The pale young man with crimson eyes snapped irritably, blocking the way to the room, and coldly ordered the guest to leave, as Sileas was currently busy studying. On the other side of the door, a dark-haired boy was sliding down the dresser in silent despair, trembling from helplessness. Klaus encouraged Lily during the training on the Green Hill, praising her successes in the new magic. He reminded the girl that in ancient magic, the spell meteor works like a real guided missile. The mage explained the main difficulty. The closer the projectile, the more it reacts to the slightest fluctuations of mana, requiring perfect control. Lily closed her eyes, mentally calming herself, and began to read the incantation, igniting a bright runic circle. Klaus approached closely and gently guided her hand, suggesting to keep the focus right in the center. The girl instantly blushed and lost her ability to speak from such an unexpected contact. The magic immediately dissipated with a quiet hiss, and they both awkwardly began to apologize for losing their focus. Lily mentally tried to calm her racing heart, so she quickly changed the subject and suggested moving on to the nearest village, Adam. Their carefree conversation about rural landscapes was abruptly interrupted when both of them broke into a cough from the coarse, acrid dust in the air. Feeling unwell, Klaus became worried about the villagers and urged his student to move ahead. He remembered this settlement well. It used to be always bustling with energy, joy, and life. But now from the hill they saw only eerily empty yards and streets covered in dark ash with not a single living soul. Without wasting a second, Klaus sharply struck the staff and instantly covered them both with a magical barrier. Through the ashes, a hunched old woman in a hood emerged. She was glad that they had finally returned and the travelers recognized an old acquaintance. Klaus tried to cheerfully greet Grandma Anna, but the old lady was completely confused about names and did not recognize him at all. Suddenly her gaze fell on the beautiful blonde next to her, and the grandmother, with a terrible scream of betrayal, rushed to hit Klaus. The poor soul was bombarded with relentless blows until a sharp shout stopped this madness. A young girl in farm attire appeared and immediately scolded the old woman for walking without a hat in such dust. She pulled away the belligerent grandmother, apologized for the incident, and introduced herself as Louisa, who had come from the capital to work in the fields. Klaus asked to send greetings to his grandfather, but Louisa calmly replied that he had died 3 years ago. Noticing how the wizard's expression darkened, Louisa reassured him. Grandfather passed away without any illness, he simply didn't wake up one morning. The blonde just laughed cheerfully at this quarrel, while Klaus invited the girls into the house and promised to lend them clean clothes. However, the items in the basket turned out to be covered in dirt, so the guest kindly took it upon herself to wash them by hand. The old woman started teaching the guest how to wash by hand, calling it preparation for marriage, and the embarrassed blonde awkwardly waved off the talk about the bride. Suddenly she jolted with indignation. the old woman accidentally called her Lily. The girl quickly put on a fake smile, hiding her irritation, and Klaus finally asked the locals what the hell was going on here. Rolling up his sleeves, he seriously asked Louisa how long this weather anomaly had been going on. The girl explained gloomily, "The sun disappeared 2 months ago. Since then, dust has been continuously falling from the sky, the harvest is dying, and water has to be fetched from the neighboring town." The blue-haired young man indignantly exclaimed, "The local fools seriously blamed the late grandfather for the sudden bad weather." It turned out that with the onset of the storms, a suspicious sect called the Seers of the Decagonal Star appeared in the city. Fanatics in black terrified the residents with the wrath of spirits and began demanding a generous payment for their cleansing prayers. The young man burst into a scream, refusing to believe in this fraudulent nonsense. Grandfather would never harm his native lands. However, frightened people submissively resigned themselves, especially after unknown vandals desecrated the local cemetery. The boy gritted his teeth in despair, convinced that the graves had been smashed by the sectarians themselves, when suddenly a quiet voice interrupted the conversation. Grandma, through tears, squeezed his hand and begged the deceased husband for mercy, reminding him how he had sworn to love and protect this village. Klaus smiled warmly and gently covered his grandmother's trembling hand with his palm, assuring her that her husband was not capable of such a thing. "I will definitely help you, Anna," he promised firmly, and tears of relief sprang from the eyes of the touched woman. In the sunlit field, the farmer excitedly told Anna about the harvest, squeezing her hands with a promise to protect the village. He passionately vowed to protect the girl even from the afterlife and suddenly confessed his love. Anna tightly squeezed his hands and happily agreed. The farmer beamed with happiness and shouted across the entire field, but the years passed, and his smiling face was now looking out from a framed portrait. Years later, an old woman stood alone in the darkness before his funeral portrait. The storm battered the large purple tent in the middle of the wasteland. The little boy suddenly threw back the curtain and burst inside, interrupting the prayer of the bespectacled priest. He directly called the sectarian a fraud to his face. A stern blonde quietly entered the tent. Her icy gaze made the cult leader instantly sweat from tension. The priest got nervous and tried to introduce himself, but a tall young man stepped forward, a striking copy of the late farmer. He called himself the Wizard Roger and mockingly asked if they were not ordinary sorcerers, since they loved to seek spirits so much. The priest disdainfully remarked that the mage looked nothing like one, more like an old dreamer, and Raj cheerfully agreed that in such attire he resembled an accidental grandfather. The blonde firmly stated that the cause of the bad weather should be sought in magic and chemistry, and while the outraged priest was justifying himself, Raj was simply laughing cheerfully. The young man, with a sly smile, inquired how much longer the priest plans to hide behind the fabricated anger of the ancestors. The boy set a clear condition. If they find a real reason for the bad weather, the church will return the money to the villagers. The priest was so taken aback by such audacity that he was almost twisted. Waving his arms in a cloud of dust, he shouted that he would immediately bring the blasphemers as a sacrifice. The young man with a stone face silently listened to these hysterical threats about eternal wandering in the world of demons. Stepping away from the tent, the guy ironically mocked the sectarian's pompous talks about divine magic. Liliana irritably supported him, but the young man suddenly stopped and glanced back. His attention was drawn to a wooden box, stuffed to the brim with shovels near the church tent. The boy immediately realized that the tool was needed for grave robbing, and this train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a bowl of hot soup that was served. At dinner, Grandma Anna lamented the poor harvest while Liliana nostalgically recalled the taste of the local food from her childhood. It turned out that the old lady had completely forgotten their previous visit, but she still cherished the memory of her husband Klaus. When Liliana, with sparks in her eyes, asked why she loved him, Anna awkwardly grabbed her cheeks. She admitted that she valued his absolute honesty and sincerity the most. The old woman lowered her eyes in pain. Klaus had only gotten angry once in his life when their own son lied to the village about an attack by a magical beast. The boy's failed joke scared the villagers to death. The children burst into tears and the prankster had to apologize in tears. But Klaus then harshly cut off that he would never forgive him, and the listener doubted whether this was too childish. The old woman explained, Klaus simply cannot stand senseless scares as fear leaves deep, unhealable wounds for a lifetime. The girls tearfully agreed that he would never intentionally cause such pain, and the grandmother gently smiled and apologized for her chatter. The accomplices were worried that the old mage would expose their scam, but the leader dismissed it. Mages are too narrow-minded and will attribute everything to magic. Meanwhile, the businessman in glasses quietly planned to move to another village to continue profiting from people, when suddenly he was interrupted. At the doorstep appeared the same grandmother, whom he contemptuously recognized as a relative of the petty scoundrel. The young man announced in a solemn tone that they should first clarify the nature of the dust, and Lily asked him not to make faces, to which he awkwardly apologized. The girl gathered dust with a spell without a staff, explaining that she was training to control the fluctuations of mana and did not want to get used to relying on a stick. The boy activated the magical sphere scanner to explore the mysterious dust together with Lily. He changed sharply in appearance. The scanner showed volcanic ash. The blue-haired girl looked closely and eagerly confirmed that tiny fragments of stone were flying in the air. The hero recalled the recent earthquake near the distant volcano and sighed in disappointment. He was preparing for a battle with a demonic beast. While he calmly planned the cleaning, the girl fiercely clenched her fists and promised to beat up the fraudsters and get the money back. Mala was boiling with anger that the fraudsters were using her grandfather's name, and the blonde added that she would be just as furious for her teacher, and he awkwardly promised to live long. The boy awkwardly looked away and tried to find the right words. Lily looked at him with tenderness and quietly confessed that he had no idea of her true feelings. He awkwardly scratched his neck and sharply reminded about the matters. Meanwhile, in the dim light, the old woman was brutally thrown to the floor. She writhed in pain but desperately blamed the cultists for the crimes, to which the man in glasses irritably called her words nonsense. The fanatics unconditionally ordered the old woman to leave, cynically stating that the villagers voluntarily bring them donations. The priest in a dark cassock contemptuously ordered to throw the old woman out. He irritably adjusted his glasses. The sectarian exploded with rage and struck with magical steel ropes. The blonde girl instantly repelled the attack. Her magic without a staff made the enemy shockingly drop to the floor. While the dark-haired young man was leading the grandmother to a safe place, the blonde calmly complained about the slowness of her spells. At the hysterical cries of the priest, the young man cut in with a harsh fact. The dust in the air turned out to be ordinary ash from the volcano. A common scam, there was no anger of ghosts. The cultists shamelessly profited from the natural disaster. The girl threatened with a knightly court, while the young man coldly ordered to immediately return the money to the peasants. The swindler burst into laughter, mocking that the villagers are ignorant and gullible, for only a fool would believe in the wrath of ghosts. The priest laughed hysterically, but suddenly a sinister voice from the locals sounded from behind. From the darkness behind him, the peasants mutely repeated his words. Yes, they were indeed uneducated. The pale fraud trembled. An angry crowd surged towards him, no longer needing any excuses. In an instant, a wild cry of pain spread over the tent. Deceived people began their cruel lesson in morality. Under the bright sun, the peasant was steadily cultivating the green field. The man in glasses breathed a sigh of relief. The peaceful work instantly washed away all the unrest from his heart. The silence was shattered by the fierce scream of the overseer, who drove barely alive people to work off their debts. A wide sweep of the magical staff blew the dirt off the old cemetery in one motion, deeply touching the local grandmother. The dark-haired wizard smiled warmly, and little Louise jumped up with enthusiasm, ready to take up farming again. The young man warmly praised her for her endurance. Liliana asked with sorrow in her eyes how the girl managed to fight all her problems alone for so long. Louisa just smiled broadly. She saw through the scoundrels immediately and did not give up at all. The blonde was sincerely struck by this. At that age, she herself had nearly gone mad from the separation from the master, hysterically tearing apart her own letters. Suddenly, the girl became serious and quietly confided to the guests a painful secret. After her grandfather's death, her grandmother's dementia sharply worsened. The parents wanted to take the old woman to the capital, but Louisa and her uncle did not allow her to be torn away from her native home. She clenched her fist before the whitening of the bones, determined to single-handedly preserve her grandfather's field and protect the village. But the voice suddenly trembled. The disease relentlessly erased the old woman's memory, taking away her memories of the farm, her husband, and her own granddaughter. Tears of helplessness streamed down Louis's cheeks. She simply didn't know how to live with this anymore. Raj couldn't hold back his tears. He sincerely thanked for the faith in his grandfather while Anna gently held him close. The little boy burst into loud tears right in the middle of the road, hiding his face on her shoulder. The hero recalled his grandmother's words at the cemetery. When he came to help, she momentarily felt as if her husband Klaus had come back to life. The old woman smiled gratefully by the grave, and suddenly behind her appeared the ghostly silhouette of her grandfather, causing the young man to flinch. He quickly composed himself and smiled warmly. Grandma leisurely shuffled home and casually asked what he wanted for dinner, as if he really were her husband. The young man only laughed kindly, while the sunlit portrait of the real Klaus stood calmly on the table. A clear sky spread above them. At parting, Raj joyfully waved them goodbye, promising to treat them to fresh vegetables next time, and Anna readily agreed to this. The guy shouted after them that they looked like the perfect couple, to which the hero foolishly agreed. Anna joyfully picked up that she dreams of a relationship based on absolute trust, making him blush. Suddenly her face became impassive and she casually stated, "One day he will also get married." He nervously laughed off, saying that then he would be completely alone. However, he quickly averted his gaze and fell silent in embarrassment. Lily lowered her head, hiding her eyes. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and her face darkened with displeasure. The boy nervously broke out in a sweat. He realized that he had dug his own grave, as he still hadn't figured out her feelings. The girl mentally scolded herself for the emotional outburst and bitterly acknowledged that he was not to blame for anything. They moved on in an extremely uncomfortable silence. Lily unexpectedly dispelled the tension by joyfully reminding that it had already been 2 months since the beginning of their journey. The guy immediately thought of Laud and hoped that he hadn't been kicked out of service yet. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kingdom of Dalha, the hospital of the Research Institute of the Medical Corps towered. In the commander's office, Laud was irritably tugging at the collar of his tight uniform, to which Mentor Byrne sharply reminded him of his status as a mere student. Byrne immediately went to the laboratory to check the analysis of the miasmas, and in response to Laud's whining about being tired from the journey, he dryly threatened to cut his salary. When the student brazenly set aside piles of papers for later in favor of working on the vaccine, Byrne calmly agreed, causing Lauda to shudder at such frighteningly cold detachment. The subordinates in the laboratory joyfully exhaled, welcoming the director back. The reports were pleasing. The new mires in the village of Vacono were cleared without a single scratch. The director immediately asked about the test results, but the lab technician blinked in confusion. It turned out that the couriers with the samples were sent to the base earlier, while others were finishing their work on site. The director turned pale. He personally delivered the vials to Constantia, but they never reached the headquarters. "Where is Constantia now?" the red-haired man asked gloomily, and learned that the girl had also disappeared. Both were frozen in a state of anxious shock. Meanwhile, on the shallows of the forest river lay the abandoned bodies of 2 missing employees. Above them stood Constance herself, breathing heavily and looking despairingly at her dead companions. From far away, a young mage with a blonde companion approached the grand walls of Zabelga, the main training citadel of the knights. The ominous rumble of the gate interrupted their inspection. A warrior clad in armor stepped forward, immediately noting the suicidal bravery of the uninvited mage. The boy was sweating, fully aware of the reputation of this place. They hate wizards here. In an instant, they were tightly surrounded by a squad of armed knights, and the leader reminded the mages of all their arrogance and disdain for brute physical strength. The blonde couldn't hold back and boldly exclaimed about the misunderstanding, causing the armored giant to sharply turn his gaze towards her. Raj tucked his head into his shoulders, waiting for expulsion, but the knight joyfully assured him that they had descended from the tower specifically to meet. Encased in heavy armor, the giant spread his arms and boisterously greeted the sage Roger, while the hero and Liliana stood with wide eyes. The armored machine suddenly tilted sharply. Raj could only nod in fear. The warrior pompously declared that he would never forget his face, but upon hearing a logical remark about the closed visor, he hurriedly began to remove his helmet. The armor lock clicked quietly. Under the heavy metal, there unexpectedly appeared an impressive woman with long raspberry hair, who languidly confessed that she had not stopped thinking about the hero since that day. In memory of the events 20 years ago, the boy merely shrugged guiltily, and the angry girl immediately grabbed him by the collar, shouting her name. While Raj was panicking and breaking free, Liliana whispered in shock the name of the legendary Seraphim Quartet. The warrior proudly thrust out her chest and confirmed that she is the heir to the first sword in this squad of elite knights. Word for word, Raj finally recognized in her the same little girl and was sincerely surprised by her adult beauty, causing the stern knightess to blush deeply. Katerina sharply turned her heavy gaze on Liliana and disdainfully remarked that she was still running after the sage like a tail. The accusation of a secret marriage made both travelers blush to the tips of their ears and simultaneously shout a panicked denial. After laughing with Liliana, the knight became serious. The touching meeting was over, so it was time to fulfill an old promise, and the bewildered Raj only asked which one. Katerina contentedly exhaled and then, with a sly smile, suggested to the hero to recall the true reason for his visit. The story rewound time 20 years back to the day when Rod saved the future director Ekaterina from a monster. The fallen beast turned to ash, and the dirty red-haired child gratefully introduced herself as Ekaterina Mordred. Raj awkwardly scratched the back of his head, admitting that he mistook her for a boy, to which she proudly flashed the name of her famous sword-fighting father and asked him point-blank if he was a mage. Hearing the timid yes, the girl immediately frowned and unleashed a fierce tirade about arrogant wizards who disdain knights. Roger's little companion angrily rushed to his defense, gripping her master's cloak with a death grip. Ekaterina scoffed condescendingly at the little one but acknowledged the battle prowess of the mage and boldly declared that she liked him. Instead of arguing, Rod smiled warmly, gently placed his hand on her head, and asked her not to confront monsters alone anymore. The self-assured girl froze and blushed deeply at such a gesture. Taking control of herself, she decisively pointed her finger at the mage and extracted a promise. In the future, they would definitely face each other in a duel. And when she grows up, becomes a knight, and defeats him, he will have to marry her. Raj and the student were simply stunned with their mouths agape at such a statement. A long-forgotten childhood promise resurfaced in memory, to meet in a duel when the girl grows up and becomes a knight. "Marry me," a deafening scream rang out. The red-haired knight sharply pointed her finger at the stunned mage and his companion Lily. They froze in sync, letting out a shocked huh. Mordred confidently declared that she recognizes the mage as worthy to be her partner, and therefore intends to defeat him in battle. The next phrase has been finalized. "And with pride, I will accept your family," she exclaimed, causing the boy to jump back in horror under the joyful roar of the crowd of knights. The wizard frantically waved his hands, renouncing the agreement, but Mordred immediately ordered a tray with 1,000 needles to be brought out, a bloody penalty for the broken oath on the pinkies. Lily fiercely rushed to defend the master, arguing that he was simply playing along with the naive child at that time. As soon as Mordred reached for the sharp needle, the boy shrieked in terror and instantly remembered the promised fight. He guiltily asked the frightened Lily to give him some time. Soon they were standing on the sand of a huge arena, where the knightess resolutely drew her gigantic sword. The wizard nervously gripped his staff at the whispers of the crowd that close combat for a sorcerer would inevitably end in death. Lily frowned. If this upstart was using a child's vow for the sake of marriage, then she wouldn't just give up her master either. The judge sharply waved his hand. The fight began. The knight did not bother with warm-ups and fell on Roger like a stone from the sky. The magician narrowly escaped the epicenter at the last moment, leaving Ekaterina with her mouth agape at such insane speed. The heavy sword struck the arena with a devastating fiery explosion. Rog was barely holding back this onslaught with a magical shield. A fraction of a second's hesitation would cost him his life. The recoil nearly knocked the staff out of my hands. The enemy did not even allow a breath, instantly launching a series of attacks called Dance of the Bound Blades. Raj was retreating in a frenzy. Under the hail of furious blows, the mage could only defend himself dully, mentally cursing his old body. Suddenly, he seized the moment and struck with counter-strike right to the opponent's helmet. The armored carcass was dragged across the stones with a rumble. The audience gasped in awe. The magician dodged at the last moment, and it looked incredibly impressive. The knights whispered in shock that he was casting spells faster than their commander could move, and it was starting to seem like cheating. While Catherine was stunnedly realizing her own weakness against them, the knight laughed heartily, praising Roger's skill. Someone in the background was tiredly lamenting about the age, when suddenly a heavy fragment crashed down right in front of the bewildered magician. The spectators in the stands turned pale, not believing that the director would actually let this happen. A dark-skinned warrior woman stepped onto the arena and the mage blinked in confusion, examining her underwear. According to local legends, anyone who saw her in such a state was doomed to die. The woman casually slung a huge two-handed sword over her shoulder. The boy barely managed to teleport back when she shot forward in a red lightning attack. Her eyes widened maniacally, in anticipation of blood. The mage gritted his teeth. She definitely won't let him escape. He struck the ground forcefully with a stick, summoning the golden ancient armor that instantly illuminated the entire arena. The warrior suddenly braked. Right in front of her, a colossal glowing spear emerged from the air. The weapon exuded such inhuman pressure that it nearly crushed the woman to the ground. The blonde in the stands was shocked and cursed the wizards and their ability to extract such a huge amount of energy. Understanding that she couldn't handle this fight, the director mentally made a decision and went all in. With a fierce scream, she lunged straight into the light, pouring all her anger into her signature thunderous strike. Two elements collided in a titanic explosion. A wild gust of wind struck the mage, forcing him to instinctively cover his face with his hand. The smoke slowly settled. In the middle of the arena stood a young man with a staff, who reliably shielded the fallen warrior. The red-haired girl froze on the ground in shock, gasping for air. The boy turned around and simply exhaled wearily. The air was shattered by the deafening roar of the impact. The dust settled. Raj stood ready with his magic wand while the red-haired Ekaterina sank helplessly onto the sand, gasping for air. The winner could barely stand on his feet. The arena stands erupted with wild cheers, celebrating the end of the match. Light-haired Liliana calmly watched this from the crowd while the broken Ekaterina hid her face in the shadows. Raj smiled warmly and extended his hand to her, honestly admitting that he had nearly said goodbye to life in the battle. But instead of accepting help, the stern warrior suddenly burst into loud tears like a child, pleading about the unfairness of his weapon. At that moment, her entire squad burst onto the arena with sobs. The burly men rushed to comfort the commander, causing Roger to stagger back to the ground in shock. Lillian ran up to him, and while he panicked over someone else's tears, the girl indifferently cut in that Ekaterina was to blame herself, and it was time to look for shelter. She pulled him by the sleeve towards the exit when suddenly Ekaterina jumped up from her seat and, blushing deeply, stopped them with an offer to stay in her camp. Despite all of Liliana's polite refusals, the commander stubbornly continued to invite Roger over. When he tried to back out, she stepped closer and unconditionally ordered him to stay and train her soldiers, leaving Roger in a stupor over who had really won here. A fierce quarrel instantly broke out between the girls. Liliana demanded that her rival admit defeat and back off while the latter aggressively retorted. While they were shouting at each other, behind Roger, tearful soldiers ominously loomed, grimly suggesting that refusal was not an option. In the spacious courtyard, the knights eagerly honed their strikes, rejoicing in the rare opportunity to practice fighting against a mage. Raj admitted with relief that he was afraid of prejudice because of his profession, to which the warriors could only sincerely envy his talent. While the men exchanged respect, another group of knights was already circling around Liliana, showering her with compliments. Observing such popularity, Raj bitterly thought that this beauty would be better suited to a successful peer. Why did I matter to her, he thought with sorrow. At sunset, Liliana approached her mentor and reminded him that it was time to leave. Roger agreed, hiding from the jealous gazes of the knights, when suddenly the girl unexpectedly reproached him for his affection for another. Lilian asserted unequivocally that the mage is adored by Ekaterina, so he has no right to give her false hopes. The girl blushed deeply, and the bewildered Raj barely managed to mumble an apology when someone's voice was heard. The dark-skinned, red-haired woman with a predatory smile grabbed the mage by the collar and dragged him to training. Raj tried to decline, citing business, when Liliana intervened and stated that the mentor was tired, so she would take his place. She sarcastically advised Liliana to strengthen her weak body, to which the blonde exploded with a demand not to interfere in their journey. Hatred flared up between the rivals, and Roger, caught in the very center, screamed in panic. Suddenly, the red-haired woman remembered her affairs and instantly teleported away, leaving Liliana hissing irritably at the tricks of the mages. The red-haired woman calmly explained her confidence by saying that she tirelessly trains to be worthy of Roger. The red-haired girl contemptuously threw that she had lost anyway, and Liliana, boiling with anger, retorted that she had always aspired to be just like their master. Lilian burst into tears. Her interlocutor has no idea what an exceptional magician their master is and how many people he has saved. She cried in despair that she would never match him due to the obvious gap in strength. The red-haired woman coldly forbade comparing the two of them. She harshly called Liliana a spoiled coward who only knows how to preach morals from above. On the dark background, she added that Liliana is only hiding behind Roger's back and whining at every blow, pretending to be the favorite daughter. Pointing at her with a finger, the red-haired girl openly called her a fool. She determines her own worth, while Liliana can continue to pitifully whine about her own weakness. Exhausted, Liliana clenched the collar with trembling fingers. Flash of awareness. She helplessly lowered her head, bitterly agreeing with herself with every word thrown at her. Lilian closed her face with her hands and cried, confessing her hatred for her own powerless anger. In the noisy cafeteria, Ekaterina forcefully shoved a piece of meat straight into Roger's mouth, ignoring his complaints about a weak stomach. The boy tried to seek support from Lily, but she silently chewed with her eyes closed, radiating such a cold resentment that Raj decided to immediately cancel the training for a serious conversation with her. Suddenly, the walls shook from the deafening sound of the alarm. Ekaterina instantly jumped up, shouted an order to protect the civilians, and rushed to the communication tube. From there, they reported the approach of a giant cyclops from the swamps, and just one word about the miasma that enveloped the monster made Roger shudder. Through the magical scope, they discerned a massive creature. Its energy resembled that of the one in the village of Vaikono, although the surrounding grass had not yet turned black from it. Ekaterina assumed that the effect of the poison was weaker and wanted to go into battle alone, but Raj firmly stood beside her, insisting on driving the unknown threat as far away from the walls as possible. She angrily reprimanded him. This monster is beyond the capabilities of even an S-rank mage, and as the commander, she will not place the fate of the city of Zaburg on the shoulders of a random traveler. Raj fell silent gloomily, having no right to command her, when suddenly Lily interrupted the tense conversation. Weighing the risks, Ekaterina agreed on a joint plan. She and Roger would intercept the enemy on the front line while the knights held a strong defense at the gates. "I'm going too," Lily blurted out, but Raj firmly ordered her to stay. Out loud, he justified it as a tactic. The garrison needed a strong mage in the rear in case of a breakthrough of an unknown miasma. But in reality, Raj was just seeing her aura. The girl's mana was dangerously fluctuating due to intense emotional stress. The boy wondered to himself if jealousy was speaking in her, as the commander was strong and reliable. The girl fervently assured that she did not consider him a burden at all. She openly admitted that she trusts him with her feelings and is terribly afraid of losing him. At such words, the boy blushed, mentally wondering at his own embarrassment. As soon as the girl began to confess who he was to her, Ekaterina silenced both of them and shouted for them to stop admiring each other and immediately teleport her to the front lines. Both awkwardly looked away. Clenching her dress, the girl decided not to worry anymore about the gap in their strengths. Putting aside personal feelings, the court sorceress sharply commanded the guards to prepare the cannons for battle. Meanwhile, in the forest, the hero tracked down an anomalous cyclops that had a remarkable sense of magic. Lightning leaped forward. The boy accelerated to a crazy speed, bewildering the clumsy monster. A cascade of seals burst in the air, and a powerful magical laser struck directly at the target. The earth shook from the explosion, but the hero's face was suddenly distorted by shock. The cyclops emerged from the smoke without a scratch. The miasma concentrated in his hand, creating impenetrable armor. The monster, with a fierce roar, began to smash the ground with its fists, forcing the boy to jump back and prepare for a new attack. He barely managed to raise a blue magical shield against the stone shrapnel thrown up by the giant enraged monster. Looking up, he realized with horror that massive boulders were flying straight towards the city of Zaburg. The shadow of the hats covered the city walls. The guards were already preparing to fire the cannons, but suddenly an order was given to conserve the ammunition. The light-haired sorceress struck the staff with flair, unfolding a massive barrier against all elements. The wall of glowing hexagons instantly closed in on the soldiers, and the deadly stone rain shattered against it completely. Seeing this through the thick smoke, he relaxed into a smile and joyfully shouted Lily's name. The guards on the wall were frozen in astonishment, not a single blow was missed. The blonde Lily was struggling to catch her breath while the boy smiled with relief. She had succeeded in everything. The carcass of the gigantic monster collapsed with a roar, and the boy exhaled wearily. He looked with admiration at the red-haired warrior who confidently slung a huge sword over her shoulder. The boy collected black dust in a flask and frowned. It was not a miasma but ultra-strong nanomachines. To unravel the nature of this ancient anomaly, one must go to the medical core laboratory. Lily suddenly descended from the sky. He wanted to thank her for saving him, but the girl anxiously interrupted. The magical protective systems of the Kaiserland Empire suddenly activated. The Empire has already begun a full-scale invasion of the Kingdom of Dalga. Meanwhile, in Kaiserland itself, someone was persistently calling the gloomy young man named Trash. The pink-haired girl reproached him indignantly for constantly being lost in thought lately and not listening to her at all, while Trash mentally called her annoying. He walked away irritably, listening to lectures about his talent and duty. "Shut up," he burst out, angrily snapping at the pink-haired girl. She burst with indignation and barely had time to retort when a breathless subordinate rushed into the room. The chief sorceress was stunned by an urgent summons to the emperor. All magical defense tools suddenly went out of control. The streets were already ablaze. Giant golems were incinerating houses with lasers while people in horror saved their children and fled. Her companion grimly added the worst. The border supergiants had also awakened and had already begun their invasion of the neighboring kingdom of Dalga. "What have you done? This is betrayal," he shouted, angrily grabbing her by the collar. She hysterically justified herself and boldly stated, if he was the one who promoted her to this position, then he should take the blame now. At the demand to stop the machine, she finally faltered, admitting that she probably damaged the magical control circle during the inspection. Their argument was interrupted by the guard. He had arrived urgently on the direct orders of Lord Caesarius. The dark-haired official harshly sent the soldier back, promising to prepare a backup plan and follow shortly. Meanwhile, Lord Caesarius himself looked bewilderedly out of the palace window at the smoke-filled sky. He demanded a report from the chief sorceress, but the assistant reported that the guard sent for her went ahead as instructed and was not seen again. The tension was cut by the voice of the elderly servant. He brought urgent news about Mr. Trash's condition, causing the Lord to turn sharply. "Alarm report! Giant golems have been activated at the border and anti-aircraft guns have been prepared." The red-haired woman warned, if friendly Kaiserland strikes, the capital will fall in minutes, so the golems must be destroyed quickly. The young man suggested waiting for reinforcements, but the girl reminded him of the hostile neighbors who would immediately take advantage of their defenselessness. She smiled confidently. It is not fear of magical toys that protects the Long but their own unwavering strength. The main threat remained, the anti-aircraft guns, so the mage decided to go to King Ziga himself and use the mana borrowed from the royal family to create a barrier at the border. Suddenly, the blonde looked at her master with concern. He was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. The previous fight drained almost all of his mana. At night on the castle wall, the wizard prepared for the journey and soothingly stroked the girl's head, interrupting her attempts to stop him. He smiled warmly and said that he has the strength to go on, as he wants to protect people with his magic. The girl quietly submitted. Meanwhile, King Zig was puzzling over why their ancient allies had suddenly turned their weapons against them. His advisor Pelvis suggested the worst. The enemies had united to find the ancient weapon hidden in the kingdom. The ruler irritably waved away these tales, just as he did the absurd idea of the second prince's interference. The breathless guard burst through the door with news of the evacuation, but Zig remained steadfast, completely relying on his knights. The king burst out laughing upon hearing the report. The sorceress Tia had successfully evacuated all the lands near the border with Kaiserland. However, the joy quickly faded, as a magical barrier was urgently needed to protect the capital from the enemy, and the monarch simply did not have enough mana for it. While the officer was explaining that all the mage's forces were occupied with the evacuation, advisor Pelvis slyly squinted, anticipating the arrival of a familiar sage. The girl had just begun to object when a blinding pillar of blue light from teleportation magic flashed right behind her. The guard instantly drew their swords, shielding the king from a potential attacker, but the monarch suddenly recognized a familiar face. From the glow emerged the bewildered sage Raj with a staff in his hands. The king lunged at him with a rush, nearly choking the stunned mage in joyful embraces. While the monarch laughed loudly and boasted about his luck, Raj blinked in confusion, trying to understand the situation. Having released the sage, the king immediately got down to business. Giants are approaching, and to avoid the destructive cannon fire, they urgently need Roger's help with the barrier. The officer reported that the magical circle is already waiting on the palace roof. There was no time to delay. They hurriedly rushed up the stairs, and Raj asked on the go why Kaiserland needed this attack at all. The king irritably cut off that he has no idea what sense it makes for them to attack right now. Raj raised his gaze intently when a voice from above respectfully greeted their arrival. The old man in the monocle calmly admitted that during his visit to Kaiserland he had a small incident, causing the young man opposite to tense up. The security managed to intervene, so it all ended with a couple of scratches, and the diplomat decided to keep the attack quiet for the sake of maintaining international peace. The old man apologized, and at the request to continue speaking, he admitted that he was troubled by the second Prince Trash and the new chief sorceress Isabel, the same ones who had expelled Liliana. Meanwhile, deep in the underground, Trash and his pink-haired companion were running for their lives, illuminated only by dim lanterns. The girl panicked, but the man harshly ordered her to shut her mouth and just be glad that he didn't leave her. Cold sweat rolled down his face from the realization that this worthless woman with her money and status had dragged them into a real disaster. Because of her prank, hundreds died, and now she faced inevitable execution. Suddenly, a foreign voice in her head pressed so hard on her brain that Trash burst into hysterical screams, frightening her companion. Isabel snapped in response, reproaching him for behaving unworthily for a second prince and that he could at least support his own fiancée in some way. The man's eyes widened unnaturally. He felt that he was completely losing his mind. Or maybe he lost his mind back when he ruthlessly kicked out the blonde Liliana. Or even earlier when he chose the proud Isabel as his fiancée and first realized his own weakness before the rival. The death of his mother, the disappointed gaze of his father. Trash desperately tried to understand when exactly his mind had cracked. Faces from the past flickered before his eyes as he clenched his fists with a single thought. He had always wanted more. The flare of Isabel's flame and the majestic figure of the wizard from childhood only intensified this sick thirst. Thick darkness in his eyes, absolute emptiness was frozen. Looking at his own reflection, he barely whispered that he just wanted. So that among all, they chose me? The voice broke with despair and he staggered, frightening his pink-haired companion. His legs gave way. He weakly slid down the stone wall into the cold shadow. In his mind, the words about the fate of the great mage echoed, although he sought only one thing: recognition as king. This cruel rejection simply crushed him, turning him into nothing. The girl irritably snapped at him, demanding that he stop the pathetic whimpering, but the boy just covered his face with his hand and pleaded in panic to be taken out of there. In the dark stone tunnel, Trash desperately grabbed his head while his companion nervously paced nearby. Suddenly her gaze caught the light ahead. Could it be the exit? The heavy stone doors creaked shut from the outside, opening a passage into the night forest. The girl greedily crawled onto the grass, almost crying from the joy of freedom. Her relief was instantly shattered against the white boots of 3 guards and their silver-haired commander. The officer fixed her with a cold gaze and directly asked if she had come with Trash. In a panic, she instantly betrayed her partner, hysterically justifying that he had forcefully pushed her forward. Trash silently emerged from the darkness right behind her. The silver-haired man contemptuously listed all his sins, from disrespecting ministers to the illegal expulsion of people. Trash only smiled defiantly at the accusations and blamed his interlocutor for being away from the country for too long. The officer burst into a scream, cursing himself for trusting such an irresponsible relative. Trash maliciously dubbed him the too serious brother and calmly inquired about his arrest while the treacherous companion screamed indignantly nearby. The silver-haired man grimaced and admitted that due to their actions, the weak country was on the brink of war with King Zig. To avoid a global slaughter, there is only one way left: to make this pair of scapegoats and publicly execute them. The girl, in despair, pleaded that she did not want this, but the officer calmly ordered the guards to seize both. A sudden burst of flames made the guards flinch, and the girl behind screamed in horror. In the middle of the fire, Trash stood motionless with a stick in his hand. The light-haired man from above noted his unexpected skill in controlling the elements. Trash raised his gaze and demanded an explanation of his brother's old words about a broader worldview. In his words, there was a bitter resentment that he had been chosen from birth. He desperately asked why he even exists if he could only find himself in this destruction. The brother angrily clarified whether he meant the appointment of the chief sorceress and the stirred-up defensive magical devices, and Trash wildly shouted that it was exactly so. He exploded. The young man directly accused his brother of their mother's death, which shattered his inflated expectations. Trash hysterically clutched at his hair, crying out about the injustice of the blind right of primogeniture. With a face distorted by tears, he screamed about his imperial blood, demanding recognition. The brother responded with a cold glance, calling him a pathetic child and a disgrace to the family. The rebel's anger instantly extinguished, and he burst into tears, realizing that he would definitely be executed now. He would rather burn the whole country in war, but now he fearfully understood his absolute worthlessness. A bitter thought echoed, after all, no one actually chose him. The gray-haired young man Trash sat alone with books in a dim room. He flinched when a familiar voice called his name from behind the door. His younger brother Cyrus peered timidly through the crack. Trash slid a chair over to the little one and he quietly asked not to tell his father while looking at the pictures of animals. Cyrus unexpectedly confessed that he envies the elder. After all, he studies a lot and will surely become a king. The boy sighed because he only wanted to play carefree and naively asked if they could ever share the throne together. "Then you will be able to rest too," the boy exclaimed joyfully. Realizing his own cunning, he was taken aback, but still sincerely asked his brother for support in the future. Trash melted into a smile, happy to have such a brother, when suddenly a warm memory was shattered by a cruel flash. Reality struck with flames. Years later, the adult Cyrus helplessly choked on tears. Trash silently shielded him from the wall of fire while the guards forcibly pulled the sobbing lord to safety. Nearby, a girl mage was desperately breaking free from the allies' grasp, rushing for reinforcements. But it was too late. Ignoring the cries of the guards, Trash turned around and plunged straight into the swirling hell. The irritated man shouted about what had happened this time, and the subordinate, stammering, reported the firing of anti-aircraft guns. He was suddenly drenched in cold sweat and his face twisted in shock, the words just stuck in his throat. A heavy roar shattered the silence of the night sky. On the fortress wall, the exhausted sorceress barely stood on her feet while the red-haired warrior thanked her for saving him from the Cyclops attacks. She awkwardly admitted that she was just following his example of fighting to the last. Suddenly, the horizon trembled. An army of giant steel golems emerged from the fog. Ekaterina bitterly acknowledged, "The knights can do nothing against this endless mass of metal." They had exhausted all their strength on teleportation, so the girl was left with no choice but to beg the warrior for help. At that moment, the sky was cut by a blinding fiery trail from the shot of the legendary anti-aircraft gun. The shell flew straight towards the capital, but the red-haired man merely smiled confidently. He knew that his master was already there. "I will deal with this," Ekaterina decisively cut in, while the city was already in a panic over the threat of mass casualties. In the hospital, the commander feverishly sent troops to the front and ordered to hide the patients while the shocked rookie medic cursed his first day on the job. Pulling the drawers, the novice suddenly froze due to a strange continuous noise from outside. He looked out the window and froze. The night sky was enveloped in a mystical glow. On the high balcony, the dark-haired master leaned on his staff and calmly assessed the situation. The enemy had already invaded the lands of Dalha and the state barrier was still not ready. In response to the satellite, the master waved it off, saying he would manage somehow, although he mentally doubted whether the remaining mana would be enough to handle everything. Sweat was rolling down Roger's face. He was squinting from the strain, and at that moment, a giant magical circle opened above the city. The old man gaped in astonishment at the size of the spell while the young man greedily swallowed the potion of mana, expanding the area of effect to its limits. The shining pattern spread so much that it covered an area larger than the capital. Raj decided to burn all his enemies in one blow. "Meteor shower," he shouted, straining his voice. The heavenly seal dangerously flickered with multicolored sparks, and from the sky, a devastating downpour of dozens of heated stone boulders fell. The warrior had to shield himself with his hand, barely withstanding the harsh shockwave. The explosion was so powerful that it blinded people in the rooms, and the guards at the fortress froze before the artificial dawn over the mountains. The old sage shuddered, hiding his face from the flashes on the horizon. When the glow faded, completely exhausted, Raj barely stood on his feet, but with a smile, he exhaled that he had gotten them all. The messenger ran up with news of the barrier's readiness, and the old man couldn't believe it. How could the boy, after battling the Cyclops, manage to draw such magic and still have energy left to defend the border? Roger merely waved off the praise while the wounded gray-haired commander struck the ground with his magical weapon, summoning an ancient shield. He shouted the spell of invincibility, and the landscape split with a colossal stream of blue energy. Ordinary people emerged from their homes in confusion, gazing spellbound at the impenetrable wall of the magical dome that sliced through the night sky. The night sky was split by the dazzling blue glow of a magical barrier. The blow was repelled. The knights exhaled. King Zig's shield had reliably blocked the golems. Meanwhile, the creator of this barrier was barely standing on his feet. Commander Raj barely managed to catch the falling mage. He waved off the suggestion to take a break, saying that this was exactly why he became a wizard. The news came from the guards. The teleportation circle is already ready. The hero sighed that his own legs could not support him. Raj laughed loudly and volunteered to carry him personally. The burly warrior easily picked him up in his arms. The mage blushed and panicked, struggling and shouting that it was an absolute disgrace for one old man to carry another like a princess. The magician with the monocle silently dripped cold sweat from this spectacle while the hero desperately begged to be lowered to the ground. The pink-haired captive was hysterically struggling against the guard, screaming that she was forced against her will. The gray-haired wizard was extracting the truth from her. It turned out that she had teleported trash all the way to a military base in Dalha. The mage turned pale. The boy was about to stop the golems, but without a drop of magic, he was walking to certain death. On the fortress wall, Commander Ekaterina had just received a report. The medics and King Zig were already here. In the hospital in Bern, there are no names. The enormous king carried their master in his arms like a princess, while he burned with shame. Cheerfully admonishing Berna not to gawk and to get to work, Zig briskly carried his load further. A dry cough, blood splattered thickly on the floor. Bern turned around anxiously. A wounded young man was collapsing near the wooden boxes. Someone's heavy boot harshly crushed the head of the unfortunate into the stone, and an unfamiliar voice coldly asked if this was the kingdom of Dalga. The master finally found Ekaterina. The warrior apologized for her light clothing, but he waved it off. It would be easier to fight without heavy armor. At the worried question about Lily, the commander sighed. The girl had set off to the front lines to stop the golems by herself. Ekaterina recalled her words. The former royal sorceress of Kaiserland had firmly decided to take this blow upon herself. Lillian confessed that she wouldn't know if one person's magic could stop the giant machine until she tried. She warned, the weapon's design has probably changed, and a direct fight between the knights and the golems will turn into a bloody tragedy. The girl smiled warmly, deciding to risk herself for the sake of saving others. The memory was interrupted. The red-haired woman reminded Raj that there had still been no news from Liliana at the front. Zig dryly outlined the tactic. The knights attack the golems only when they crash into the barrier and slow down. A heavy silence hung in the headquarters. Roger sprang into action to rush for help, but the harsh order from the commander stopped him in his tracks. Zig flatly refused to let the mage into battle without a plan, ignoring his panic. The boy's hand trembled, tightly gripping the staff. Before my eyes, the gentle smile of Liliana emerged, igniting anger from my own helplessness. For the sake of the most precious person, Raj silently asked the commander for forgiveness for the betrayal. With words that would break through with force, he brandished a magical staff, while the red-haired girl simultaneously drew a sword. Zig frowned, preparing to suppress the rebellion. Suddenly, their argument was interrupted by a blinding green flash and the stunned scream of a medic. Noticing the flash of foreign magic, the old man angrily thundered why he was recklessly using his precious power without permission. The assistant tried to justify himself by bringing in the wounded man, but the old minister angrily struck him for violating the statute, until he himself was stunned with amazement. The bloodied young man suddenly declared himself the second prince of the hostile Kaiserland, instantly shocking King Zig and the entire squad. The red-haired warrior swiftly drew her sword and pressed the cold blade right to the throat of the frightened heir. Sweating with fear, Trash asked the ruler for permission to explain everything in person, and Zig gave him his word. Kneeling before the throne, the prince acknowledged that this entire tragedy had occurred solely due to his own recklessness, and with a broken voice, he apologized. The prince admitted that their capital is burning, and the magical instruments have completely gone out of control due to a critical shortage of mages. His fist clenched tightly on the floor out of helplessness. With a broken voice, he assured that Kaiserland never actually wanted this war. Trash in despair pressed his forehead to the ground, begging the hostile kingdom to help them stop the deadly mechanisms. A heavy, tense silence hung in the hall. Zig calmly ordered the young man to get up, noting that Dalga was also not seeking conflict, and they would settle all diplomacy later. The king agreed with the minister that the main priority now is to minimize losses, after which Pelvis directly asked Trash about the reason for such a risky visit. The prince replied that only his royal mana could urgently deactivate the golems, so he risked everything and teleported here to stop the disaster. He openly admitted that due to a lack of magical training, he had no idea how to proceed, and the dark-haired young man immediately assured him that everything was fine, and a bit nervously but passionately promised to personally teach him everything. Trash resolutely tightened his uniform, brushing off the advisor's pleas not to go to certain death. He was ready to accept any punishment later, but right now he wanted to finish what he had started himself. Meanwhile, the Grey Commander tried to avoid the meat grinder with the golems, even though he knew that Raj would still rush to save Liliana with the remnants of Trash's mana. He sharply called for medic Bernard to check if the boy really had enough magical power to hold back the monsters. The experienced healer loomed over the sweating Roger, sternly demanding the truth without any tricks. The answer sounded like a verdict: there will categorically not be enough strength. The young man lowered his gaze dejectedly, but Bernard immediately suggested a solution: to take 10% of the mana from each healer and give it to Roger. Grabbing the boy by the collar, he shouted that their magic exists to save lives and categorically forbade him to die. The commander approved this plan and ordered the swordswoman Ekaterina to prepare to chop the golems near the very barrier. Raj firmly promised to hold back the enemy, when suddenly the sky was cut by a swift blue flash. Trash raced through the air with the rescued man in his arms, telling him on the fly that he had been something like a father and mentor to Lillian. The companion became noticeably awkward due to such unexpected frankness. Trash turned away and dryly added that he had expelled the talented girl solely because of her terrible character, allowing the interlocutor to hate himself for it. Trash sighed, recalling his intention to deal with whoever had expelled Liliana. His dark-haired companion simply smiled warmly. He was completely satisfied that they could be together with Lily again. Trash blinked silently. She may be annoying, but people love her, flashed through his mind. The earth trembled from the steps of the endless army of giant golems. The men maneuvered right among the steel giants, following the magical trail of the girl, when suddenly they spotted her at the epicenter. The dark-haired man abruptly pulled Liliana away from danger. He held her tightly against him, breathing heavily and admitting that he nearly died from excitement. Lily blushed deeply while the rescuer perplexedly stepped back, frightened by his own insistence. Trash broke the awkward silence with a question about the giants, but the girl sheepishly admitted that their magical circle turned out to be too complicated. Trash looked closely at the runes and recognized the secret language of the court magicians of Kaiserland. It was definitely the work of that woman. Lillian explained, if the large ones were stopped even for a moment, the magical circle could be covered by the foot spell of Kaiserland, but with such quantity and scale, it seemed impossible. Liliana bitterly scolded herself for her carelessness as now cars were spreading across the country, but Trash firmly assured her that she was not to blame. The dark-haired man smiled widely and laid out the plan. He and Trash would take on the giants, while he would expand Lily's magic radius to cover all of Kaiserland. Lily pleaded desperately to stop. After the battle with the Cyclopes, his mana reserves had fallen to a critical level, and each new spell could be the last. The giant golem crashed into the magical barrier with a bang. The enemy approached closely, and the red-haired warrior firmly gripped her heavy sword. With a fierce call, she led the Knights of Zabur into a frontal assault, to fight for the pride of their country to the last. The Grey Commander clenched his teeth on the wall, realizing that there was almost no time left. Lily and her mentor stood frozen in shock, watching the rapid clash of armies. Suddenly, the culprit of this entire catastrophe threw himself at the girl's feet, desperately pleading for salvation. The mentor gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He smiled carefreely and assured her that as her master, he would definitely find a way out. Lily looked at him with tear-filled eyes. A quiet promise rang out. After the battle, they would have a lot to talk about. He looked seriously at the girl and asked if she would listen to him all the way through this time. Under his warm gaze, Lily blushed deeply, lowered her eyes, and barely audibly whispered her agreement. Trash extended his shining hands forward and commanded the steel guardian of Kaiserland to hide its fangs. A powerful beam burst from the boy's staff, and the trio resolutely moved straight into the whirl of blinding light. Seeing this flash, the commander sharply halted the troops, while Old Ro stood frozen with his mouth open. With a deafening roar, a gigantic blue magical circle unfolded in the space. At that moment, the massive iron giants suddenly stopped and helplessly lowered their heads. A soldier burst into pale Caesarius in a panic. The giants have shut down, and a huge seal in the sky instantly disabled all magical tools in the country. Caesarius was stunned with shock. The blonde stared in awe at the incredible scale of the magic while Trash, dripping with sweat, held the spell with his last strength. She tightly gripped her staff, preparing to help the exhausted boy. Using silent magic, the girl commanded the Iron Souls to plunge into eternal sleep on behalf of the court magician. A powerful pillar of energy struck the ground, causing someone to emit a suppressed gasp. Exiled flew out onto the balcony, flinging the door open so that his cloak fluttered in the air. He incredulously raised his eyes upwards. "What is this miracle?" he whispered quietly, looking at the colossal glow that completely covered the capital. The red-haired warrior looked at the city illuminated by the magical barrier and quietly acknowledged, "It has succeeded." She barely smiled at her only worthy opponent while the two old men below gasped in astonishment at such grandeur. The young man with a bandage over his eye relaxedly leaned over the windowsill. The pulsing magical dome indicated that they wouldn't have to fight today. Exhausted Liliana was breathing heavily on the cold floor when a familiar voice addressed her. He quietly thanked her, but the girl only whispered in confusion that she had done almost nothing. And at that moment, the boy suddenly went limp and began to topple backward into the abyss. Liliana turned sharply. Her face was twisted in silent horror, and the young man with the bandage desperately shouted to his master. With the piercing cries of his friends, his body swiftly plunged into the abyss. As he fell, he relaxed and closed his eyes. Finally, he could sleep properly. He lazily opened his eyes with a clear thought. He was terribly hungry. Ordinary wooden ceiling. He stared up in confusion. With a bandaged head, he lay in someone else's bed, completely unaware of where he had ended up this time. The boy opened his eyes and barely audibly called Lily. The girl tore herself away from the book, froze, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Stunned by such a surge, the boy struggled to remember what had actually happened to him. She suddenly threw herself at him and hid her tear-streaked face on his chest, while he awkwardly began to stroke her back. The idyll was interrupted by Bernard. At the noise of the open door, Lily blushed and immediately jumped aside. Bernard pulled out the IV drip and explained that the boy fainted right on the golem, and he was saved from falling by a student and the prince. He slept for 3 whole days. The boy bitterly admitted that he had indeed overdone it, like an old man, while Bernard merely grunted that it was funny for someone so active and thanked him for the saved pile of work. The doctor ordered the boy to eat and regain strength because tomorrow he will be faced with a flood of noisy guests. The same guests burst in right now. A couple of teenagers joyfully rushed into the master's room, but an angry woman immediately pushed them out by the neck. While there was commotion in the corridor and Bernard threatened to chop anyone for the slightest scar, the boy with Lily only smiled awkwardly. The sky was flooded with a thick orange sunset. They stepped out onto the balcony of the Royal Hospital. The boy admired the view and wondered why he had been given such a luxurious room for mere exhaustion from mana. Lily became gloomy and quietly confessed that he had nearly died, and she was terribly scared at that time. "I was scared too," the boy said quietly, causing Lily to widen her eyes in surprise at his unexpected honesty. The girl stood frozen in confusion while he awkwardly turned away, rubbing his chin and hiding his flushed face. Her gaze nervously slid downwards. Without turning back, the boy quietly reminded her of her promise to listen to his story, and she barely whispered her agreement. Looking at the city in the rays of the sunset, Lily quietly confessed. She had left her mentor and become a court magician just to match his greatness. She desperately longed for independence, dreamed of standing proudly beside him, but ultimately she faced failure and returned to him pitiful and broken. She admitted that she was happy to travel with him again, but it only once again highlighted the chasm between them. They thanked, as always, only him. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks from the bitter realization. She was pacing in place and still could only rely on his help. He recalled that very moment from the past and mentally disagreed. In fact, it was Lily who was incredible. She learns quickly and has surprised him many times over the years of her studies. The mentor gloomily lowered his eyes, cursing his own cowardice. He knew that due to constant comparisons, any praise he gave would now seem to the girl like cruel mockery. He was not worthy of her. The man quietly said that he once carefreely extended his hand to her, even though he himself also grew up as a round orphan. He tormented himself for years with doubts about whether he had the right to become a guardian, especially for a girl. Leaning on the stone railing, he bitterly called himself a hesitant fool who constantly pushed Lily away simply because he couldn't show his feelings. He admitted that the title of mentor was just an excuse to stay close, as he never managed to become a true father, and without his magic, he is nobody. But the girl raised her tearful eyes and firmly interrupted him. This difficult journey and the selfless struggle of the medics against the miasmas made her see clearly. Memories pierced the mind. The despair of mothers, children's tears, and the fierce will of allies to live. She tightly clenched the fabric of her dress at her chest and directly told Trash to his face that from now on she didn't care at all about his fears and excuses. Lily shyly pressed her hand to her chest and sincerely confessed her love to Master Raj. Her face lit up and she exclaimed loudly that she adored him. Raj was stunned by her words. The girl assured that she would not back down even if he pushed her away. The man was instantly drenched in sweat and mumbled in confusion. Hiding his flushed face, he awkwardly began to refuse. She was too young, almost like a daughter to him, and she should find someone else. But Lily interrupted him with tears in her eyes, reminding him of his own promise from her childhood to make her his wife. The girl assured that it was precisely for that promise that she worked hard in the capital to stand worthy beside him, and that neither the age difference nor other people's opinions nor her past mattered to her anymore. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she desperately begged him to just look at her. Rod turned away and quietly apologized while Lily hid her tear-streaked face in her hands. Suddenly, he nervously exclaimed that he had no confidence in himself at all, which greatly frightened the girl. The man lowered his gaze in guilt and admitted he was a coward unable to give a quick answer. Raj cautiously added that he would make her wait, to which Lily flared up and sharply slapped him on the head. He was already over 40 and he was still dragging his feet. Her anger instantly transformed into a gentle smile. Through tears, Lily promised to wait as long as it took. Raj laughed relaxedly, recognizing in her bold speech the words of Ekaterina, while the girl simply blushed sweetly. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, he smiled warmly. Lily had grown up almost unnoticed. The girl went into the house, and he continued to be torn between parental feelings for the student and doubts about whether he was ready for something more. But her sincere confession changed everything. He promised himself to cast aside his fears and become a man worthy of this love. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Empire of Kaiserland, a trial was taking place. Trash and Isabella knelt with their hands bound behind their backs. They were permanently expelled from the Empire. At such a verdict, the girl turned pale and froze. The scarred veteran silently drilled the condemned with his gaze. The king allowed the exiles to rise, and the old Caesarius humbly bowed his head, thanking for the merciful preservation of their lives. The ruler honored the soldiers' loyalty to the kingdom, to which he simply replied wearily that he had already served his time. When Trasha was taken to the exit, the king couldn't hold back and asked why he had brought himself to the brink of death in the first place. The boy calmly remarked that it was just a usual whim, as after their conversation he finally saw his path clearly. The ruler sighed heavily, but Trash could think only of Lily. he desperately envied the simple girl whose hand her master held so tightly. She achieved absolute happiness while he lost everything, left with nothing and the king's only instruction just to try to survive. Trash froze, not daring to lift his eyes. The silver-haired king stepped closer and quietly said that he was now addressing him not as a ruler, but as an older brother. He admitted that he envied Trash's freedom. While his parents hid the younger one from politics for his own good, they ruthlessly shaped him into a convenient tool of power. With a bright smile, the king recalled the past. It was enough for him to simply see the little one joyfully running outside. Suddenly, he abruptly pulled Trash to himself and through tears desperately asked to live for others from now on, to atone for their terrible sins. Both cried in each other's arms, but while the king assured his brother of his faith, a dark thought was battling in his mind. Perhaps he should have just burned this fool alive. If he had taken on the sin of murder and gone to execution, Trash would never have had to bear this hellish burden of the future emperor. The morning at the orphanage began with discontent. Another baby was left at the gate. Little Liliana was quietly playing with dolls, ignoring the caregiver's complaints, when suddenly a foreign hand harshly tugged at her hair. These were older girls. They mocked her toys with disgust and pushed the little one with all their might. Liliana flew face first into the mud under the cruel laughter of her tormentors, who immediately dubbed her the princess of the dirty kingdom. The caregiver appeared at the noise, but instead of helping, she only scolded the smeared orphan irritably. The woman couldn't come up with anything better than just splashing water on her from the window to amuse the hooligans. The homemade dolls of Liliana were lying on the floor, wet and dirty. The cruel supervisor grabbed one of them to throw it away and again painfully tugged the girl by her braids. The trio of tormentors surrounded her with scissors, mockingly offering to chop off her hair for a new toy. Their uproar interrupted the teacher's scream, and Liliana seized the moment to break free and dash out into the night courtyard. She huddled in a dark corner behind the boxes, hugging the battered toys. Through the lit window, she saw a happy family playing with their little daughter, laughing. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but the girl stubbornly whispered to herself that somewhere in the world her real parents were looking for her. Meanwhile, in the warm room, the bullies continued to gossip about her, fiercely envying her beauty and ability to read. The girl in pink demanded with displeasure to get rid of the little one by sending her to the city of Palimes through the volcano, right past the lair of Bahamut. Behind the door, a little girl tightly hugged her toys to her chest and hopefully asked about her mom and dad. The elder cruelly cut her off. Her parents were seen at the top of the volcano, but for the sake of monetary compensation, the teacher will not give her up for anything. Hearing that the merchant's cart was about to leave, she sprang from her place and dashed down the corridor. The other girls silently watched her go, while far on the horizon a gloomy volcano loomed. At night, the cart stopped for a rest, and the girl under the tent heard the men's conversation about approaching Mount Bahamut. While the traders sat by the campfire, she hid in the cart, clutching her meager supply of bread and cheese. Choosing the right moment, the girl slipped into the forest and ran forward with all her might, desperately calling for her parents. Bright sparks flashed in the darkness. She stubbornly walked forward, finding herself completely alone in the midst of a dead, smoke-filled rocky wasteland. Gasping from the unbearable heat, she could barely move her legs among the scorching stones and clouds of steam. Right above her, a giant red dragon's head suddenly loomed. She was frozen in place. Realizing that she needed to escape, she burst into a run with a frantic scream. But in a moment she stumbled and fell painfully, scattering her bread and toys while her empty stomach groaned pitifully. Little Lily was fleeing from the dragon's cave in tears until she stumbled and hurt herself on the rocks. Before her eyes, abandoned rag dolls flashed by, and the child burst into desperate tears. Her scream dissolved into the darkness. The nightmare dissipated at the sound of a familiar voice. The now adult Lily opened her eyes in the bright room when the master called her to get ready. The girl rubbed her eyes guiltily, while the man smiled kindly and awkwardly joked that in their snow-white outfits they resembled newlyweds. He warmly praised her hair, causing Lily to freeze. She had long understood the bitter truth about her parents and no longer indulged in illusions. However, it no longer hurt. The girl accepted the past and would be ready to bend down again in that cave. Catching up with the master, Lily beamed a smile and warmly thanked him for her rescue and her new life, which greatly puzzled the man. The night sky glowed coldly with a thin crescent of the moon. From the darkness, the voice of a mysterious observer was heard. he was convinced that the Cyclops was no match for this goal at all. Wrapped in a dark aura, the conspirator assessed the power of the unknown mage and instructed his subordinate to wait for further instructions. His eyes gleamed purple as he commanded to kill without any hesitation in an icy tone. Their plan was ruthless: to wait for the right moment and destroy the great sage along with the king himself. Meanwhile, in the castle, Raj leaned heavily on the windowsill, barely alive after his performance in front of the crowd, while Liliana kindly encouraged him. The girl dreamily compared the magical rain of petals to a wedding, instantly immersing the hero in color. The awkward romantic pause was abruptly interrupted by the guard. They were urgently summoned by King Zig. The couple arrived at the majestic royal library, where memories of childhood fairy tales immediately flooded Roger. The guards nervously stirred, pleading with the heroes to be careful with the relics in the forbidden section. Raj calmly stepped forward, feeling at home here. These corridors were familiar to him. He had received a pass here during the deciphering of ancient grimoires. The wizard pulled the handles of the massive doors towards himself, wondering what urgent matter had arisen with the ruler. Behind the door, true absurdity awaited them. King Zig lounged in an armchair, chewing on onigiri and filling the sanctum with the smell of fish. The young man nearly lost his voice, scolding the old king for carelessly munching on onigiri right in the archive. The old man simply brushed off the accusations about the fishy smell among the secret tomes. The jesters quickly finished. The king granted them full access to the forbidden library to investigate the nature of the dangerous miasma. The golden brooch of the archmage now served as a reliable pass to the restricted area. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he would no longer have problems with the guards, but the king still had one more matter to attend to. A massive silver chest thudded onto the table. The student leaned curiously towards the box. The lid opened. On the red velvet lay an ordinary white smartphone. While the girl was in awe of the ancient relic with the soul of a magician, the young man stared in confusion at the painfully familiar gadget. The local experts could not decipher the mystery of the device, so the king asked the boy to take a look at it with his own eye. As soon as he picked up the phone and released the mana for analysis, a complex blue circle of the spell flashed above the screen. The room was flooded with dazzling light. A hurricane-like flow of energy knocked the young man off his feet and threw him back under the terrified scream of the girl. His face contorted in pain as the unknown artifact began to drain all his mana at a frenzied pace. A blinding flash of magic struck from the open chest. The artifact instantly drained all of Roger's mana, and he collapsed into the arms of the frightened blonde. The gray mentor stared in shock at the glowing screen. The tablet unexpectedly spoke. It relaxedly assessed the taste of energy and praised the boy's magical reserve, causing the couple to nearly jump in fright. "You, a preacher?" the old man shouted frantically, pointing his finger at the device, while the girl realized in horror that the words about the sealed soul were not a metaphor. The voice from the screen arrogantly snapped at the old man and solemnly declared itself the chief magician of the royal court of Dalgi. The strange device suddenly spoke, introducing itself as the chief wizard of the kingdom of Dalga, the great Akira. The trio stared in shock at the glowing device, not believing their own ears. A funny face with a stuck-out tongue popped up on the screen, breaking all the heroes' expectations. History sharply jumped back 2,000 years. Then Akira and Satoru descended upon these lands, two powerful evangelists who brought magic, wealth, and civilization to the people. But Satoru wanted to rule alone. His betrayal ignited a prolonged war that ended in defeat and the execution of the rebel. The old scarred man quickly pieced together the puzzle. After the victory, the great Akira sealed the dangerous weapon and transferred his own will into this very mechanism. The device simply laughed, wondering at the strange accent of its descendants. Instead of empty chatter, the screen blazed dazzlingly. Above the heads of the trio, shining magical seals unfolded, and a voice joyfully noted the hidden potential of the blonde. He advised her to learn teleportation, and directly told the old man to give up magic and continue swinging his sword. The turn came to the dark-haired young man. Akira was astonished to admit the artifact could only be awakened by a mage with a colossal reserve of mana, and he never expected to find such power in a simple stranger. In the end, the device calmly explained to the shocked company that it was not a living person, but merely a preserved echo of the past. The device in the shape of a smartphone flashed brightly, Before his death, Akira transferred his own knowledge and will into it. The boy was delighted, hoping to revive ancient magic, but the clever artifact quickly knocked down his pride. Most of the data had long been erased from memory. The talkative gadget casually suggested attaching it to his belt, which greatly puzzled the young man. Raj simply smiled contentedly. He had planned from the very beginning to give the relic to the boy. The conversation touched on the top, and the young man was stunned to hear the name of the current ruler Ziga. Meanwhile, the blonde was puzzling over what had caused the two allied evangelists to go to war against each other. They tried to ask the smartphone about the huge mono expenses, but it shrugged. Those records were gone. The gadget only cut off that the thirst for power of the powerful always ends in complete magical exhaustion. Later, they walked through the sunny corridor of the castle. The girl was happy about her new formal outfit while the boy was embarrassed by his usual clothes. The smartphone was surprised that the young man was from the common folk and mockingly called him a staunch introvert for asking to talk less in public. She began to enthusiastically praise the elegance of her companion, pushing him into the paint under the sarcastic comments of her smartphone. By the massive doors, the guards stood at attention and respectfully saluted them. The boy peeked into the empty meeting room and suddenly grimaced from a painful blow to the back. Looking back, he saw a bold stranger in military uniform who contemptuously barked to get off the road immediately. Tia squeezed out an apology, but the blue-haired young man still angrily yelled at her for disrespecting the honored great mages. She didn't even blink. She just approached Roger closely and began to scrutinize his face suspiciously. Rog was calm under that gaze and dryly remarked that it was some nonsense, while Tia responded with a sly smile and struck at the wound. She mocked his shameful collapse from lack of mana and poked fun at his weak training. A short tense pause hung in the air, and the next moment the girl's face twisted sharply with rage, and she burst into a wild scream. Lily immediately recognized Tia, the strongest sorceress of the kingdom and the fourth in the elite order of seraphims. However, her high status did not prevent Tia from aggressively poking Raju in the face with a stick. She was still furious over some old grievance. Raj asked her to calm down when a blue-haired young man approached them, the fifth seraphim Patris. It turned out that they had fought together against demons 5 years ago. Patris was supposed to lead the order, but he voluntarily stepped back because he was fed up with Tia's constant tantrums. Tia loudly protested against the latecomers who were stealing her time and unceremoniously settled into someone else's chair. As soon as everyone sat down at the table, another girl silently emerged next to Lily, a terrifying unblinking gaze. This was the third Seraphimka, Melody, and in her mind, she was just squealing with delight at the cuteness of the blonde girl. The Melody so hypnotized her hair that she leaned in almost closely to the frightened Lily. While the sorceress wondered what such a beauty was doing next to the simpleton Roger, a new figure appeared in the doorway. The mysterious ninja in a mask theatrically proclaimed about fate and the exit beyond reality. Patris had to translate the words of this second seraphim into human language. It turned out that Simon was simply asking everyone to take their seats. Raj nervously flinched at the company of these oddballs when suddenly Melody pressed herself close to poor Lily again. While the attendees lazily exchanged greetings, the Grey King irritably snapped at Tia, demanding that she vacate the foreign seat. Rada was waiting for Mordred's arrival, when suddenly the doors burst open with a bang. The red-haired giant grabbed his head and burst into laughter. The general of the knightly order had stupidly slept through the state assembly. The giant merely waved it off, saying he had arrived on the right day, while Ekaterina calmly introduced her companion to her father as her future husband. Instead of apologizing, he immediately rushed to Ekaterina to demand a duel, but the girl was not at all intimidated and snapped back in response. The hall instantly erupted. Knights demanded fights, girls started a quarrel, and someone was just shouting from the noise. Makoto waved his arms in panic, trying to stop this madness, but no one noticed him. Suddenly, a piercing, unbearable screech struck the ears, causing everyone to wince in pain. Makoto turned on the most disgusting sound on his phone to somehow attract the crowd's attention. While the indignant Tia was poking at the strange gadget, the king slammed his fist on the table and shouted for everyone to be quiet immediately. The old advisor finally got to work. Constanza, who was carrying a sample of the dangerous miasma, disappeared without a trace. The magic of the search yielded no results. Bernard grimly confirmed that the girl was neither in the capital nor in the surrounding areas. Patris fearfully assumed the worst, to which Tia coldly replied, "Games with an unknown miasma require a readiness to die." The young man burst into emotions while defending his friend, but the king merely wearily propped his head up and indifferently allowed the medics to go search for the missing one on their own. Tia sharply told the captain of the medics that her corps of mages should not be underestimated. They will continue the research on the miasmas independently while he is away. The muscular giant burst out laughing at her rudeness, to which the girl irritably snapped back and simply muttered for the doctor to hurry up. The Grey Commander entrusted Tia with leading further research but acknowledged that due to the unpredictability of the threat, they would all have to continue relying on Roger. He strictly prohibited the fighters from acting on their own judgment and ordered them to immediately call for help at the slightest anomaly. Against the backdrop of the capital's towers, Laud suddenly ordered to stay, which greatly confused the guy. Bernhard cut off that he wouldn't take a slow newcomer for an important task, and the blonde sternly added, "They don't need obstacles." The master suggested to Bernhard to simply show the boy the city, and at the same time handed him a mysterious object. It turned out to be a magical talisman. As soon as it is torn, it will instantly send a signal of alarm. The blonde worriedly asked the commander to take care of himself and not to take unnecessary risks. He smiled warmly. As a medic, he was well aware of his own limits in real combat. As soon as Bernhard left, Laud admitted that he had been walking around gloomy all day, but the boy himself did not want to make a fuss. The master laughed and suggested that the commander was simply tormented by guilt for constantly giving Laud small tasks. The evening thickened over the city, and the blonde suddenly declared one word unconditionally: desserts. Meat, Catherine cut in, and an instant spark of fierce animosity flared up between the girls. Ekaterina dismissively waved off Lauda's whining about money, while the blonde stubbornly shouted that she was taking care of the master's diet. The girls burst into screams. One aggressively demanded elite steaks while the other argued for the healing power of sweets. While the blonde was detailing the fairy tale parfait, the master turned pale from nausea, and the argument escalated into an open challenge. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a sharp shout. The sorceress harshly reprimanded the group for their disgraceful quarrel in the middle of the street, unworthy of the great sage's squad. Ruddy couldn't hold back and burst into a scream while Raj and Lily were simply begging for food, causing the face of the sorceress Tia to contort with rage. Tia swung and hit Roger on the head, demanding that he stop the familiarity, but he only naively asked if she was hungry too. She grabbed him by the collar with a dead grip and pointed to the strange device on his belt, which she herself could never figure out. Tia shouted furiously, demanding the activation secret, and nearly burst with anger when Raj calmly replied that he just poured a little mana in there. She trembled with the bitter realization this artifact would never submit to her. Regaining her composure, the sorceress ordered that this ancient treasure be returned immediately. With his help, she intended to find the weapon of Akira Evangelist himself, but Raj just scratched his head. The thing had come to him from Ziga, so he couldn't give it away. While Raj was refusing, the redhead whispered to Lily a story from 20 years ago. Back then, Tia was the best graduate of the magical academy. She arrogantly offered Raj to become her student, but he refused for the sake of little Lily, who also boldly declared that she would not give up her mentor. Hearing the trio openly mock her image, Tia exploded with threats to take back the artifact and claim all the glory for herself. She was already intoxicated by fantasies of her future triumph when suddenly Lily stepped forward indignantly to defend her mentor. The girl boldly looked into the eyes of the sorceress, declaring that all her words were merely pathetic envy, and demanded an apology. Tia squinted condescendingly. Having assessed the opponent's unstable manner, she recognized in that bold blonde the same girl who once hung around Roger. Lily blushed with indignation and fired back that it was the brazen stranger who should apologize. The guy panicked, pleading not to escalate to a fight, but the woman with the pipe coldly suggested changing the location. The girl firmly promised to prove her strength in action. The rival merely smiled crookedly. To her, Lily was just an ordinary servant who was getting above herself due to a title she had received by chance. Lily decisively challenged her to a magical arena outside the capital. The boy just nervously swallowed. The woman arrogantly raised 2 fingers. She allocated exactly 2 minutes for the fight. The sorceress placed the relic of King Ziga on the line and boldly commanded Lily to show all her might. The girl did not hold back. She mockingly pointed out that the old woman was clearly wasting magic on rejuvenation, instantly knocking all the arrogance out of her opponent. The onlookers laughed and urged the witches to fight for entertainment before dinner, while the boy pleaded not to add fuel to the fire. The boy watched them with curiosity. At first glance, the captain of the Royal Mages, Tia, seemed to have very little mana, so he was extremely eager to see her spell in action. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of the evening sky, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak silently watched them from the roof. The gigantic building of the academy loomed under the gloomy sky, frozen before the start of the night duel. On the balcony, the spectators were lively debating whose would win in the clash of 2 powerful sorceresses. The blonde Lily possessed an incredibly dense aura that allowed her to freely play with spells without being tied to elements. In contrast, the purple-haired commander Tia had a catastrophically small magical reserve. But in the arena, Tia confidently gave her opponent exactly 2 minutes to survive. She honed her combat skills to perfection for years to silence anyone who mocked her weakness. The woman longed above all to humiliate all the gifted upstarts. While the powerful bright shot shattered against Lily's barrier, the friends on the balcony were already predicting a quick defeat for the blonde. Meanwhile, Patrus joined them and revealed the true ambitions of the commander. It turned out that Tia was able to fully decipher the theory of ancient magical circles. And although she critically lacked mana to cast the ancient spells, the woman continued to press on her opponent with maniacal laughter. Suddenly, Lily struck the ground sharply with her staff and whispered a spell. A gigantic blue runic weave instantly flared up beneath her feet. Everyone on the balcony was stunned. The girl was able to activate an ancient magic that no one had been able to master until now. From the height of the dark sky, a real burning meteorite plunged straight onto the arena. The red-haired man turned pale with horror and screamed upon seeing a huge fiery meteorite falling from the sky towards them. The deadly boulder relentlessly approached, and a voice from above mockingly challenged the student to see if her skills could stop it. The woman mage playfully suggested calling for help in case of failure, but the blonde, though sweating coldly from fear, tensed up and stubbornly insisted that she could handle it on her own. A pillar of roaring flame struck up to the heavens. The blonde watched the fire with fear while her rival's voice mockingly urged her to try to stop it with her own strength. The girl turned pale. The mentor carelessly promised to handle everything herself if she gave up. Meanwhile, panic broke out in the stands. Spectators were shouting about treason, calling it worse than an invasion of golems. Roger suddenly jumped up to intervene, but his friend forcefully sat him back down. The dark-skinned fighter harshly reminded that stopping the duel now would mean forever trampling on Liliana's honor. Raj was stunned. He was used to constantly protecting her, but now he had to helplessly watch from the balcony. Liliana clenched the staff until it trembled in her hands, painfully aware of the chasm in power between her and that one. Determination flashed in her eyes. She poured all her remaining magic into her strongest spell, Holy Arrow. The golden light forged a gigantic figure of an angel who drew a shining bow. A blinding beam of energy shot upward with a whistle. A powerful explosion tore through the skies, showering the arena with sharp debris. Tia didn't even move. Her magical shield lazily deflected the stones, falling directly onto her head. While the audience was recovering from the shock and the exhausted Liliana could barely stand, Tia simply sighed calmly. Breathing heavily, Lily realized she had reached her limit and humbly acknowledged her defeat. Tia was still trying to read the notes when the girl suddenly ran up and bowed low, sincerely apologizing for her rudeness. Lily admitted that the words about her weakness struck a chord, but now she wants only one thing: to become stronger for the sake of her master. With eyes shining with excitement, she begged Tia to take her as a student, causing her to recoil in fright. The sorceress tried to fend off the persistent girl by sharply shouting that the conversation was over. But she did not back down and chased after, begging for lessons, while the boys watched this amusing chase from the sidelines with smiles. From above, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak silently watched their hustle and bustle. A new day began with a heavy sigh. The master stepped into the corridor, suffering from a stomach ache after yesterday's overindulgence in sweets, and immediately ran into a cheerful redhead. The The boy asked where Lily was, to which the master replied that she had gone to the wizard's headquarters to help with the ghost investigation. Ruddy asked to have company on his day off, and the master shared his plans to visit the Forbidden Library for information about nanomachines. They walked slowly through the city under the gloomy cloudy sky. Their attention was drawn by a loud scandal. An enraged aristocrat aggressively attacked a street fortune teller, accusing him of conjuring ghosts. Passers-by explained that the local nobleman was simply looking for another victim to torment, when suddenly the master froze in alarm. The mustached man suddenly recognized Roger. He was the one who had been awarded by King Zig at the ceremony a few days ago. However, this did not add respect. The wealthy man immediately dismissed the status of a sage, calling the young man a commoner, although he acknowledged that the detained woman was too weak to create ghosts. She sadly agreed that due to a lack of magic she had long abandoned her ambitions, but the man suddenly burst into a scream, calling her a deceitful outsider and the cause of the spirit's appearance. While he was shouting about greed for money and the wrath of the gods, Raj calmly intervened, demanding at least some evidence from the old man. Vusin had just gotten angry over the familiarity when the red-haired boy next to him joyfully revealed his lineage. He turned out to be the heir of Count Humberstone. Vusin, muttering that foreigners have no place in human trafficking, left, while the redhead modestly explained that his father is well known in the region. The high title immediately solved the problem, so the rescued sorceress Telling gratefully invited the guys for tea. At the table, she thoughtfully noted that the local miasmas have an extremely ancient origin. The woman advised to be careful on the road, but Raj only smiled warmly, calling their meeting fate. He handed her his magical map, allowing her to call for help if the solitary traveler was threatened by danger again. Telling was touched by such kindness and sympathetically recalled his students, to which the redhead laughed and pitied the busy, older sister. The woman's smile faded when she quietly reminded of a simple truth: boundless love often leads to ruin. Finally, the fortune teller decided to repay with magic. A dazzling star sphere of astrological divination shone in her hands. Closing her eyes, she prophesied the future. An ancient evil would sever the bond between Roger and his student Liliana, forcing them to choose between saving countless souls and the life of one dearest person. Hearing about the inevitable time of fateful choice, Loud merely snorted in confusion. Vorishbit hurried to smooth over the edges, reminding that these are just words, the true meaning of which will be revealed later. He advised Loud to act more cautiously and not to rush, to which the red-haired companion nodded vigorously, while the young man stared in surprise at the empty screen of his device. The boys waved goodbye and headed out onto the street, suddenly feeling a strange, barely nostalgic trace of magic in the air. The sorcerer smiled warmly as they walked away. As soon as they turned away, his face hardened. A terrifying black aura crawled out from under the collar, and the man quietly whispered the name Constanza, giving the signal. At that moment, in the thicket of the forest shrouded in the same darkness, a figure lay in wait on a branch above the group of people, coldly reminding itself that murder does not tolerate hesitation. The squad arrived at the devastated village. Although the monsters had been destroyed, chaos and destruction reigned around with the wounded. The medic noticed a lonely girl among the ruins and gently asked where her parents were. She silently pointed her finger at a row of bodies covered with sheets. The man fell silent, stroked the orphan's head, and quietly apologized. A barely noticeable surprise flashed in her eyes. The medic's face became stern from helplessness. The girl froze, submissively accepting his comfort. Later, the same squad scoured the forest for a long time until the commander decided to interrupt the futile mission. He ordered to turn back when suddenly someone's voice behind him forbade it. The captain turned sharply and was taken aback. His men lay unconscious, and above them towered the same girl who had inexplicably grown up. With icy calm, she thanked him for everything he had done for her. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the boy stared in horror at the magical seal that shone wildly right above his hand. It was an alarming signal from Byrne. The redhead immediately rushed to the exit. The dark-haired one stopped him and resolutely volunteered for the team to heal everyone if the worst happened. The gray-haired Byrne fell helplessly onto the grass. The ancient miasma was literally burning his magic from the inside. Above him towered Khans, shrouded in a black aura, and she coldly threw her farewell. The beast man barely rasped his friend's name when suddenly someone's worried scream shattered the silence. Raj and Liliana flew out of the forest and were horrified. the entire medical team lay on the ground from extreme magical exhaustion. Black traces pulsed on the tree trunks, an obvious trap to lure them here. Raj left the wounded to the healers and rushed after the trail of the miasma. Together with Liliana, he raced through the forest, firmly convinced that their friend could not have done such a thing of her own free will. A click went off in the guy's head while running. He realized that the energy of these dark traces was identical to the nanomachines they extracted from the slain Cyclops. At the sudden revelation, Raj abruptly dug into the ground. Ahead on the hill loomed Khans, completely shrouded in darkness, and eerily calmly greeted her former friends. Liliana burst into tears, demanding explanations for the injured medics, but Khans suddenly grabbed her head wildly. From her shadow, a foreign demonic voice emerged. An unknown entity raged through the weak brainwashing and promised to kill everyone personally. The miasma gripped the girl's head with a dead hand. She screamed desperately, and the shocked Raj finally understood. Khans was fighting a parasite in her own mind. The girl burst into a wild scream as the nanomachines began to literally burn her nervous system, while the artificial intelligence in the pink device was trying to remember the creator of this horror. The trail led deep into the databases, where in the darkness emerged the predatory grin of a true puppeteer. With blood-filled eyes and a terrifying smile, she lunged forward, causing the boy to shout a warning to his partner. He barely managed to put up a magical shield against the lightning attack. The enemy was casting 2 A-rank spells simultaneously and without any staff. A powerful explosion shattered the barrier into pieces, violently throwing both heroes back. A powerful explosion shook the forest, raising a thick column of smoke above the trees. Ruddy was dragging his wounded comrade on his back, trying to dissuade him from fighting, but he only growled back furiously. The cloud of dust dispersed. On the ground lay a dark-haired young man who anxiously asked if his companion Lily was all right. Their magical circles suddenly malfunctioned. The boy realized that his reliable shield had just shattered into pieces without any resistance. While the girl complained about losing control over her mana, the young man recalled a recent spasm and was horrified. They had stabbed them with needles. A woman emerged from the shadows, shrouded in a dark aura. The right hand of the head of the medical corps mockingly confirmed the suspicion of invisible magical needles. She explained that she had precisely blocked their mana and immediately unleashed a new barrage of glowing projectiles. Lily gritted her teeth and rushed forward, trying to fend off the quick attack with her staff. The young man repeatedly felt invisible blows with his body, helplessly realizing that without magic he couldn't even dodge. Lily suddenly stepped in front of him, confidently asking him to just trust her. The girl froze and began to rapidly accumulate power in her staff, which greatly surprised her master. The enemy squinted, immediately deciphering this desperate move, an attempt to infuse the remnants of mana into a large-scale spell. The woman instantly lunged forward to thwart the attack. The young man realized with horror that their plan had failed, and in a panic, he tried to activate his own magic, knowing that he was already out of time. A powerful blast of purple energy unexpectedly knocked the woman back, causing the guy to stare in shock. Bernard intervened. He applied an anti-magic technique and shouted at the student, demanding not to relax in battle. The fight was interrupted by a brief memory of the day when the boy asked the mentor in surprise if he would really take on the task of raising this girl. Bernard then replied that doctors do not have such luxury and admitted that he does not miss his terrible parents at all. He gave her shelter not for the sake of atonement, but simply seeing her pain, for that is how a true doctor should act. This sincerity touched the girl, giving rise to a quiet dream in her to become a savior like that. Suddenly, a warm memory drowned in the hoarse plea of the wounded medic to save his life. The bodies of her companions lay motionless by the water, while a foreign command to kill all witnesses pulsed in her head. She desperately clutched her head, pleading with tears for the voices to stop. Bernard glanced around cautiously. The bloody hieroglyph of death flashed before her eyes, finally breaking her will. The girl woke up with a scream and breathed heavily, clanking heavy chains on the hospital bed. She turned her head and froze. Sitting silently beside her was the living Bernard. Her face was flooded with tears of despair. She sobbed bitterly, realizing that in her amnesia she had cut down her own squad. The boy, confined to the hospital bed, weakly tried to apologize, but the gray-haired man with a scar gently interrupted him. What mattered now was only that he was still alive at all. The woman with purple hair lifted a test tube containing a clump of dark energy, They couldn't catch the ghost, but this trophy was theirs. The mage immediately recognized in the energy the same miasmas that had poisoned the mind of the captive girl from the medical corps using nanomachines. The puppeteer has fled, therefore. Behind the attack on the capital are people who are hunting for ancient weapons. Irritatedly tapping her stick, the commander set off with the report to the king. Meanwhile, the wizard approached the room of the detained Kanza, and the gray guard Byrne reported that the girl had finally come to her senses. The young man felt nothing but sincere pity for her. The interrogation was pointless. The girl's memory had been erased, and only her desperate resistance to control saved the lives of others. The wizard promised to ask the king for mercy, as it is beyond the power of an ordinary magician to so deeply subdue the human mind. A living relic emerged from the air, and a forgotten name of the ancient evangelist Satoru surfaced in the conversation. Unlike the straightforward Akira, this cautious intellectual was the only one in history who could control nanomachines. The guess was terrifying. Satoru left behind a legacy, and now an unknown enemy had seized this knowledge. Byrne grew gloomy. If this is true, only Raj with his Akira magic can stop the threat. Suddenly the walls shook from the rumble, and a desperate scream rang out from outside. The door shook from a new strong blow, and the mage turned sharply, looking ahead in horror. Black tendrils of miasma tightly wrapped around the girl, muffling her panic screams. Akira instantly struck back. A blinding pillar of magical light erupted from beneath his feet. The ray pierced through the darkness, tearing it into pieces. But the clump of shadow only laughed ominously, opening its single purple eye in the void. The cold being confessed to Akira that it is the one behind all the ghost attacks, as it is the true soul of the miasmas. Her plan worked perfectly. While the defenders were distracted, the seeds of the miasmas sprouted throughout the capital, unleashing hordes of ancient beasts onto the streets. The red-haired seraphim drew his massive sword, bravely blocking the path of the giant horned lion. In the midst of the fiery ruins, a tattooed young man grinned with satisfaction, enjoying the chaos in the company of monsters. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the old king grimly demanded that the uninvited guests state their purpose. The dark figures responded without hesitation. They needed the complete destruction of the forbidden library and the ancient grimoires. The shadow contemptuously spat that for 2,000 years the kingdom had forgotten its own history and was now dying for false ideals. The accusation of being ready to kill Akira made the old sage shudder in shock. The dark entity declared that it was only interested in Roj now and activated his magical card with a crack. "Your student's life or this country?" She threw down a cruel ultimatum while Akira clenched his teeth in sweat before the impossible choice. Shadows contemptuously hurled accusations at King Zig's face, mocking the former knight who supposedly easily seized power. However, the old king firmly declared with his bare sword that he would fulfill his duty and warned not to underestimate the power of Dalgi. Meanwhile, Tia sharply shouted at the captive, forcing her to get up immediately. The scarred young man watched in horror as ancient demonic beasts tore apart the capital, their power multiplied many times over by nanomachines. Suddenly, a golden magical seal unexpectedly flared up next to the sage. Tia instantly recognized the signal from her card and shouted for him to go destroy the enemy's main body. But the boy hesitated, torn between saving the capital and the fear for the life of the blonde girl, who was enveloped in a dark aura. Panic had already begun to cloud his mind when suddenly Tia slapped him hard across the face. She fiercely attacked him, accusing him of selfishness and pride, due to which he doesn't even try to rely on others. Ignoring her friend's attempts to stop the quarrel, the sorceress acknowledged that the sage was capable of absolutely incomprehensible things to her. But pointing her staff at him, she sharply promised, if he retreats now, she will personally kill Liliana. The sage let go of his anxiety, nodded calmly, and entrusted them with the protection of the rear. A powerful blue magic circle unfolded around him as years of long solitary survival flashed through his mind. Only now did he realize he no longer had to bear the entire burden alone. The red-haired knight approached the army of armored soldiers and imperiously asked if they were an organized rebellion. The tattooed leader simply laughed in response. He threw that they were just a gathering, but their goals coincided because the country is at an end. the evangelists themselves have risen against them. With a flash of blue light, the knight drew her sword and cut to defend the homeland from any enemy. Meanwhile, the exhausted Liliana lay helplessly on the floor when a man approached her from the darkness. She fearfully asked if his brain had also been washed, but the stranger in glasses smiled ominously. He was the creator of all this chaos. Wrapped in a black aura, he hovered over the girl and revealed his true name, Satoru. The man turned out to be one of those evangelists who came to these lands 2,000 years ago. Someone's step broke the silence among the night rocks. The young man followed, checking his magical radar card. The signal led him to a mysterious entrance to the cave, made of ancient materials. Suddenly, the monolithic stone doors slid open by themselves. The young man felt no barriers. The enemy clearly wasn't concerned, so he decided to take the invitation and move cautiously. He gripped the staff tighter and suddenly pulled it inside. The dark-haired mage with a terrifying purple aura loomed over the fallen girl. He lazily remarked that it was hard to believe they lived over 2,000 years ago, while she, in shock, recognized him as the ancient evangelist satyr. She was frozen in horror. Satoru merely brushed off her panic, calmly adding that he had come just to talk. The girl remembered the legend well. This mage was executed for attempting to enslave the world. Satoru bitterly smiled. After awakening, he too had read this lie in textbooks and was terribly disappointed. According to official history, 2,000 years ago in the land of Dalgi, two boys, Akira and Satoru, arrived whose magic created a great state. The tales told that the good Akira bestowed prosperity upon people, while the greedy Satoru betrayed him for power. After a prolonged war, the rebel army was destroyed, and the powerful magic of the victor was inherited by the royal family. The most dangerous weapon was then securely hidden. Remembering these fabrications, Satoru was filled with rage. For him, the rewritten history was a slap in the face to both of them. The truth was much dirtier. Two children simply loved to study magic, and the adults happily proclaimed them geniuses. The boys were forced to create weapons for endless wars, and when they became inconvenient, they were simply killed, left to bleed out. The extinguished gaze of young Satoru mindlessly stared into the clear blue sky. Exhausted, he lay motionless on the grass. Nearby, his friend was dying. With the last of his strength, Satoru turned his head at the quiet call. Just before his death, the tormented Akira reached out his hand and tightly squeezed his friend's palm. A ray of sunlight struck through the fingers. "We are alive." The boys ran through the green fields of a new world that was noticeably behind in development compared to their homeland. But here there was magic. Akira gained colossal power while Satoru had perfect control over it. They helped people on the road, quickly became famous, and soon received an invitation to the royal castle. Satoru could hardly contain his joy. The ruler had allocated them a laboratory where they could use magic to recreate nanomachines from their past life. He immediately immersed himself in the drawings, planning to turn the miasma of the infected monsters into cutting-edge weaponry. Akira simply smiled softly, not understanding why his friend was once again chasing military might and high status. He had another dream: to become a great magician and save more lives than their former inventions had destroyed. Satoru briefly agreed aloud but mentally disagreed with his friend. He was dreaming of the devastating strength they once lacked. Akira wanted to change this world, stop unjust deaths, and simply live a new life next to Satoru until the very end. Time passed. Akira tirelessly devoted his magic to those in need, genuinely rejoicing in every saved person. Satoru kept his distance and silently continued his own research, preparing to defend his friend when the time came. However, the threat came from within. Akira was slightly suffering from chronic magical exhaustion. He had given too much power to the people, and the local doctors had only to prescribe absolute rest. Satoru knelt before the throne, pleading with the king to grant Akira leave. He desperately argued that the hard work was draining his friend's magical reserves and the mana exhaustion syndrome was becoming critical. The monarch merely waved dismissively. He coldly stated that great mages are obliged to expend their powers for the ruler, leaving Satoru frozen in shock at such cynicism. The king revealed his true appetites. Akira's magic is needed for his world domination. He openly humiliated Satoru, reminding him of his own failures and reproached that only his friend's genius keeps them both at court. After the abrupt order to get out, the dejected Satoru silently trudged down the dark corridor. He quietly opened the door to the room and looked up in surprise. The exhausted Akira was sitting in bed with a pen in hand. Noticing his friend, the sick man joyfully greeted him. Satoru panicked, demanding that he go to bed immediately, but Akira carefree assured him that everything was fine and stretched out to show his work. The young man was writing a grimoire. He proudly explained that the king had personally asked to preserve these spells for future wizards. Satoru was pierced by a terrible realization. Akira understood perfectly that he was dying, which is why he was so eager to leave a legacy. Meanwhile, the sick man passionately dreamed of how the spread of his technologies would advance medicine. "Let's run away from this country," Satoru suddenly said sharply. The smile instantly disappeared from Akira's face. Satoru bitterly stated the truth: they are simply being used as weapons and the king doesn't care about their lives. He reminded that they had already died in their past life under exactly such a scenario. Akira lowered his gaze and fell silent. Then he quietly replied that for the first time in his life people truly loved him here. He pressed the unfinished book tightly to his chest and burst into tears, confessing his love for this cruel country. Akira died 2 weeks later. Satoru stood in the midst of the raging sea of flames, gripping his staff. The death sentence for the mage was the order to go to the front lines. He single-handedly forced the neighboring country to surrender. Absolute magical exhaustion finally took a toll on his body and he quietly died in his room. In a huge bonfire, all the books of the country burned. He personally destroyed the grimoires and drawings of the latest weapons left by Akira. He was nauseated by the thought that the rotten power shamelessly appropriated this knowledge, so in his rage he vowed to watch over them for at least 1,000 years. His eyes narrowed in threat. If they touched Akira's pride again, the nanomachines would awaken him and he would reduce this country to ashes. While he fell into a long sleep, the pitiful rulers rewrote history out of fear, and the servants were already bringing the king the surviving fragments of magical records. Trembling with fear, the monarch ordered to preserve these remnants at all costs. Without powerful wizards, the kingdom was completely defenseless against the invasion. But the hero didn't care about geopolitics and peace. All he could see was Akira's sincere smile with which he just wanted to live his life. However, she chose to love and protect this cruel state, which now continued to ruthlessly exploit her legacy. Tears of rage boiled in his eyes. He could not forgive how the authorities were tarnishing the very proof of the existence of his dearest person. There was simply no other choice left. Satoru listened calmly, refusing to believe that Akira had been stripped of his dignity so easily. The blonde girl, knocked to the floor, screamed. He chose this path himself, defending what was dearest to him until his last breath. The dispute had just flared up. Each was arguing that she alone knew Akira's true desire and none acknowledged the other's right to judge. In Satoru's hand, dark magic swirled. She coldly explained that conversations were needed for only one reason. The more the victim knows, the easier it is for the nanomachines to break her mind. The darkness suddenly surged right into the face of the frightened girl. Meanwhile, the boy with the magic staff raced down the endless gray corridor, suspecting a trap. He stopped to check the space for illusions when suddenly electric bats and a three-eyed wolf burst out from the walls with a crack. Annoyed by the excessive expenses of the mania, the young man struck with a powerful flash of light. The blinding beam instantly incinerated the monsters. The boy calmly moved on, unaware that an old man was trembling in horror around the corner. The grandfather panicked. His best traps were destroyed in seconds, and the plan to steal ancient weapons and get rich turned into certain death. The boy unexpectedly peeked around the corner and directly asked if it was his job. The old man screamed wildly. Crouching on the floor, the old man began to whine pitifully about the hostages, but the young man instantly saw through the lie and contemptuously threw the old man's greed for money back in his face. The phone casually explained that the old man's face revealed the lie, while he greedily stared at the artifact, contemplating how to steal it. The old hermit grinned and cast an explosive spell, claiming he was doing it purely for the money. But in a moment, he was helplessly hanging upside down from a tree while the young man inquired about the traps and the missing Lillian. The boy had no time for games and directly hinted at punishment, forcing the captive to beg hysterically for mercy. Then the old man proposed a deal. He would betray his boss for a good reward, but the young man simply turned around and walked away. Desperately calling out, the captive surrendered and revealed the name of his employer, the evangelist Satoru. The boy froze in surprise. the old man's face suddenly contorted in pain, releasing a terrifying black aura. The captive screamed in unbearable pain. The young man recognized these symptoms. The nanomachine embedded in the body was mercilessly punishing for betrayal. The old man was bidding farewell to life, tears recalling his pitiful dream of becoming rich, while the system began the process of his absorption. A single wave of the young man's magical staff instantly dispersed the deadly dark energy. The soft green light completely healed his wounds. The boy didn't even look back and simply moved deeper into the dark corridor. The freed old man called out to him, not understanding why he would save an enemy. The answer shocked him. The young man simply held no malice against him. While the rescuer pondered the use of search magic in a mundane way, the old man remained stunned and silent. Someone else's nobility knocked him off balance, reminding him of his own past, where beatings and humiliation forced him to survive at any cost. A man with a cleaver loomed over the thief, threatening to permanently beat the desire to steal out of him, while a bald old man trembled in fear nearby. The young man calmly explained to him that the building was under the magic of illusions, there was no way out, and the old student's presence was not required here. He provided the coordinates for teleportation so that he could escape immediately. Meanwhile, the city was engulfed in a gigantic flame and screams of horror. Commander Tia demanded to evacuate everyone while a frightened soldier reported, "The knights are fighting against a horde of monsters, but the enemies are not diminishing." Hearing that the monsters were coming in an endless stream, Tia gritted her teeth and gave a harsh order to hold the defense to the death. He bitterly lowered his head, recalling the gentle smile of the familiar girl. Standing in the glow of the magical circle, he confessed to the old man that he did not understand love at all, but simply wanted to stop hating himself. Clenching his clothes against his chest, the boy whispered about daily disgust and the dream of finally finding peace. Meanwhile, the giant ice bear launched a devastating attack on the knights. The tattooed enemy mocked that it was futile to dream of victory against the mage and advised the knightess to take a look at herself. The tattooed tamer laughed atop the monster, boasting that he conserved his strength and fought exclusively with others' fangs. The wounded red-haired commander ignited with a blue aura of rage at the enemy's mockery about the defeat of the order. High above the fire-ravaged city hovered a sorceress in a purple cloak, shocked by the endless crowd of ancient beasts. She instantly realized that the magical reserve was not limitless and sharply turned around in search of a trap. Her scrutinizing gaze caught on the balcony of the burning clock tower. There, a girl in warm clothing was knitting a blue seal, preparing to breed monsters again to defeat the knights. Suddenly, the space was torn apart by a powerful pink shot. The witch lowered her magical rifle and clicked her tongue in displeasure, a miss. The frightened girl on the tower pressed herself against the stone. Only the created copy shield saved her from death, but the jewel-like precision of the strike, which left no scratches on the building, sent her into a cold sweat. From the roof, the girl watched the stranger flying over the burning city, wondering about his too weak magical aura. Suddenly, her face twisted with rage, and she clenched the staff until it cracked, bursting into a frenzied scream. Meanwhile, in the gloomy hall with high stone columns, there was a dead silence. Rog landed swiftly on the floor, and his flying phone immediately pointed to the motionless body ahead. The boy rushed to the unconscious Lily, calling out to her in fear until the girl barely groaned. He exhaled with immense relief, reassured that there was not a single scratch on her. The moon of the empty hall was cut by a foreign voice that calmly called Roger by name. The boy turned sharply. A man in glasses emerged from the shadows and coldly noted that there was no longer any point in hiding, since Gilles had blabbed everything. His body was instantly enveloped in black energy, his facial features changed, and with a predatory smile he revealed his true name, Satoru. Raj stood bewildered as the phone confirmed the exact match of the enemy's magical signature with the archives. Satoru smugly spread his arms, boasting that he had combined science and magic with the help of nanomachines, gaining limitless power without the cost of mana. But Raj frowned and directly asked whether his praised technology was actually an ancient relic. Roger was puzzled that the enemy did not remember the device at all. It turned out that the thing was beyond his knowledge and could only have been left by Akira. Wrapped in a purple aura, the enemy admitted that he had awakened from Akira's magic and mockingly compared Raj to the former owner. The flying artifact panicked when the dark mage coldly announced his true goal, to wipe out all magic and ancient civilization to dust. Around the evangelist, terrifying eyes opened in the space. He confirmed that he would destroy the entire country, as Raj was also a part of it. The boy, before whitening the bones, clenched his staff, mentally doubting whether he would have the strength to withstand such power. Suddenly a quiet voice sounded, and Raj's eyes widened in shock. Lily appeared in the hall. The evangelist smiled predatorily in the shadows, recalling Akira. Roger begged the injured girl to teleport to a safe place immediately, but the enemy suddenly asked whom he was willing to sacrifice. The blood-red seal flared up right on Roger's chest, but Lily rushed in at the last moment and shielded him with her body. In the complete darkness, a heavy thought echoed. Would everything have turned out differently if he had dealt with Akira earlier? It all started with the autobiography of a wizard found in the backyard of the Magic Academy, which he brought home solely for its beautiful illustrations. The boy's curiosity about the text made him learn the letters on his own, opening up an exciting world of magic to him. Meanwhile, in the poor neighborhoods, they waited in vain for him with bread. Raj had run away to the academy again. He rushed there with all his might, despite the mockery of the neighbors in a country where few dreamed of becoming a mage. There were reasons for that. It was believed that magical power rapidly wanes with age, forcing sorcerers to retire before the age of 30. Raj watched secretly through the classroom window where the elite were being taught, who would immediately serve the king after graduation. For commoners, especially the poor, the path to magic was closed, yet the boy secretly practiced on his own and he was happy. Years later, the attempt to pass the exam for the royal corps turned into humiliation. The guards openly mocked the self-taught young man without a diploma. The metal grate slammed shut in front of his nose, leaving only one way to earn a living: the guild. Magic was his only talent and his only love. He wanted no other path, yet he bitterly acknowledged that trash was destined to remain trash. He silently clenched his teeth in frustration. Raj was wandering away, expecting a life filled with contempt, but despite everything, he managed to make connections and gain real experience as a mage. And when he turned 20, in the middle of the night, he saw her, little Lily, who effortlessly summoned a magic circle. Raj was taken aback. The 5-year-old child was creating magic so skillfully and joyfully that he immediately decided to send this talent to a real academy, far away from a mentor like him. Roger bitterly thought that with his miserable earnings, Lily would never get to school, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. At the doorstep stood a grim gray-haired man with a scar, accompanied by 2 figures in cloaks. The stranger introduced himself as the captain of the Royal Knights and directly asked if it was true that Raj single-handedly slaughtered the horde of white vampires. The boy awkwardly waved it off, saying he had just successfully mastered the magic of darkness, although the captain enthusiastically reminded him that even the elite corps of mages had not managed to do that. Suddenly, the guest became serious and asked for help, telling about the corrupt king and the impoverished people who were already preparing for a rebellion. The captain admitted that he refused to suppress the uprising because he decided to save the country. Roger jumped in shock, realizing that the Royal Knights were preparing a coup. The guest solemnly declared himself Zig Long, the legitimate heir to the throne, who had hidden among the knights for years to reclaim the stolen crown. Zig bowed his head and began to plead with Roger to join the revolution, as they desperately needed a wizard stronger than the entire royal corps. After recovering a bit, Roger agreed but set strict conditions: no killings during the uprising, and in case of victory, Lily must go to school. Zig passionately depicted the state of his dreams without classes, where the strong defend the weak and the weak support the strong. Zig instantly plunged into dreams and began to outline how he would rob the rich, feed the poor, and provide education for all. Roger could only stare in bewilderment at such naive pathos. Roger was stunned. He did not understand why Lily had left the Royal Academy 5 years before graduation. The girl calmly explained that the lessons there were a pathetic waste of time compared to his training. The mage tried to remind her of the importance of a diploma, but Lily cut him off. She studies magic not for the sake of certificates but to become as powerful as her mentor. Her quiet confession about not wanting to part made Roger emotionally fall silent. Looking at the smiling student, he bitterly thought about how much he actually depended on this bright child. Suddenly, Lily's face was distorted by inhuman horror. Someone's powerful magical strike slammed Roger into the stone floor. He coughed up blood upon hearing the mocking voice of the enemy above him, who was already celebrating victory. The dark sorcerer embraced the paralyzed Lily possessively, mocking the great sage who traded the salvation of an entire capital for the life of a single girl. A tear rolled down the cheek of the student, while Roger breathed heavily, bowing his head low. He quietly grunted that the fates of nations and civilizations had never really concerned him. Blood dripped thickly onto the marble under the contemptuous gaze of the enemy, while the mage renounced his heroic titles. Roger admitted that he lived solely for his love of magic and his adopted daughter. But to stand and watch her cry, he sharply raised his gaze, burning with rage. For Lily's tears, the mage was ready to tear the offender to pieces. The red-haired woman warmly confessed her love for her country. He was twisted with horror. He realized that she had betrayed her homeland for the obsession with the student becoming just like him. He turned away, shocked by such betrayal. Suddenly, the blonde broke the silence with a desperate cry, "I love you." With tears in her eyes, she clenched the staff and shouted that she was only borrowing these words from Lily because she truly loved her. The bloodied boy collapsed to his knees in a huge puddle of his own blood, while the blonde girl silently froze in front of him. In the half-darkness, someone was silently watching. Raj shouted fiercely, "What the hell are feelings if you haven't saved your own student yet?" A magical circle flared up, and green energy sliced through the space. Raj blinked in astonishment. The mage was performing complex healing on the fly. At that moment, a spell was cast, and a devastating purple blast struck from the jaws of the ghostly dragon. The mage barely dodged in the air. Liliana was going all out and was almost not exhausted. While the girl was preparing a new attack, he threw to his flying terminal. Time is needed for ancient magic to dispel control over her mind. The device objected. Hostile nanomachines had penetrated the very magical essence of Lily, unique like a blood type. Foreign energy will simply kill her, so there was only one option left: to perfectly copy the girl's native mana. "Win me time," commanded the mage and focused. He knew his student's power down to the smallest details. Panicking, the terminal feverishly scanned its own memory in search of any clue for distraction. "And I found it." The screen flickered and began loading an old 3D recording right in front of the bewildered Roger's face. A blinding blue light struck the man's eyes. The system issued a password error, and Raj and his companion froze, staring in shock at the glowing hologram of the young man. He was screaming in hysteria that he didn't remember any password while a black hand reached out to him from the darkness. The possessed one burst into a frenzied scream and ordered Liliana to take away the phone. The girl raised her glowing staff, causing the boy to scream in terror. Cornered, he activated the persona replica. The space was torn apart by a golden glow, from which a female silhouette emerged. The phantom threw itself down like a stone. A flash of light raced right in front of Liliana's face. A powerful blow knocked all the black filth out of the girl's body. The smartphone in the air flickered, completely replacing her magical energy. The villain's control broke, and the exhausted Liliana fell down. The boy managed to catch her just above the floor and frantically called her name. Liliana rushed to apologize and anxiously asked if his wounds had healed, but the boy just waved it off, saying he was fine. Choking on tears, she whispered that she had understood everything all along, but her body moved on its own. He held the girl tightly to his chest, and she finally exhaled calmly. A mocking foreign voice abruptly interrupted them, reminding that it was not the time for hugs. The cloak floated in the air. From the thick black shadow emerged a man who coldly stated that without Akira's magic, their world was doomed anyway. The enemy looked down on them from above, calling this battle a simple game and a test. The young man fiercely exclaimed that Dalga would not fall only due to his absence, while far away a dark-skinned rider urged a giant white beast forward. The warrior raced towards the burning city and could not understand why the army of magical monsters had suddenly begun to dwindle. He refused to believe that ordinary knights could drive back ancient monsters, when suddenly a blinding purple beam struck right at his beast. The monster threw him back, and the rider himself crashed to the ground with a roar, smashing into the stone debris. Cursing, he lifted his gaze and saw through the smoke new enemies. The body of one of the women was covered in magical ice armor. The warrior stood stunned before the opponents, who silently towered over him. A contemptuous voice broke through the smoke screen, mocking the enemy's inattention. The tattooed magician stood stunned. The left half of his red-haired opponent's body had turned into solid ice. "My right side is still moving perfectly," he rasped, exhaling a frosty mist. The mage feverishly twisted the green seals of communication, vainly calling out into the void for reinforcements. But the source of the monsters had already been destroyed. The girl with the staff triumphantly towered over a mountain of fluffy corpses, commanding the others to finish off the remnants. The young wizard with a slight smile rushed to clean up the minor monsters. The warrior carelessly sliced through the winged demon, grumbling about the terrible heat and her desire to wash as she made her way to the medics. The huge bearded man laughed heartily, joyfully slicing through monsters with a gigantic blade on his way to the royal castle. The warrior in the mask struck like lightning from the heavens. Black blood splattered from a single precise stroke. The shadowy leader of the enemies trembled, not understanding how their army was so easily being crushed into the ground. A gray-haired commander was stepping towards him. The commander sternly threw. His nation never relied solely on miracles or ancient magic. They eradicated their own weakness every day through rigorous training. The half-frozen red one heavily loomed over the defeated mage, asking if he knew the true secret of Dalga's resilience. The secret lay not in advantageous alliances or the favor of powerful patrons, but in the continuous evolution of each fighter. Recalling his comrades, the redhead roared right in the enemy's face. They simply have no right to call themselves knights if they are unable to crush even such a sudden attack. The tattooed giant froze in shock upon hearing that an exit actually existed. Eki's body erupted with blue energy under the loud shout, "True thunder surge." With divine speed, she surged into the attack. The enemy barely managed to raise his gaze. The blue eye fiercely blazed from beneath the raised sword. The devastating blow struck the giant, tearing a hoarse gasp of pain from him. The heavy two-handed sword crashed into the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. Eka exhaled heavily, but she was immediately called by a young man holding the rescued child in his arms. He was outraged that a member of the medical corps had ventured into the very heart of the battle. The boy started calling for help for her, but Eka shouted that he needed to be treated, otherwise he would lose half of his body. Eka asked whether the destruction was limited to the capital itself, and she was informed that the mages had already hidden the townspeople underground and had begun to treat the wounded. Suddenly, the girl was overcome with weakness. She collapsed to the ground with a cough, having only time to think about how Raj was holding up. While she begged herself to get up, somewhere far away a subordinate was reporting on the enemy's assault, until his report was cut off by a scream of agony. The dark-haired Satoru listened to this coldly, in absolute silence. Akira rushed worriedly to Lily, but the girl felt great. The magic purified by the boy pulsed in her body with powerful energy. She blushed deeply, muttering something about mutual affection, which only made Akira fall silent wearily. He was interrupted by Satoru. Wrapped in a black aura, he whispered hoarsely that he never succeeds at anything. He calmly advised them to surrender, as the former Dalga no longer exists, but at that moment he snapped. It is not for them to judge whether he still has a reason to fight. The darkness around him exploded. Satoru desperately cried out that they had forgotten all their vows and shared past, carelessly moving into a bright future and leaving others behind. He was breathless with indignation. He called his former comrades scum, accused Liliana of blindness to the truth, and declared that the old plan was heading for disaster. The shadows greedily wrapped around his staff, and his voice fell into a terrifying rasp. Right now he craved something entirely different. Akira stared blankly at the sky streaked with purple, not understanding where they had ended up. Raj had just mentioned the ruins of the plateau when a stone block burst out from under the giant glowing seal. Both reacted instantly. The boy struck with a magical rain while the girl unfolded a protective dome. Dozens of golden rays crashed loudly against their barrier. From the thick mire, a gigantic horned golem unexpectedly emerged, looming over the mage in a black and gold cloak. Holy Spear thundered over the field, and the massive blade of light struck the monster. The demon only roared fiercely. Akira and Raj turned pale with fear. The devastating attack yielded no results. The boy, in a panic, grabbed his girlfriend and dashed away just moments before the impact. A blinding explosion thundered behind. They were violently thrown to the ground by the shockwave, but Akira managed to shout about a new threat. A poisonous darkness was rushing towards them. The air was torn apart by bloody lightning. Clenching his teeth, he held the shield against the devastating blows of energy with his last strength. From the darkness emerged a pale young man with a phone in his hand, who eerily calmly confessed that he had always adored Akira and dreamed of saving people alongside him. His desperate pleas for attention drowned in the hellish flames. The dark mage clenched the object in his hands with despair and whispered about the desire to be together before death, while the red-haired one dissolved in the fire. Under the barrage of purple attacks, the blonde barely held the defensive barrier, while her master frantically searched for a way to escape the trap. The revelation came instantly. The enemy is unable to control several types of nanomachines simultaneously, so continuous pressure should break their defense. While the master was pondering how to confuse the opponent with clever trajectories, the student unexpectedly reminded him of a children's game. Hearing about the magical control training, the man froze in astonishment. This ancient trial for beginners had just given them a chance at victory. The man in the black cloak coldly acknowledged their skill but indifferently raised his weapon. It changed nothing for him. The light-haired girl concentrated painfully on the magic circle, pouring in the minimum amount of mana for maximum effect. Her partner struck sharply with magic, activating prismatic mirage to blind the enemy. Dozens of shining crystals filled the sky. Satoru stood frozen, not understanding how she had the strength for such a massive array of prisms. The young man firmly grasped the staff and directed energy into their joint emergency magic. The lines of the spell flared up. The circuit is closed. With a shout of "For everyone!" the boy unfolded the array of 7 colored mirrors in front of the stunned Satoru. Photon ballistics struck through the crystals, unleashing a blinding salvo on the enemy. However, the attack broke against Satoru's golden barrier. The young man immediately shielded the girl, sensing the terrible surge of foreign mana. He was feverishly calculating his partner's teleportation, but he was running out of time. The enraged enemy was already striking back. The space was torn apart by a powerful burst of energy. "Will we really be creating weapons until our very death?" bitterly echoed in the cold cell. Satoru tried to reassure his friend. If they worked well, they would definitely be released. But Akira had no faith in his own abilities and had no idea what he would do when free. Satoru was passionate about refining his nanomachines for peaceful purposes. Meanwhile, Akira quietly admitted that what he wanted most was to find a friend. Encouraged by Satoru's warm words, he daydreamed about a cheerful and boisterous friend. "Compact and full of features," Satoru added with complete seriousness. Akira blinked in astonishment. It turned out the genius had been talking about creating a machine all this time. Satoru laughed heartily. Looking at him, Akira realized that if it weren't for these shared dreams, his heart would have long since succumbed to imprisonment. Everything changed after their transition to another world. Akira never tolerated weapon construction. Here he discovered magic, a true wonder that brought genuine smiles to people's faces. Seeing Satoru from afar, the boy instantly brightened up. The friend's research was in full swing, and Akira secretly begged fate for just one thing: that this peaceful life would never end. The illusion of security shattered completely. By chance, Akira overheard a conversation between the king and an advisor. The ruler was furious that Satoru's peaceful nanomachines could not be militarized and coldly referred to the boy as a wasteful burden. "Find a reason to execute him." This order made the terrified Akira burst into the throne room with a scream. With tears of despair, he proposed a deal. He would serve the crown as a powerful mage for the two of them, as long as Satoru was allowed to live and pursue science. They finally found this perfect world, and Akira was ready to sacrifice anything to protect his friend's happy smile. Akira leaned heavily over the letter, physically feeling how his strength was leaving his body day by day, but stubbornly endured it for Satoru. He convinced himself that someone else's smile was worth this suffering, when suddenly the silence was pierced by a voice. "Akira, let's leave this country." At the threshold stood a weary Satoru, bitterly realizing that the past was repeating itself once again. In his memory, the words of the crowned ruler echoed again, asking if Akira understood the price of life next to Satoru. Satoru quietly confessed that it was here he felt the true love of people, and it was here that his friend smiled genuinely for the first time. He desperately wanted to protect this house because it was the only thing he knew how to do well. A bright memory of carefree childhood flashed before Satoru's eyes, and he whispered an apology for his own cowardice. Akira burst into tears, bitterly blaming himself for his helplessness and inability to even take revenge properly. He was choking with despair as he recounted how he dreamed of their freedom after the war, but all the plans ended in failure. Satoru sharply interrupted him, exclaiming that he didn't need any power if it meant losing the most precious person. Tightly gripping his hands, he pleaded through tears to finally stop sacrificing himself. The narrative summarized: for 2,000 years they had been moving towards each other by the longest detour. Satoru desperately hugged him, regretting only one thing, that he hadn't said earlier how dear he was to him. A pulsating purple glow enveloped his chest, and tears rolled down his cheeks from the painful realization of Akira's loss. "Who should I blame now?" he cried out in anguish, gripping the mantle over his heart until his knuckles turned white. The boot stepped onto the edge of the rock. The gray-haired man froze, silently gazing at the grass-covered ruins. Akira and Lily caught up with him. The gray-haired man didn't even turn around, he just contemptuously remarked that their peaceful life was disgusting because it relied on the exhaustion of others. He glanced at his palm with a slight smile and added, it was enough for him to know that Akira shared his feelings. He admitted that Akira completely dispelled his attack, woven from pure rage. Akira sighed heavily. This fight had drained almost all of his mana, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Looking at the enemy's back, he firmly promised never to use ancient magic against his will again. The aristocrats who once cornered the gray-haired man have lost all power in the current kingdom. The gray-haired man gloomily averted his gaze. If the magic of the current era does not satisfy Akira, he can only advise the ruler to abandon it. Lily was worried. Akira smiled warmly at the girl. It was the magical culture that saved his life and brought them together. The gray-haired man sarcastically suggested making a contract, but Akira flatly refused to bind himself with rules or make empty vows. Akira replied firmly, he would not give up his power as long as it was needed to protect Lily. The gray-haired man silently turned away. With a sharp motion, he threw Akira's device back to him. The body of the gray-haired man burst into a blue glow and dissolved into the air, leaving the shocked couple alone. The ghost in the cloak confessed to Satoru that it was magic that had kept him alive all this time and allowed him to save many people. The boy fervently promised to protect the ancient knowledge, but the spirit cut him off, which he has not forgiven him for to this day, yet asked him to take care of his secret friend. His translucent face suddenly softened. The ghost expressed hope that the two would remain good friends with Akira. A memory surfaced before his eyes. He tightly held Akira's hand, realizing that the new generation would go much further. In his vision, the spirit leaned his forehead against his red-haired partner, quietly dreaming of a shared journey in the next life. Let them achieve nothing, but at least they will be together. With these thoughts, the shining silhouette finally dissolved into the air above the green ruins. Suddenly, a gadget in Lily's hands beeped anxiously. The device reported automatic shutdown due to mission completion, and the frightened boy futilely offered to pour more mana into it. The gadget complained that it was only supposed to convey feelings to Satoru, but due to activation by some random old man, the system malfunctioned. The heroes listened with warm sadness to the machine's reflections on what a happiness it was to spend this short time together. Finally, a smiling emoji flashed on the screen, and the device sincerely thanked them for their friendship. With a quiet click, the display went dark forever. The boy and girl sighed with relief, hoping that the hardest part was already behind them. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp purple flash. A magical circle struck up from the ground. A pink-haired officer emerged from the portal, but instead of asking about the battle, she suddenly cast a spell off to the side. Magical chains instantly bound and pulled out of ambush the old man, whom Satoru recognized at first glance. The related grandfather began to pitifully justify himself, claiming that he had concealed the manual and spied on the boy only for the sake of ancient weapons. The officer confidently declared that she would take it for herself, but Tia calmly disappointed both treasure hunters. The legendary weapon does not exist. The old man was so shocked that he stared wide-eyed, exclaiming that it was a secret of the royal family and it could not be a lie. While the captive was hurling threats at Liliana, Satoru suddenly became alert. He distinctly sensed someone's mana nearby. The cloudless sky bathed the rebuilt capital in sunlight. From the height of the castle tower, King Zig watched with satisfaction as new roofs were lively rising under the guidance of the wizards. The Grey Minister reported on the prisoners. Most of the captives turned out to be ordinary victims of the former tyranny who were simply forced to get their hands dirty. The elder coldly reminded that saving everyone indiscriminately is the job of priests, while the ruler must prepare for new bloody invasions. The Zig profile has sharply intensified. We have already decided to build a country where everyone has the right to tomorrow, so forget about it, he sharply interrupted the advisor. The king decisively turned around. It was time to forge strength against real enemies, not to waste energy on old quarrels. Far away in the laboratory of the medical institute, a dark-haired girl touched the massive collar around her neck. It was a magical limiter. Due to betrayal under the influence of external control, she was allowed to work only under strict supervision. She humbly accepted the terms and set to work on the king's direct order to study the mysterious dead smartphone and the remnants of nanomachines. Suddenly, the red-haired student slyly asked his master if he had really proposed to Liliana. The dark-haired mentor jumped in surprise, realizing that the entire institute already knew his secret. And all because the radiant Liliana now greeted passers-by with the phrase, "How can the one to whom the master has given his heart help you?" The poor fellow blushed with shame and covered his face with his hands. The confession had escaped him during a terrible battle, and now it had turned into the main local joke. The red-haired man laughed loudly at the old man's marriage to a young girl, while Raj wearily leaned over the table. In his head, the words of his named daughter about the cruel father and her panic fear of male lust echoed painfully. Roger was troubled by the thought that any confession would forever ruin their warm family bond. Rod explained that Lily is too dear to him to rush into this without careful preparation and determination, and the interlocutor suddenly bowed low and began to apologize for what he had done. The girl's appearance interrupted the heavy thoughts as she joyfully announced from the doorway that the patient had finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Liliana was walking down the brightly lit corridor of the castle. From around the corner, the sorceress Tia silently watched her. Liliana happily ran up to greet her, but Tia immediately met her with an irritated command to get lost. The sorceress sharply cut off that she has no time for entertainment and is returning to her domain today. Instead of being offended, Liliana sincerely thanked for the magic lessons that finally gave her confidence in her own abilities. Tia interrupted her and sternly ordered her to speak affirmatively, as the girl has talent and ideal conditions for development. She challenged Liliana to surpass Roger himself and become the great sorceress of Dalga, to which she eagerly agreed. Tia turned around and silently walked down the empty corridor. A satisfied smile flashed across her face. The elf joyfully spread her arms. She introduced herself as Telling and fervently thanked the great sage for saving her from the rubble, although Raj honestly admitted that he did not remember the last few months at all. Rod realized late that Telling actually existed and Satoru had merely taken her place, and he was horrified that he himself was just a step away from death. As a sign of gratitude, the girl offered to tell fortunes and created a glowing blue sphere of magic in her palms. Roger flinched nervously at the unexpected question about his romantic troubles. Telling smiled slyly. The contrast between the real guy and the one who had previously captivated his body was simply striking. The sphere burst into blinding light. Ignoring Bernard's remarks about magic in the hospital, the seer spoke of a storm of coincidences that would break the old bonds of love and restore lost memories. She leaned in almost closely and meaningfully added that in relationships, it is not necessary to limit oneself to just one person. Suddenly, a furious red-haired girl burst into the room with a scream and, charging at Roger, raged that he was cooling off with the fortune teller while she had nearly frozen half her body. Bernard sighed heavily and tried to forcibly pull away the troublemaker, who immediately began to struggle desperately and wail. At that moment, a blonde appeared at the doorstep. Exhausted Bernard merely muttered to her not to completely wreck the room. The girl gently called the master and peeked inside, where she saw complete chaos. The red-haired girl had just collapsed on top of Roger and the seer, who was pinned down from below. Seeing this extremely compromising scene on the bed, Lily froze, and her face was covered with a chilling shadow. Ekaterina held the boy down on the bed with a dead grip when suddenly Lily burst into the room with a scream. The blonde revealed that he wanted to marry her, shocking both the young man and the angry redhead with this statement. Caught in a vice, the boy begged to be released so he could somehow explain this absurd misunderstanding. With tears in her eyes, Lily refused to listen to the excuses. Ekaterina only clung tighter to his shirt. Then he abruptly stepped back and stated outright that he only wanted to live with Lily. Her hands helplessly opened at such a sharp rejection. The young man fell silent, guilty. Ekaterina silently sat on the edge of the bed and quietly thanked. A heavy silence hung in the air. Suddenly she asked quietly if there was really no chance at all. Turning around with tears on her cheeks, the girl desperately begged to be taught how to love as she had never known how. However, the young man had already jumped up and rushed to find Lily. The blonde was running down the corridor, demanding to be left alone, while he desperately chased after her with excuses. Tearing through the air with a cry of "Lily!" the master jumped out the window and instantly activated the magic of the wind, cursing his own hesitation. The girl flew away swiftly on a staff high above the city, crushed by the thought that she would forever remain just a student to him. Tears rolled down her cheeks from the realization that being together was impossible, yet she continued to love him anyway. "Leave me alone," Lily cried out in despair when the master suddenly caught up with her in the sky. Not wanting to hear any excuses, she struck sharply with cloud magic. The spell malfunctioned, the pink mass stuck tightly to Lily and she helplessly flew downwards. The master's light net swiftly caught her in her fall. They both crashed into a gigantic cloud at breakneck speed. The man leaned over her decisively and shot out that he was absolutely serious and this was not some misunderstanding. He pulled out the box with her lost pin, hoping to explain everything with this gift, although Lily still couldn't believe his words. The master admitted that he wanted a better match for her, and he was also afraid of sideways glances due to their status as teacher and student. Embarrassed, he finally revealed the truth. He had long been in love himself but was terrified of being rejected. Hiding his burning face in a pink cloud, the man mumbled that it was she who made him truly happy. Lily was shocked into silence as she listened to him sincerely confess that his feelings for her had changed him and given him the strength to move forward. The voices of others echoed in his head. It was time to stop hesitating and give her a clear answer. Remembering Liliana's devotion, he blushed deeply and shouted at the top of his lungs that he had finally made up his mind. He liked her. "I love you, be with me forever," he shouted, causing the girl to freeze, and in that moment she was filled with happy tears. A sudden magical whirlwind lifted them both high into the sky above the city. Liliana clung to him with a death grip, confessing through sobs how much she had worried all this time. Her loud cry echoed far among the clouds. Meanwhile, footsteps rustled in the dense forest far away. The satellite behind was tiredly straining, finally demanding to take a break. The boy in the cloak turned at the call, draws, calmly flashing red eyes from beneath the hood. A quiet morning over the medical department. Near the institute building, the girl took one last look at herself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction that everything was fine. Lily twirled in front of the mirror in the form of a court magician, dreaming of a new dress to match the pin gifted by the master. Her thoughts were interrupted by Zig and Tia, who cheerfully peeked into the room. Tia immediately noticed the new accessory in the girl's hair, causing Ziga to feel embarrassed and hurriedly lead everyone outside. In the yard, he carefully planted Lily closer to the flower bed. He remembered her love for flowers from childhood very well. This idyll was abruptly interrupted by a gray-haired veteran who was already fed up with watching the loving couple. His companion laughed good-naturedly, but the old man suddenly became serious. "We need an alliance with half-humans for protection against demons," he declared, shocking his interlocutors. Tia immediately recalled the bloody invasion from 5 years ago, after which Zig set to work deciphering the ancient grimoire. Then, after a series of earthquakes, humanoid monsters emerged from the western valley, sweeping away the royal troops. The creatures skillfully conjured, and some even knew how to speak. Only a miracle and ancient magic managed to repel that onslaught. But the most terrifying revelation came later. No bodies were found in the ruins, so Dalha still lives in a state of combat readiness, calling on allies. The king explained that humanity could not stand against the new race alone and proposed to form an alliance with the half-humans. The elf telling opened her eyes in surprise. Roger confirmed that the unique mana of the half-people would be a significant advantage, and Lily nodded joyfully. But telling sighed bitterly. The half-humans had long lost trust in humanity, so the alliance seems unrealistic. The senior advisor added that even the only friendly settlement near the World Tree, the homeland of Telling, suddenly severed all trade ties. The elf confessed that she had left home a long time ago, but the sharp isolation of her peace-loving compatriots is a very alarming signal. She created a magical projection of the world tree and shared recent rumors about its anomalous condition. The king suggested that the sanctuary might have been poisoned and meaningfully addressed the hero, who instantly understood everything. Raj, in a casual tone, volunteered to go to the tree and personally check everything, which greatly puzzled the monarch. The king was embarrassed. He felt ashamed to burden the independent hero with his problems again, as if he were just an ordinary errand boy. Rod smiled warmly and assured that he and Lily were always ready to support the kingdom. The moved ruler promised to fully pay for their entertainment at the luxurious Lagriini resort, which would happen along the way. At just that word, Lily's eyes lit up. Images of a perfect beach date, a sunset, and warm embraces in swimsuits flashed instantly in her mind. While Raj was carelessly contemplating his vacation, the girl was looking at him with an extremely serious expression. She was determined to at least hold his hand. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment over her own fantasies, while the king asked Telling to accompany them on this mission. The elf lowered her gaze and sadly acknowledged that circumstances prevented her from returning to her native village. Their conversation quietly flowed beyond the tall window of the stone tower. The woman thanked her friends for the time spent together and warned that she would soon be leaving the capital forever. The elf girl confessed in despair that she had not dared to say this in front of His Highness. Her mother leads the elves, and the couple stared at her in shock. She sighed heavily. Once, due to differences in views, an argument broke out and she simply ran away from home with her mother. It would be too difficult to bring them together directly now due to the stubbornness and closed-off nature of the mother. However, the elf warmly asked to send her greetings if the hero's paths happened to cross with her family. The guy relaxedly threw his hands behind his head, promised to fulfill the request, and added that one should never rush events or pressure people. The elf gently smiled, agreeing to simply enjoy the moment and believe in the better. The young man quietly agreed, watching her solitary silhouette on the street bathed in evening sunlight. The blonde was already about to return to her research, but the guy unexpectedly asked her to go alone. He suddenly had another matter to attend to. After saying goodbye to him, the girl went down the stairs alone, thoughtfully murmuring something under her breath. Walking down the street alone, the girl daydreamed about outfits for her upcoming trip, wavering between a cute dress and more serious pants. Suddenly, her imagination suggested a revealing swimsuit to attract the master's attention, and the girl blushed to her ears with a scream, panic-stricken as she tried to fend off indecent thoughts. Spinning in front of the mirror, she considered whether to change her hairstyle to something cute in order to earn the praise of the stylist. Adding some bright makeup, she decisively pulled back the fitting room curtain. The luxurious blue dress with white ruffles fit perfectly, immediately eliciting an excited squeal from the saleswoman. Common sense quickly prevailed. It was simply impossible to travel like this, so with a heavy sigh I had to return to the search for suitable gear for the adventurer. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside. A crowd was lively discussing the return of the Knight Commander Ekaterina, daughter of Lord Mordred himself, to Zabur. Hearing that name, the girl froze in shock. She had wanted to meet her at least once. The last supplies for the medics were being loaded under the walls of the castle. Ekaterina refused the teleport. She decided to march her knights all the way to Zabur for rigorous training. Ruddy carelessly joked about her broken heart, but instead of tears, he received a piercing glance. With a sly smile, Ekaterina remarked that she would make him regret his refusal and ordered the boy to serve at least until he became Bernard's right-hand man. Calm evening sky. In the carriage, she abruptly cut off her subordinate's doubts about the trip and wearily closed her eyes. The sudden shout of the guard made her abruptly pull back the curtain. High in the sky, magic flared. From there, Liliana descended on the move, outraged by the departure without farewell. Ekaterina snapped back that ordinary wires made no sense to them. Barely holding back tears, the blonde thanked for everything and vowed to return to Raj even stronger and more beautiful. She came up with a crazy plan for winning the duel and a grand wedding, to which Ekaterina called her to become a mage worthy of her name. The woman's face was illuminated by a broad, sincere smile. The blonde shouted her thanks to Ekaterina with all her might as the carriage was already moving away. Lillian watched the carriage for a long time, waving her hand in the light of the setting sun. The master felt awkward. He had started this journey for Lily, but now he doubted whether he had the right to involve her in his own dangerous goals. The girl simply smiled gently. She understood perfectly that their journey would not be an easy walk. The student reminded that she had said more than once. It was enough for her just to be near him, and she asked the blushing master not to worry and to allow her to help with the research. Lily jokingly suggested to give everything up and live together peacefully, but the master immediately pointed out the mountains of her research. She simply wouldn't be able to endure without new knowledge. The student happily acknowledged her obsession with magic, eliciting a warm smile of pride from the teacher. Suddenly, Simon fell upside down from the ceiling, dramatically uttering pompous phrases about karma and seraphim from the threshold. Rising to his feet, the ninja dramatically declared that he would now walk in their shadows under the dark contract. A horse-drawn cart rolled steadily along the forest road under the evening sky. Inside the carriage, the master futilely asked Simon to speak in human language, although he was merely explaining the route to the world tree. Here Lily noticed Melody. It turned out the girl was simply burning with jealousy over their trip and had followed them on her own. Suddenly, Melody's keen gaze was literally glued to the student's clothing. Lily felt a bit shy. She had redesigned her old uniform in a new style and was now happily blinking in response to the teacher's restrained compliment. The Melody was instantly outraged by the dryness of such praise, while the master carelessly asked Simon about the duration of the journey. Hearing about a whole 5 days of shaking, he turned pale and bitterly regretted not using the teleport instead of this relaxing carriage ride. Lily and Raj peeked excitedly from behind the door. Before them stretched the endless sea and the sun-drenched resort of Lagrini. Simon was hanging upside down from the ceiling and throwing around pompous phrases, but his friends were only amused by his funny attempt to seem cool. The company leisurely walked down the snow-white street among the palm trees. Suddenly the idyll was shattered by a loud female scream. A crowd of older women instantly surrounded Simon, enthusiastically squeezing the young man as he futilely tried to maintain the image of a stern warrior. Raj snorted irritably at the glory of the seraph, while Simon politely apologized to the admirers and moved on. In response to Roger's question about the route, Simon pointed to the headquarters of the second place of seraphims. The base turned out to be a magnificent fortress right on the shore, where a spacious office awaited them. Raj blinked in confusion at the gloomy coffin with a skull in the corner of the bright room, while Simon introduced them to the local knight. The armored warrior shook hands with the capital's rescuers with respect, although Raj, behind a friendly smile, was mentally preparing to tear his hand off at the slightest touch to Lily. The knight guiltily lowered his head due to the delay of the pass to the world tree, but Raj calmly replied that they had no reason to hurry. The knight advised the couple to fully enjoy their brief respite, and Raj thanked him while Lily bowed to Simon. Simon abruptly shifted the command routine to Melody while someone nearby was mentally going crazy with excitement at the chance to see Lily in a swimsuit. Lily eagerly looked around the bright streets of the town, admiring the cozy cafes with a view of the ocean. The girl joyfully pointed at the giant pancake while the boy simply smiled warmly. He was genuinely happy to see her happy despite their mission for Zig. They fully enjoyed their vacation. They tackled the same giant dessert, tried on straw hats, and happily greeted the locals on the beach. Dressed in swim trunks, the boy stepped out onto the sunlit shore and was openly surprised by the crowd. Watching the people in the water, he wondered if there would be simple water activities for Lily. Suddenly, a girl appeared in a revealing white bikini. He was so surprised that his jaw dropped. The embarrassed master asked in confusion what was on her, and the girl admitted that she had chosen a bolder look so that he would finally see her as a woman. Blushing deeply, he quickly threw his sweater over her, shielding his friend from the stranger's gazes under the crowd's enthusiastic exclamations. They were interrupted by a rude shout. A blonde young man zoomed over the water on a flying board which was clearly held up by magic. The surfer suddenly braked right on the beach, kicking up a cloud of sand and causing people to cough. The surfer proudly asked if they had seen his arrow board, which no one else could use, and the guy just didn't understand why he was so fixated on it. The blonde stood dramatically still while his accomplices showered him with confetti, and our heroes silently watched this circus. The stranger loudly expressed his outrage at the zero reaction, but the guy awkwardly admitted that they were just seeing something like this for the first time. Proudly puffing out his chest, the surfer began to boast about his board on the magical stones, and although Lily naively asked about ordinary levitation, the blonde confidently cut in that real men adore such tricks. The boy sat on the sand and tested the magic stone on the surfboard, checking the response of the mana. Suddenly, he interrupted the chatter and directly asked the persistent blonde what he wanted from them. Dudley pointed at Lily and declared that he was taking her for himself, but immediately received an icy refusal. A stunned blonde began to inquire whether she was his wife, while the master, ignoring him, gazed at the board rental shop. Then the major challenged the boy to a duel over the girl, but he just smiled, cut in that Lily was not a thing to bet on, and calmly walked away. Angry, Dudley pounded the sand with his fists, not understanding where this simpleton got so much dignity. His gang followed behind the couple. To the astonished questions of Dudley's accomplices, he fiercely retorted that he would not grant the old man such humiliation and would prove his worth. Meanwhile, both entered the local shop and looked at the bright rows of new boards. The girl called the master to take a look at the Arrow Flag tournament poster. The owner of the establishment explained that these are dangerous air races for wizards, where beginners should better not venture. But as soon as he remembered the grand prize, the ancient relic, the boy immediately became interested. He eagerly decided to participate while the offended Dudley gang secretly watched their conversation through the window. An uncertain voice echoed down the night street. The assistant cautiously asked the boss if they should start taking action. Dudley walked calmly forward, ignoring the panic of his people. They were frightened by the participation of the former Seraph Roger and other powerful mages in the tournament. Dudley snapped at his subordinates to shut their mouths. His family finances the entire water sports industry here, and they knew it very well when they came to him. The blonde simply smiled confidently and assured Faniel that the grand prize already belonged to his people, so he would sort everything out. Recalling some old memory, Dudley clenched his teeth in irritation but quickly switched to fantasies about the beautiful Lily. He had to win the tournament at all costs to prove his coolness to her. His gaze became as stern as possible. This entire battle was initiated solely to finally find the girl. The next day, the beach erupted with noise. The famous water sports tournament had started, and the participants were already lined up on the sand with their boards. The energetic commentator Nanokana greeted the crowd, holding a magical stone to launch the game Aeroprapper. While the ordinary guys were amazed by the organizers' extravagance, Lily was warming up nearby, and the neighboring seats were unexpectedly taken by Dudley's team. Nanohana announced the rules. You need to catch flying flags, maintain balance on the board, and ruthlessly knock out competitors with basic water magic. The victory will be won by the one who collects the most out of 30 targets. The start command was given, and with a loud explosion, the flag soared high into the sky. Instead of a race, a dirty fight immediately broke out. Someone shouted and struck the old competitor in the face with magic. While the assistants coldly drowned the opponents with close-range water strikes, a satisfied Dudley raised a wave and, with a predatory grin, surged forward. The judge shouted about a violation, and Raj on the surf realized with horror that he was hopelessly behind. The commentator announced a change in the leader. Unexpectedly, the only girl in the tournament surged ahead. The blonde Lily skillfully snatched her third flag, making Roger smile eagerly and dash after her. The water exploded into a solid geyser, throwing surfers in all directions, but he technically slipped through the chaos. Rog intercepted the target right in the air, eliciting cheers from the crowd and Lily's excited squeal, while the opponent behind blinked in astonishment. Meanwhile, a stone castle rose above the shore. Inside, Kunoichi irritably pondered why the half-humans flatly refused to go to negotiations. Her thoughts were interrupted by a guard with a troubling report about the current tournament and suspicious activity from the Dudley Company. The race was boiling on the water. The commentator was straining her voice as Lily grabbed the 8th flag and sharply increased the gap. Rog tried to get her, but the girl playfully sidestepped him, throwing that the master was yielding to her again. Behind them, Dudley was grinding his teeth in fury. He lacked the speed for such a frenzied race. Dudley reminded himself that the judge had already been bribed and victory would still belong to him, but he didn't want to lose like this, and he pondered whether to play a trump card. He suspiciously drilled his gaze into the relaxed back of the leader. when suddenly Raj's face changed sharply. A powerful pulse of mana struck from the ocean floor, and Lily pointed at the water directly ahead in fright. The boy looked closely at the boat in the magical circle and realized, they are not rescuers, they are disguising themselves. "Everyone beware!" he shouted, realizing that a magical beast was being summoned right now. The surface of the sea suddenly bulged into a gigantic water dome. A powerful blast of water scattered surfers into the air like toys. The girl with the artifact froze when a slimy tentacle emerged right behind her. From beneath the waves, a giant kraken emerged, sowing panic in the shallows. While one of the surfers was outraged about the cancelled tournament, the guy was frantically assessing the situation. The blonde on the flying sword warned that a monster was approaching the city, and the hero decided to confront the beast himself. He ordered her to intercept the summoners while trying to figure out how to hit the kraken without affecting the already captured players. Meanwhile, the brazen surfer in glasses calmly rode the waves with a full bundle of someone else's flowers, rejoicing in his easy victory. His triumph was cut short in an instant. A tentacle swept the thief into captivity, leaving the hero only to blink in surprise. Suddenly, a devastating blow struck the kraken from the sky. A masked ninja burst into the fight. In a swift leap, he intercepted the blonde, tearing him right out of the deadly grip. They landed on the sand unharmed, and the guy on the surf could only exhale in awe at such coolness. Golden light flared in Ragnar's palms as he gathered energy into a blazing magical circle. With a shout of inferno, he unleashed a solid column of flame downward. The fiery strike harshly hit the giant tentacles, causing a powerful explosion. Ragnar calmly stood on the shore, watching as the shredded monster sank heavily into the ocean, raising a massive wall of water. On the beach, the torso of a huge, defeated kraken smoldered, while a bound blonde nearby screamed in hysteria, not understanding why he was tied up. The ninja coldly stated that he was accused of illegally summoning a monster, although he swore he would never destroy his own water resort. She tightly squeezed his face and barked to ask about it from her own soul. While the blonde was whining that he just wanted to find a girl, the brunette calmly sipped his cocktail and listened to the organizer's confessions about the tournament. Just then Liliana intervened. The girl proudly poured a pile of collected crystals onto the table, and her friends immediately declared her the winner. Only the prize remains to be collected. Everyone warmly greeted Liliana, not noticing that someone was watching them closely from the bushes. In the evening, the company reached a massive stone fortress. An ancient relic turned out to be a masterfully carved green shield. As soon as Liliana was captivated by his beauty, the brunette felt a heavy, unfamiliar mana pulsing from the artifact. The ninja confirmed the suspicions. The shield was stolen from the half-human village a few months ago. And this theft was the last straw after which the half-humans completely severed any connection with the world. Suspecting people of theft, they decided to turn the entire Dudley Trading Company upside down. Meanwhile, in the stone dungeon, two grim prisoners shuddered at the approach of a familiar trio. The blonde boy clung to the bars with hope, but the green-haired girl coldly cut him off. Pitiful people without a shield were no longer needed by her. She narrowed her eyes fiercely and began to interrogate how exactly they had stolen the relic. The prisoner was taken aback, recalling her own words about the contractor, to which the girl spoke of the unbreakable barrier of the goddess. Without a half-human guide, it is impossible to get there, and the sacred elven shield should never have ended up in their dirty hands. Understanding the hint, the blonde paled and recalled the local legends about the lost forest, where all outsiders inevitably perished. He helplessly sank to the floor, mumbling bloody rumors. The houses of all the former owners of this shield always ended up devastated. The captives cried out and the heroes were surprised at how different they now looked, while one admitted that he hadn't even checked the supplies and simply decided that the relic had been stolen. The prisoner burst into an offended cry due to her condescension, but the girl merely dryly advised him to repent for his sins and walked away. While he was panicking and shouting through the bars, the heroes in their room had already leaned over the turned artifact. The boy in the white cloak volunteered to carry the shield to the half-humans himself, so that the visit of the royal knights would not provoke a war. However, the ninja sharply refused him. He warned that in the lost forest, human magic disappears and no one has ever returned from there, but this only ignited the young man's determination. He was already mentally searching for a way to test his powers there. Illy joyfully chirped about the records found in the library, pondering the magical abilities of the creatures of the lost forest. The ninja warned that without powerful wizards, the journey there would be suicide, but the guardian Illy firmly refused to abandon her charge. Simon smiled carefree, assuring that he had a plan, when suddenly the conversation was interrupted by the guard's visit. He reported on the unforeseen events in the cell of the captured summoner Dudley. Descending into the dungeon, the hero stood stunned before the bars. The entire dungeon was filled with thick green vines that had tightly wrapped around Dudley and the unconscious guard. Simon demanded explanations, but the captive screamed hysterically that he had woken up already tied up. The analysis of the mana showed the worst. Someone used S-rank tree magic and skillfully erased the prisoner's memory. The caller desperately cried out, begging to check his mind, while the ninja grimly noted the interference of powerful forces and the breakdown of cause-and-effect relationships. Meanwhile, deep in the magical forest, a gigantic glowing tree towered. Two elves looked coldly through the thick underbrush at their captives. The magical roots held two cloaked figures in a dead grip, while the elves harshly demanded only one thing: the location of the shield. Clear blue sky. They arrived at the giant tree, whose dense foliage completely blocked the sun. Ahead hung a shaky bridge, beyond which began a solid wall of forest. The girl breathed out in awe, while the boy struggled in vain to grasp the vastness of the world tree. To bypass the protective barrier of the forest, he confidently unfolded a blue magical seal over his palm. The boy explained that the marks left on the road would allow them to return the same way, and the companion acknowledged the idea as clever. While the heroes discussed the strange nature of the local magic, the guard commander assigned them a secret liaison. The guardian promised to always stay close, when suddenly a girl in white threw herself around Lily's neck, sobbing. Lily just smiled warmly at her farewell and wished her a safe journey. The guard silently threw the tearful companion over his shoulder and carried her away, while the heroes waved goodbye to them. As soon as they crossed the bridge, the forest swallowed them into dense darkness. It became eerie around, so the boy lit the magical seal again and pressed it against the trunk. He suggested to Lily to try using the stream of light, and although she doubted that magic would work in this forest at all, she obediently began the incantation. Bright orbs instantly flared up in the air. The ancient magic of light was working flawlessly here. Lily guessed that the forest barrier has a light attribute, and that is why other spells are simply blocked here. The master nodded with relief, glad that they could see something in the darkness, when suddenly the girl had a realization. They are completely alone in the dark forest. It's the perfect chance to finally take the master by the hand. She dramatically huddled and complained in a trembling voice about the cold. Her cheeks flushed with fantasies of strong embraces, while the boy merely stared intently into the night thicket. Lily continued to play scared until the master suggested warming up and starting a fire. He just noticed dry branches under his feet and reached down to the ground. At that moment, two eerie faces in glasses emerged from the tall grass, causing the girl to scream piercingly. The master also shouted and in fright fell onto the grass, but quickly recognized the attackers as acquaintances. In front of them stood Dudley and Fannel in ridiculous floral shirts, demanding the shield menacingly. They insisted that the boy immediately return the shield won as a prize in the tournament, and the bewildered Lily could not understand why they wanted this reward. Pale Fannel issued the most terrifying threat. If they refuse, he will buy up all the souvenirs in the region and start reselling them. His chubby partner added that the prices would be a bit higher, but seeing the hero's stunned silence, he seriously doubted it. Realizing that the souvenir blackmail had failed, Fannel helplessly promised to simply pelt them with stones. The bespectacled man and his friend blocked the path of strangers in the night forest, fearfully shouting that they could get hurt. The boy in blue doubted. The opponents had just defeated the Kraken and their magic was too fearsome. While the friends were arguing over their reluctance to get into a fight, the dark-haired young man tried to cautiously intervene in their conversation. His blonde companion directly asked what was going on here, completely bewildering the hapless attackers. The bespectacled man hesitantly suggested finding a compromise without a fight, to which the dark-haired man immediately agreed with a joyful smile. Suddenly, an invisible voice sounded, and from the darkness emerged a huge hairy paw that clutched the glasses wearer tightly by the leg. The boy was paralyzed by wild terror. The forest merged into a blurred green patch. The trio raced desperately through the thicket, The boy ground his teeth in frustration at not being able to fly until Lily pointed out a gigantic magical crystal. The bespectacled guy had just opened his mouth to ask how to dig him out, when the girl had already scattered the rubble with a combat spell. The young man lunged at the perfectly chipped piece of ore and began infusing it with magic while it was still raw, scaring his companion to death. The three of them jumped onto the shining slab. A powerful burst of energy threw them into the air. Keeping balance on a wild stone, especially with two passengers, seemed impossible, but their improvised board flew like an arrow. Someone unfamiliar was shockedly observing this anomaly, while the young man finally spotted the target ahead. A giant black monkey was fleeing through the branches, clutching a crying child. Lily recognized the monsters as magic devourers, so the guy rushed to intercept them to draw their attention and prevent them from joining the pack. His staff brightly flared with a golden runic circle. The blinding ray hungrily curved around the trunk of the tree. The explosion blew apart the obstacle right in front of the beast's face, giving the board a perfect pivot point for maneuvering. The monster stretched out its huge paw, but the stone suddenly spun to the side and the young man commanded Lily to strike. A huge black beast grabbed the baby when a blinding ray suddenly struck from below. The young man instantly unfolded a magical shield, causing the monster to recoil. Lily soared into the air on an ice block. Her attack knocked the monster back and it screeched as it released its prey. The baby flew down and the enraged beast suddenly swung its paw directly at the sorceress. The young man cursed. The monster simply ignored them, lunged down and grabbed the child again. The beast stubbornly fled. The young man shouted for Lily to attack, but she was confused by his chaotic jumps. The hostage cried out in horror and the heroes quickly changed their plan. Now they had to block the monster's escape route. The green-haired boy in despair rushed towards the little one and the mages dashed to intercept. The monster laughed mockingly but suddenly froze on the thick branch. This was their chance. Lily suddenly released the golden vine. The young man delivered a blow with a devastating beam, tearing a painful scream from the beast's jaws. The shining shackles firmly pinned the monster to the trunk, and the baby safely fell right into the hands of the green-skinned one. A jerk, the mages with strength pulled the arcane, finally binding the monster. The young man had already prepared a magical charge for the finishing blow, but the greenish one suddenly roared to stop. He categorically forbade killing the beast they did not intend to eat, plunging the heroes into complete bewilderment. With a wild howl, the black monster leaped into the thicket. The blonde calmly shook her hands after the fight. She was surprised that these beasts had thought to use a hostage as a shield, as they had never hunted on their own before. She explained such behavior as an anomaly of the world tree, and then suddenly called the monsters cute, nearly driving her partner to panic. The rescued thanked for their salvation, and the boy cautiously demanded to finally find out who these two really were. Suddenly, a light flashed behind them, and the heroes turned around in shock to see two strange young men who had appeared out of nowhere. The young man declared sharply that he would reveal the truth, and suddenly he and his plump companion burst into blinding light. The dark-haired swordsman was stunned, realizing that the children had been maintaining their disguise with high-level light magic all this time. The glow intensified, finally dispersing the false likenesses. The light went out and instead of human children, a real elf and a red-haired dwarf appeared before them. The elf calmly reminded the shocked companions that non-humans live much longer, and the blonde awkwardly apologized for her reaction to their youthful appearance. He introduced himself as Fannel from the family of the World Tree's guardians, and the dwarf turned out to be the sister of the chieftain named Palm. The swordsman instantly pieced together the puzzle. They had created chaos in the underground chambers to teach the thieves a lesson and retrieve the stolen shield. He did not understand why such complications if this magic could honestly win the tournament. Fannel hesitated and Palm quietly asked him to be silent. The elf interrupted the conversation and ordered everyone to follow him, as monsters could attack them again outside the safe path. Ahead in the rays of pure light, a gigantic trunk shimmered. The company emerged onto a sunlit path and the swordsman looked around in surprise. Despite the dense canopies, light freely broke through here and a fresh breeze blew. When asked about the darkness left behind, Fannel explained, "The forest lives by the blessing of the goddess, and those who stray from the true path are cast into the abyss by her." Above them on a branch, a wild beast was peacefully resting. The elf added that they respect everyone's right to life and the blonde finally understood. That is why they use only pure light magic to avoid desecrating the forest. Fanel admitted that he does not know how truthful the writings are in reality, and Palm fearfully warned that he would be scolded again for such words. The group finally reached the elf's secret base under the roots of the giant tree. The girls gazed in fascination at the strange glowing fish in the water. The young man asked how far it was from here to the world tree. The elf calmly replied, just 2 days on foot without a break. While the guy was digesting this close, the girl explained, the monsters outside had gone mad due to the forest disease, so it was only safe to talk here. The conversation turned to the world tree. The blonde mentioned that in human archives there are only notes from ancient missionaries about it. Once those travelers managed to reach the very foot and communicate with the non-humans. The young man awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. In reality, their notes turned out to be just ordinary illegible scribbles. Then the elf pointed to the shield in the blonde's hands. She explained the essence. The roots of the world tree absorb not only nutrients from the entire continent but also emotions. The boy froze, the girl continued. Joy, anger, and sadness emit waves that nourish the forest. Everything is simple. Love gives the tree strength, while pain and war poison it with darkness. The blonde didn't understand as there are no large-scale wars in the world right now. The elf bitterly replied, people don't need war to drown in envy and greed every day. This endless background negativity has been poisoning the roots for years, and the only salvation for the tree all this time has been the shield of the goddess. He had been sleeping in the trunk for centuries and cleaning the dirt. The blonde looked at the relic in horror. The tree had been dying so rapidly in recent years. The theft of the shield became a fatal mistake, causing the villagers to start falling ill en masse. The group hurriedly grabbed their things. They needed to return the relic to its place immediately. The elf girl asked why they had come to the forest at all, and upon hearing about the return of the shield, she froze in confusion. After all, it was they who had informed the knights about the theft. The young man noted that they also had their own motives and suggested to the elf to continue the conversation on the go. The return of the shield turned out to be just a cover. In reality, he and the blonde were heading to the world tree as direct envoys of King Doruga. Participation in the tournament was merely a coincidence, as their main goal was a personal meeting with the leader of the settlement. The king sought to forge an alliance with the forest people to unite forces against the impending demon invasion. The elf maiden grew gloomy, admitting that a fierce enmity had erupted between the elves and the dwarves over the stolen shield, poisoning everything around. The young man assumed that healing the world tree would restore trust, and it was precisely his remarkable talent for light magic that could save the situation. These words dispelled the girl's last doubts, and she firmly promised to lead them to the village. Meanwhile, in the capital, the advisor and the Grey Commander were discussing the political crisis. Trade had completely stopped due to the loss of the relic. The interrogations of the captured mercenaries yielded no leads, so the king decided to personally determine their punishment to avoid an international scandal. The situation was escalating, but the men decided to take a risk and send another messenger to the empire. The commander laughed loudly, assuming that their ambassadors might be mistaken for thieves, but his joke shattered the heavy silence of the interlocutors. The elf suddenly stopped and called out to the boy, not allowing them to move on. Behind him, a knight in a mask appeared with a sharp whistle, causing the young man to cry out in surprise. The boy admitted that he had hidden an ally with magic just in case, and this impressed the elf. He maintained invisibility even during the fierce battle. Since the knight's open appearance in the kingdom could anger the local elders, they agreed that he would continue to walk in the shadows. Their path led through a magical forest with giant mossy roots above the water. The company rolled down the slippery tree with a roar, like on a giant slide. The elf and the little one gracefully jumped down from the root, and the guy with the blonde crashed into the giant bouncy jellyfish at full speed. They were instantly thrown high into the air by the soft blow. When they finally reached the shore of the lake, both wizards were terribly seasick from the rocking. While the young man could barely stand, the girl explained that they had gotten used to these entertainments thanks to their older brother. Hearing his name, the boy guessed that it was about an acquaintance, a dark-haired man with narrow eyes. He joyfully informed the surprised girls that he met him in the capital, and he asked to convey that he is doing well. This unexpected news calmed the sisters, and the mention of his talents brought a proud and tender smile to their faces. The forest suddenly burst into blue light. The moonlight simultaneously made the moonflowers bloom. While everyone admired the shining petals, Palm's gaze caught on the hairpin in the blonde's hair. When asked about the master, she blushed deeply and admitted that it was a gift from her beloved. The guy behind her jumped in surprise from embarrassment. Palm felt awkward as the blonde smiled and allowed her to take a closer look at the precious jewelry. Palm blushed and explained that it was not about fashion at all. She was simply curious about how the metal was processed. The elf explained that the girl adores copper and metals and showed her brooch, also a masterful work by Palm. As it was already getting dark, she called everyone to set up camp in the nearby clearing. The group emerged into a giant glowshroom field, flooding the space with a magical neon glow. The elf girl led them to a dark cave and suggested they greet the local inhabitants. From the darkness, enormous blue tigers emerged slowly. The boy nervously asked if it was safe to sleep near the den, but the elf assured him that these predators were intelligent and had long become their friends. The blonde politely apologized to the tiger for the intrusion, while the elf immediately got to work on dinner. They took out the pre-prepared supplies of bread, cheese, and meat, rejoicing in a true feast. The fire crackled pleasantly under the giant mushrooms, warming the travelers after a long day. Lily smiled as she sliced the meat, while the red palm took fresh vegetables out of the basket. The squad was peacefully having dinner by the fire under the protection of a sleeping giant blue tiger. The night darkness enveloped the camp. Raj gazed spellbound at the giant glowing mushrooms. Lily also quietly admired the beauty of this unexplored world. The boy was scratching his head over how to speed up the alliance with the locals when suddenly a bold idea struck him. Meanwhile, Fannel quietly observed the water. She sighed. If people turned out to be entirely evil, it would be much easier to fight them. The elf confessed to Palm that she was unable to become ruthless even for the sake of the world tree. She had managed to see true sincerity in people. Her voice trembled with doubts. She only wanted to play forever with magical stones and hide from the world. She gently disagreed. Such dedication to a beloved cause is a rare gift, not a weakness. She handed her friend sparkling stones and warmly reminded her that they would always remain family. Being imperfect is perfectly fine. Fanny squeezed her hand with relief. The girls decided to talk openly with Roger and Lily about magic. The next day, Raj asked the elves to magically change their appearance with Lily. The appearance of humans in the village would instantly cause panic. He suggested covertly reaching the tree, healing it, and thereby earning the respect of the elders. Fannel acknowledged the plan as logical. She warned about the deadly risks, but Raj cleverly reminded her of her family ties to the chief. The elf sighed heavily. Then these two would have to memorize a whole mountain of their strict rules. The leaves rustled quietly in the wind. A huge blue tiger calmly carried a colorful company on its back while the elf girl spoke about her settlement near the world tree, where her people lived side by side with the dwarves. She explained that the gnomes avoided diplomacy and the outside world, but had no equals in earth magic and fine craftsmanship. The boy was amazed by the magic of the earth in the forest of light, but the elf assured him that the goddess's blessing allowed the dwarves to do the hardest work. The elves took over the management of the village, and this mutually beneficial alliance worked perfectly for years. The sunlight gently flooded the forest clearing. The travelers dismounted and the guide continued. Of all races, it was the elves who believed most fervently in the world tree. Their sacred texts were an absolute that demanded living solely for the forest. The weak or indifferent were treated with hostility there, and the boy immediately guessed, this is a story about her and her brother. The elf girl asked if he had heard about the corrupted and reminded him that each race has its own nature. Dwarves are immersed in craftsmanship, while proud elves place faith above freedom. The girl nodded sadly. Sometimes those were born who were irresistibly drawn away from the forest, into the outside world. Her gaze grew heavier. Such renegades in the settlement were scornfully branded as corrupted people. The sad tale of the goddess's traitors was suddenly interrupted by a sharp rumble and a strong jolt. The ground beneath their feet shook and tossed the travelers into the air. It turned out they had been standing on the shell of a giant turtle all this time. A huge turtle sliced through the water, heading towards the waterfall behind which lay a secret passage to the elven settlement. The blonde reminded that the locals are not at all happy about outsiders. Sitting on the shell, the travelers discussed the risks, hoping to slip past the guard under the cover of illusions. The boy doubted his disguise as an elf and then directly asked if their new companions were disgusted to travel with humans. The green-haired elf vehemently denied it. They had saved her and little Palm's lives, so now she was listening only to her own intuition. The girl confessed that she lacks absolute faith in the sacred scriptures, and it is precisely because of this emptiness inside that her magic fails in stressful situations. The boy was surprised as the memory manipulations in the dungeon required colossal strength, but the elf modestly replied that the illusion was cast by her friend from the village. Palm frowned sadly, considering herself just as much a magical failure against the backdrop of other elves. The green-haired girl gazed at the rocks and pondered. While her people live with a single faith in the world tree, she seeks the truth far beyond the forest. Choosing my own path turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. Suddenly, her face twisted with anger at herself. She was too weak to win the tournament and reclaim what was stolen, forever getting stuck somewhere in the middle. Fanel, Palm whispered anxiously. The boy silently empathized while the elf girl averted her gaze. He smiled warmly and said that the fear of the unknown is normal, and ultimately it is only up to her to decide what her heart truly wants. Fanel hesitantly approached the boy with a request to teach her magic as well. The elf Fanel bitterly confessed that due to her longing for the outside world, the elders consider her faith weak and her magic inferior. But she was determined to prove them wrong, gain recognition, and finally break free from the confines of the village. The boy pondered for a moment, and then joyfully suggested studying the connection between her emotions and the strength of magic as soon as they were safe. He asked Fanel to show her abilities in all details, and the girl smiled tenderly. The company reached the foot of the rock, where a giant turtle was resting by the water. The stream of water cascaded down from a height with a deafening roar. Entering the hidden cave behind the waterfall, the boy stopped the elf before her transformation and asked to explore her magical aura. The girls released a soft glow so that he could adjust the nature of his energy as accurately as possible. The blonde was surprised by the random mention of a person, and Fanel confessed that they were secretly hiding a stranger at her home. After finishing reading the magic, the boy asked little Lily about her readiness, and she nodded decisively. A blinding flash tore through the darkness of the cave, causing the girls to gaze up in enchantment at the new tall figure. In the dim light of the cave, purple crystals glimmered faintly as the travelers contemplated their plan. They agreed on the legend. They were born outside the forest and studied magic among humans to justify their ignorance of the customs of the village of the world tree. The boy and the blonde elf decided to call themselves orphans who were once separated by an accident. The elf noted that now even their hidden magic feels completely inhuman, and then she worriedly reminded that with the shield in plain sight, outsiders would inevitably attract attention. The company reliably hid things under cloaks, while the green-haired companion was already wearily whining about the endless tunnel. Ahead, the exit finally lit up. Before them lay the village of the world tree, a gigantic forest where nature reigned supreme over everything. However, the living conditions here have been reduced to a bare minimum. The young man sadly admitted that the conditions look even poorer than in their native village. He suggested going to a friend right away, as it would be extremely difficult for strangers, especially an elf and a dwarf in times of strife, to find shelter. But a surprise awaited them in the square. In the bustling central market, elves and dwarves worked peacefully side by side, offering passers-by game, tools, and grimoires. Just outside, the soup was boiling with fire magic. The green-haired one explained that only natural elemental magic is allowed beyond the barrier, while complex human spells are powerless here. The boy was spinning kitchen utensils with magical stones, while the blonde elf had already grabbed a scientific treatise on the history of the tree. She cheerfully chatted with the saleswoman about the collection of elvish tricks, while the boy was astonished to realize how deeply the locals had woven magic into everyday things. The elf behind the counter stared in shock at the strangers, not understanding why they were traveling with a dwarf. Raj just smiled nervously, their disguise had just failed loudly. Fanel suddenly grabbed her companions by the hands and pulled them outside under the contemptuous whispers of the locals. Once in the safety of the forest, she sighed wearily, wondering aloud at the excessive emotionality of people. Raj awkwardly apologized for the noise, but the little palm slyly reminded the elf that she herself sometimes behaves like a spoiled child. Soon a sturdy stone house appeared behind the trees. She opened the door to the empty living room and immediately led her friends to the extension in the backyard. In the forge, the metal rang out loudly as a burly dwarf concentratedly hammered the workpiece. Seeing the crowd behind his daughter, he glared discontentedly and roughly ordered to throw the uninvited guests out the door. Raj and Lily were taken aback by such an openly hostile reception. Then Palm stepped forward decisively and shot at her father that these two risked their lives to save her and Fanel from a pack of magogers. Noticing the doubt in the old man's eyes, Raj respectfully bowed and asked for shelter for the king's messengers, whom no one else would let across the threshold. The gnome dryly stated that he had long handed over the affairs to his son and shouted at everyone to get out of his workshop. However, Palm only joyfully thanked in response. She knew perfectly well that behind this grumbling lay agreement. They just had to wait for the older brother, although the friends continued to try to find out from Palm why the stern blacksmith had called them trash. The dwarf woman frowned discontentedly and reminded the dark-haired one that they were friends Palm, so he should know his place. Their argument was interrupted by a tall giant. He joyfully called out to Palm but immediately stared in surprise at her new company. The dark-haired man awkwardly apologized for the crowd, to which the big fellow cheerfully laughed and introduced himself as Brownie, the leader of the gnomes. While his voluptuous assistant Signa greeted him flirtatiously, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. This leader was not frightening at all, unlike the stern Father Palm. Brownie joyfully slapped the guy on the back, finding a kindred spirit in him through human corruption, while Signa languidly purred about the wild allure of her boss. The hero was taken aback by her candid fantasies, while the unflappable Brownie thanked the blonde Liliana for saving the girls. The joy of the meeting was abruptly interrupted by the green-haired elf, who anxiously asked where Tresh and the others had gone. Signy's face instantly turned icy. She adjusted her glasses and cut in that Tresh and Isabel had been thrown behind bars for stealing a shield and that the Council of Leaders would vote on their execution tonight. The pink-haired woman calmly spoke about Sir Smith and Lady Isabel. And then she stunned the group. A couple was thrown behind bars for helping to steal a shield, and today the Council of Leaders will vote on their execution. The green-haired elf and little Palm panicked. Why kill if the friends had not shed a single drop of blood? The blonde was outraged by such haste, but she was sharply replied to. This is the order of the supreme leader Anist, obsessed with sacred scriptures. The boy with the red band added, the world tree is dying, so the old woman could have simply decided to ruthlessly burn any threat. The dark-haired young man cautiously interrupted the argument and simply handed them the lost green shield. Shock! While the blonde was confirming the authenticity of the relic, the warrior with the bandage sternly looked at little Palm. Was she really snooping outside? The green-haired elf lowered her head in shame and confessed that it was she who secretly led the girl on the quest, as the leadership had deliberately ignored the visions about the artifact's location. The dark-haired man was surprised by the absence of search parties, while the pink-haired girl merely smiled condescendingly at the naive outsiders. Everything hinged on the blind faith of the leader. She refused to interfere with the laws of nature and simply waited for the stolen to return on its own. The dark-haired one recalled these harsh dogmas, but the elf pointed out a flaw in the logic. If the chief is against intervention, then the death sentence is a direct violation of her own rules. The decision was clearly imposed by the higher council, so the warrior gently patted the girl on the shoulder and decided to take the found shield straight to the evening meeting. He reluctantly promised to order a word for the prisoners, but the dark-haired one and the blonde firmly insisted on going to the meeting with him. The convicted turned out to be their old acquaintances, and this unexpected statement forced the locals to reconsider all their plans. The elf warned that without convincing explanations they would be considered accomplices, and Lily admitted that the coincidence was indeed too suspicious. Lily recalled with pain those who, for the sake of their goal, did not shy away from any deception, until the boy anxiously called her name. The image of the villain from the past painfully resurfaced in her memory. Suddenly her gaze flashed with determination. She fervently declared that together with the master they could prove everything. It was only necessary to allow the investigation, and the boy nodded with a smile. The red-haired warrior agreed peacefully but warned that all questions about the shield and the people would be addressed at the council. Before leaving, Lily gently asked little Palm to stay home with their father. She smiled warmly at the little one, promising to definitely return by dinner. On the way through the evening forest, the young man asked if they would gather at the elf chief's estate, but he heard a brief denial. The elf in glasses eagerly explained the structure of the settlement. It grew in rings around the world tree, with the outer circle occupied by dwarves while the elves huddled closer to the trunk. The boy listened attentively about the thirst of her people to live and pray as close as possible to their sacred roots. Before them stood a majestic white stone church, built to make it convenient for believers to gather from all around. The elf joyfully confirmed that this is where the main decisions are made, although the redhead immediately complained about the long and exhausting journey from the dwarven mines. Instead, the girl languidly pressed against his arm, shamelessly enjoying their walk together while the warrior desperately tried to shake her off. Looking at this, Lily gloomily wondered if she should act just as decisively, completely unaware of the suspicious gaze of the green-haired elf beside her. The boy and girl stood frozen with their mouths open in front of the shining grandeur of the elven temple. The pink-haired companion immediately lowered them to the ground, strictly forbidding them to touch anything in this sanctuary. A blue-haired elf came out to meet them, openly surprised by such an early visit to the council. He suspiciously squinted at the strangers behind him, to which the pink-haired girl with a sly smile referred to them as important witnesses. The guard roughly pushed forward the figures in thick hoods. The guests were shocked to recognize the bound dwarves. The blue-haired man shifted his gaze and suddenly noticed the light-haired Fannel in the crowd, honestly not understanding what she was doing among strangers. The stern priestess sharply reprimanded him for missing prayers, and in response to the warrior's direct question about the chief judge Anist, a curt excuse was given: he is being replaced today. The news of the leader's sudden illness sparked an outburst of anger. The lives of the captives were at stake, and passing a sentence without a leader would be madness. The blue-haired man sharply went on the offensive and reproached the guests for bringing people to the village just when the world tree began to die. The pink-haired one did not hold back. She directly accused the elves of trying to quickly execute the dwarves to cover up their own guilt for the missing shield. And then the elves swiftly retrieved the intact relic. They turned the shield, completely clearing themselves of all suspicion. A heavy silence hung in the air. If the dwarves weren't stealing the shield and weren't helping people, who were they planning to execute all this time? The warrior clenched his fist fiercely and declared to the official that he had no right to judge the dwarves, demanding the immediate cancellation of the sentence until Anist's arrival. The argument was cut short by a blinding light in the doorway. The chief himself appeared silently on the threshold. The group stood still before the majestic figure of the high priestess. The boy broke out in a cold sweat from the intense pressure of her hidden magic. The slightest mistake in the disguise, and she will see through them instantly. Suddenly the priestess bowed low to the statue. Everyone flinched nervously. Her blue-haired assistant turned pale, completely not understanding what was happening. The warrior openly accused him of ordering the execution of people, which frankly shocked the priestess herself. She turned sharply to the subordinate, demanding an explanation. The elf trembled and began to justify himself. The morning attack of weakness from the mentor made him panic. He fell to his knees, pleading for punishment for the terrible sin, the unilateral decision to take others' lives against their faith. Bursting into tears, the boy desperately exclaimed that he only wanted to repay for his own saved life. The memory of how she found him dying in the forest finally broke him. Blind devotion and fear clouded his mind. But the priestess remained unyielding. She commanded to act according to the scripture and dryly demanded a shield. Upon receiving the relic, she ran her hand over the carving and confirmed its authenticity. The light-haired elf cautiously intervened, reminding about the innocence of the arrested friends, and the priestess ordered to tell everything as it was. The blonde timidly suggested freeing the captives. After all, the stolen shield had finally been returned. The two bound in hoods remained silently gloomy. Heavy thoughts hung in the air. They would not be allowed near the world tree. Thoughts of an alliance were out of the question, while somewhere far away in the night forest, a quiet cottage glowed softly. In the yard, the gnome was rhythmically sharpening a knife and directly asked how much longer the girl planned to sulk. I cried out of helplessness. How can others so easily obey these damned rules? The old man looked at her sternly. He calmly reminded that the little one surrendered to the elves himself to avoid creating extra problems for the team. He decided everything himself, just like you did when you went after him, the gnome concluded. The girl silently swallowed her tears. In the distance, the stone arches of the elven sanctuary rose high. In the spacious hall, the elder listened attentively to the traveler's report. He made a decision. If the knights return the shield thanks to these people, then the elves owe them. The blue-haired elf immediately boiled over. The time of the theft coincided too perfectly with the arrival of the outsiders. The blonde defended them due to a lack of evidence, which ultimately drove the elf mad. He stubbornly could not understand why she was so desperately protecting them. The blue-haired anist confidently smiled and remarked that before them were just people. The dwarf Bron Cyrillic letter 456 sharply rebuked the elf. His unfounded accusations could backfire on them. He cautiously raised his hand, restraining his voluptuous companion from making sudden movements. Anist contemptuously cut off that hiding in the dark is a pitiful fate of tunnel lovers, not of the proud servants of the world tree. This insult acted like a spark. The dwarfs instantly boiled over with rage. If there are any rats here, it's you, Branya roared as his friends pulled him back with all their might. He was frantically breaking free and shouting that the elves had just crushed the pride of their entire people. The dispute nearly escalated into a mass brawl when suddenly the space was pierced by the authoritative shout of the elder. She harshly put an end to the quarrels in the sanctuary and unexpectedly apologized for Anist's harshness, causing Branya to lower her head as well and acknowledge her guilt. Suddenly the elder flinched and with a groan grabbed her temple. The elder sternly reproached Fannel. She had disgraced the elves by violating the scriptures in search of the shield and had put Palm in danger. When the tension eased a bit, Branya calmly addressed Lily. Little Fannel acted solely for the sake of saving the tree. However, the dwarf still acknowledged Anist's correctness. One who is not even capable of properly casting spells has no right to make such decisions independently. He grimly summarized, perhaps in the world of humans everything is different, but for their small race, such self-initiative only brings troubles, no matter how bright the intentions may be. The elder elf coldly admonished Liliana. Even one born outside the forest should hold her head high and hide her tears. The mighty trunk of the world tree loomed over them as a stern command echoed to learn the sacred texts and know their place. The mocking question from the elder about the return of the shield made the dwarf hesitate. He straightened up and loudly announced them as messengers of King Zika. The elves' faces elongated in shock. As soon as he mentioned the alliance, the pink-haired elf fiercely interrupted him, accusing the outsiders of all the troubles in the forest. The gnome waved his hands and hurried to explain. They had come to help examine the tree and uncover the mystery of the stolen artifact. The elder squinted her icy eyes, openly disdainful of the magical abilities of some dwarf. He nervously tried to hide behind the authority of his master, but the pink-haired girl sharply cut him off. There is no trust. She firmly refused to let guests into the sanctuary, nodding towards two bound captives in hoods. The tension in the hall rose. The leaders of the elves began to inquire whether these captives were truly their allies. The messenger darkened, fully realizing that the situation had reached a dead end. Every glance of the local elite exuded paranoia and suspicion. He couldn't hold back and directly threw it in their faces. If beautiful words worked, the elves wouldn't be suffering now. One of the captives suddenly collapsed weakly to the floor while the dwarf was finishing off the masters with the truth. Their pride and sacred texts only make everything worse. With a calm, slightly squinted gaze, he noted that when you have nothing to protect, the choice becomes much simpler. You can just take a risk out of curiosity and see what comes of it.